Hello, my dear adventurers. It's Fox. Welcome back to our cozy haven, where the whispers of the world fade into gentle echoes and dreams of magic await. I've gotten a lot of requests over the last few weeks to do a big sort of compilation where you can listen to my stories uninterrupted, whether that's while you're sleeping, studying, or working, and so on. So to that end, and to celebrate all the wonderful support you've shown me, I've taken several of my videos, which have that medieval fantasy theme, and put them all together. I hope you enjoy this, maybe hear a few of my tales that you haven't before, and I'm excited to be working on a bunch of new videos for you all in the coming days and weeks. For tonight, we'll be going on all sorts of adventures. To start with, we'll gather around a cozy campfire, sharing tales of knights and heroes in far-off realms. Then we'll soar on dragonback into King's Landing, where the history and stories of the Targaryen dynasty unfold. Afterwards, we'll be taking a little trip into the enchanting city of Baldur's Gate and follow an adventuring party on some of their epic quests. Then join Geralt of Rivia, the Witcher, as he tries his best to have a relaxing vacation in the gorgeous Duchy of Toussaint. We'll stop along many medieval villages, visiting apothecaries, bakeries, and cozy little bookshops, all of which have marvelous tales of their own to tell. After a long and winding journey, you'll find yourself in the heart of Middle-earth, witnessing the greatest adventures of Thranduil, the Elven King, and his son, Legolas, the Prince Archer of Mirkwood. And to finish this deep dive into the world of fantasy, you'll join Rani the Witch as her consort to bring about the Age of Stars in the lands between. So take a deep breath, curl up in your favorite spot, and let the adventures begin. As twilight descended upon the verdant landscape, an adventuring party trudged through the thick underbrush, growing increasingly anxious. Riven, the sharp-eyed elf ranger, with autumn-hued hair, led the way, his keen grey eyes scanning the path ahead. Beside him moved Lyria, the stealthy rogue, her black cape swaying with each silent step. Following closely was Morgana, the tiefling sorceress, whose crimson skin and glowing violet eyes lent her an otherworldly aura. Calith, the scholarly human wizard with silver hair and a staff nearly twice his height, kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. Bringing up the rear was Magni, a stout dwarf warrior with a braided beard adorned with metal trinkets that clinked against his ancestral armor. Their paladin friend, Arthas, was supposed to meet them at the edge of the Witchwood, but he was nowhere to be found. They were on the hunt for a dark magister, said to reside within these parts, and were counting on the paladin's divine presence. The path before them twisted through the dense forest, alive with the sounds of chirping crickets and rustling leaves. We should have heard from Arthas by now, Calith remarked, his voice laced with concern. His eyes scanned the darkening path ahead, the tips of his fingers glowing faintly with the remnants of a spell. Magni grunted, adjusting his grip on his axe. If that paladin's in trouble, we'll find him. Let's keep moving. I think I hear a sound up ahead. The group pressed on until they stumbled upon a clearing, bathed in the warm glow of numerous campfires. A knight's camp sprawled before them, alive with activity. Bedrolls were scattered about, and tents stood like sentinels around the central fire. Knights, some in full armor, and others in more relaxed attire, moved about, engaging in various activities. The scent of roasting meat wafted through the air, weaving with the hearty laughter and clinking of tankards. As they approached, a knight on guard duty spotted them and called out, "Halt! State your business." Riven stepped forward, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "We seek our friend, Arthas, a paladin. He was to meet us nearby, but we have not seen him." The knight's stern expression softened. "Arthas? The name is not familiar to me, but we have our own troubles. A troll has been terrorizing the area, and some of our men are missing. Perhaps we can help each other," Morgana suggested, her tail flicking thoughtfully. "May we join your camp for the night?" The knight nodded. "Join us by the fire. Captain Reynard will want to speak with you." The group made their way to the largest fire, where a seasoned knight with a weathered face and a commanding presence sat. Captain Reynard looked up as they approached. "Welcome, travelers. I hear you're searching for a friend." "Indeed," Magni said, taking a seat on a log. "And we hear you've got troll trouble." Reynard sighed, rubbing his temples. "Aye, that we do. And it's not just the troll. There are rumors of harpies nesting nearby as well. But the night is yet young. For now, let's eat and share stories. We can discuss plans later." The camp was alive with camaraderie. Knights and their squires engaged in friendly contests of strength and skill, while others exchanged tales of valor and daring. The central fire crackled, casting a cozy glow over the assembly. The party was soon provided with platters of succulent roast griffin, bowls of hearty mammoth stew, mugs of honey-glazed mead, and loaves of warm dragon fruit-infused bread. And they settled in among the knights, grateful for the respite. Riven, always the keen observer, noted the relaxed yet vigilant demeanor of the knights. "It's good to see such fellowship," he remarked, taking a sip of ale. Lyria nodded, her eyes scanning the faces around them. "It's been too long since we've had a night like this. Maybe we should share some of our own tales." The knights, unaccustomed to such vibrant company, began to gather around, the worries of their day forgotten beneath the starlit skies as they settled in for an evening of heroics and daring deeds. Magni stood up, his stout frame illuminated by the firelight, his bushy beard twitching upwards with a smile. "All right, gather round, and I'll tell ye of the siege of Shadowkeep." The stillness of the night air hung for a moment as the knights leaned in closer. And so Magni began, his voice booming and filled with dramatic flair. It was a night as dark as the devil's heart when we found ourselves defending Shadowkeep, a remote fortress on the edge of the desolate marshes. Our enemy, a horde of undead, commanded by a necromancer of unspeakable evil. Revan interjected, his voice smooth and measured. The night was still, save for the distant moans of the undead. We had little time to prepare, but we fortified the keep as best we could. Lyria leaned forward, her eyes glinting in the firelight. It was relentless. Wave after wave they came at us. Calith and Morgana worked their magic, blasting the undead with fire and lightning, while Riven and I picked them off from the battlements. The knights listened intently, the crackling fire a comforting sound against this tale of darkness. The atmosphere seemed to thicken with anticipation as Magni's storytelling transported them back to that fateful night. The eve was heavy with the scent of decay as the party stood atop the battlements of Shadowkeep. The desolate marshes stretched out before them, a sea of inky blackness under the moonless sky. Distant moans of the undead echoed across the barren landscape, growing louder with each passing moment. Shadows danced upon the battlements, flickering with the uncertain light of the torches that lined the walls, casting eerie shapes against the stone. It was said that deep within the dungeons of Shadowkeep were the ruins of an old temple. It had once been dedicated to the worship of Shah, goddess of darkness and loss. Beyond the stone walls, the marshes lay still, a stagnant mire that had long since lost any semblance of life. The ground was a murky swamp, dotted with skeletal trees, and the occasional glimmer of ghostly light. A mist clung to the surface, swirling in strange patterns, as if stirred by unseen hands. It was a place that seemed to absorb hope and exude despair. Riven stood silently, his keen eyes picking out the first shuffling forms emerging from the mist. The figures were grotesque silhouettes against the night, their movements jerky and unnatural. "Here they come," he muttered, the weight of inevitability in his voice. Magni, a hulking figure beside him, gripped his massive axe. The blade gleamed menacingly in the torchlight, a promise of the violence to come. "Remember, hold the line. We can't let them breach the walls," he growled. As the first wave of skeletons crashed against the outer defenses, their bony fingers clawing at the stone, Caliph raised his staff, summoning a torrent of fire that cascaded down upon the attackers. The skeletons crumbled to ash, but more took their place. Driven forward by the necromancer's dark will, Morgana stood beside him, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the air. Bolts of lightning arced from her fingertips, striking the undead with unerring accuracy. "There's no end to them," she shouted, frustration evident in her voice. "Stay focused," Magni bellowed, his axe cleaving through a zombie that had managed to scale the wall. Each swing was a testament to his strength, each fallen foe a brief reprieve in the relentless assault. Riven's arrows flew true, each one finding its mark in the skull of a skeleton or the heart of a zombie. He moved with a striking agility, his every action measured and precise. "We need to take out the necromancer," he said, knocking another arrow. "He's the one controlling them." Lyria, her daggers flashing in the darkness, nodded. "Agreed, but first, we need to survive the night." Magni paused in his storytelling, taking a long draught of ale. The knights gathered around the campfire were silent, their eyes wide with anticipation. "It was a battle unlike any we had faced before," Magni continued, his voice softer now, tinged with the gravity of those memories. "But we held our ground, using every trick and tactic we knew." "And then," Revan added, his voice calm but edged with steel, "we saw him. The necromancer, standing atop a hill, directing his minions with dark magic." Morgana nodded, her expression distant as she recalled the sight. "He was surrounded by a protective barrier, but we knew we had to take him down." The necromancer stood on a rise, his gaunt figure shrouded in a cloak of shadows. His eyes glowed with an unholy light as he raised his staff, summoning more undead from the marshes. The air around him seemed to pulse with malevolent energy, a dark tide that threatened to overwhelm the defenders. "We need to break his barrier," Caliph said, his voice grim and determined. "Morgana, can you disrupt his magic?" She nodded, her expression fierce. "I'll try, but I'll need cover." "Leave that to us," Magni said, gripping his axe tightly. "Let's go." They fought their way through the mass of undead, their progress slow but relentless. Riven's arrows and Lyria's daggers felled any creature that got too close, while Magni and Caliph used their brute strength and magic to clear a path. Each step forward was hard-won, each enemy a test of their resolve. Morgana's eyes glowed with power as she began to chant, her voice rising above the din of battle. Her hands moved in intricate patterns, drawing on the arcane energy that swirled around them. A beam of light shot from her fingertips, striking the necromancer's barrier. The dark shield wavered but held. The necromancer's eyes narrowed as he focused his energy on maintaining the barrier. "Fools, you don't understand," he snarled, his voice echoing with unnatural resonance. Magni roared in defiance, charging forward with his axe raised high. As Morgana's magic continued to batter the barrier, Caliph joined in, his own spells adding to the assault. It was a dance of lightning, fire, and shadow. The sky gleamed with a cacophony of colors, but the combined power of their magic finally broke through, shattering the barrier with a deafening crack. The necromancer staggered, his eyes wide with shock. Riven's arrow flew, striking the necromancer in the chest. He gasped, his staff falling from his grasp as he collapsed to the ground. The undead army faltered, their connection to the necromancer severed. Lyria moved swiftly as she finished off the remaining undead. The air grew still, the echoes of battle fading into an eerie silence. "It's over," she said, breathing heavily. "We've won." In the quiet aftermath, they gathered around the fallen necromancer. His eyes, once filled with horrific fire, were now lifeless. Caliph knelt beside him, searching his robes for any clues. "Why did he do this?" Morgana asked softly, looking at the carnage and desolation left behind. Caliph pulled out a tattered journal, its pages filled with frantic scribbles. "He believed he could conquer death," he said, flipping through the pages. "He lost someone dear to him and thought he could bring them back by mastering necromancy. The final rune he needed for his dark rite was hidden beneath Shadowkeep's dungeons, in an old ruined temple." Magni shook his head, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. He let his grief turn him into a monster. They stood in silence, the weight of their victory mingling with the tragic realization of the necromancer's true motives. But the dawn was beginning to break, casting the first light upon a new day. With the ending of Magni's story, he took his seat once more, his face flushed with the excitement of the retelling. "And that," he said with a grin, "is how we defended Shadowkeep." The knights erupted into applause, their cheers echoing through the camp. "A tale well told," Captain Reynard exclaimed. "You've certainly earned your place by our fire." Reynard raised his tankard, saluting the adventurers for their courage in the face of darkness. The party raised their own tankards, the firelight dancing in their eyes as they clapped each other on the back. As the cheers from the latest tale echoed through the night, one of the knights, a burly fellow named Cedric, wobbled to his feet, tankard in hand. His cheeks were flushed, and his voice was thick with the slur of too much ale. "Another story," he bellowed, almost losing his balance. "Tell us more of your grand adventures." Lyria smiled warmly, her eyes sparkling with amusement in the firelight. "Very well, Cedric, but perhaps you should sit down before you fall over." The camp filled with laughter as Cedric clumsily reclaimed his seat, spilling a bit of ale in the process. As the mirth subsided, Lyria's voice grew softer, but no less engaging. "Now let me tell you about our encounter with the Vampire Lord." The knights, now thoroughly engrossed, leaned in once more. Lyria's storytelling was more intimate, drawing her audience in with every word. It all began when our paladin, Arthas, received word of a vampire terrorizing the village of Melva, she began. The villagers were desperate, and the local lord offered a handsome reward for the vampire's head. Magni, with a glint in his eye, chimed in. It was an evil of immense power that awaited us then. A creature with red eyes, glowing with malevolence. The knights leaned in as the sky grew darker, and the tight-knit group began to paint an eerie picture of the tale. The night was shrouded in fog as the party approached the vampire's castle. The ancient structure loomed before them, its towers piercing the sky like skeletal fingers. A suffocating silence hung over the landscape, broken only by the occasional rustle of unseen creatures lurking in the shadows. The castle's walls were cloaked in a dense layer of ivy, its twisted vines giving the impression of a fortress ensnared by dark magic. Gargoyles perched atop the battlements, their stone faces twisted into grotesque sneers, watching the intruders with lifeless eyes. As the fog swirled around their feet, it seemed to whisper warnings of the horrors that awaited within. "We need to be careful," Arthas whispered, his eyes scanning the darkened windows. "The vampire will have guards." Lyria nodded, her daggers at the ready. "We'll move quietly and stick to the shadows. No unnecessary risks." The group slipped through the castle gates, their movements silent and precise. The ancient iron creaked slightly, but held firm, allowing them entry. The interior was a labyrinth, of narrow corridors and hidden passages, each one more treacherous than the last. The walls were lined with faded tapestries, depicting scenes of ancient battles and dark rituals, their colors long since faded to muted shades. The air was filled with the faint scent of blood, and the flickering torchlight cast long, ominous shadows. They encountered the first of the vampire's thralls in a dimly lit hallway. The creatures were twisted and misshapen. Their eyes glowed with a malevolent hunger as they moved with a predatory grace. Their fangs bared in feral snarls. The thrall's nails, long and sharpened to vicious points, scraped against the stone walls as they advanced. Riven's arrows and Arthas's mace took them down swiftly, their bodies crumpling to the floor. "Keep moving," Calith urged, his staff glowing with a faint light. "We need to find the vampire before he finds us." Suddenly, Lyria's retelling was cut off from a rustling sound emanating from the nearby bushes in the darkness beyond the knight's camp, freezing everyone in place. They were already on edge from the evening's tale, and now they were all on high alert. Hands moved to weapons as the knights scanned the forest, hearts pounding. Then, out of the trees, the camp's black cat sauntered into view, its fluffy tail held high. The tension broke as the cat, with a regal air, approached the captain and leapt onto his lap, curling up contentedly. Laughter erupted around the fire. "Look at that, Sir Reynard and his mighty steed, Sir Whiskers," one of the knights teased, pointing at the big, strong captain gently stroking the cat. Captain Reynard chuckled, not at all embarrassed. "Every knight needs a loyal companion," he said, giving Sir Whiskers a scratch behind the ears. The cat purred loudly, adding to the merriment. After a few more moments of drinking ale and eating roasted meat, to settle their hearts once again, the camp turned back to the smaller group and Lyria resumed her tale. "It was a nerve-wracking exploration," Lyria continued, "but we pressed on, determined to stop the vampire and save the village." "And then," Riven added, "we reached the grand hall where the vampire awaited us, a beast of tremendous power. He stood tall and proud, his eyes deep, glowing pools of crimson horror." Morgana nodded. "He was surrounded by thralls, ready to lunge at us at a moment's bidding." The grand hall itself was a vast, opulent chamber, its walls lined with dark tapestries and flickering candles. The vampire stood at the far end, his eyes appraising them with an unholy light. He was tall and imposing, his pale skin contrasting sharply with his dark robes. Around him, a horde of thralls stood ready to defend their master. "You dare to challenge me?" The vampire sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. "You will regret this folly." Arthas, ever the hero, stepped forward, and heaved his colossal mace onto his large shoulder as he prepared to face the vampire lord. The battle erupted in a flurry of motion and magic. Riven's arrows, enchanted with elvish runes, flew with deadly precision, striking down thralls with pinpoint accuracy. Lyria darted forward, her daggers flashing as she engaged the vampire's minions, each strike swift and lethal. Morgana's hands wove through the air, casting spells that crackled with power. Firebolts streaked from her fingertips, exploding against the thralls and sending them sprawling. She followed up with a chain lightning spell, the arcs of electricity leaping from one enemy to another, leaving smoking corpses in their wake. The vampire watched with a sinister grin, his eyes never leaving the party. "You're strong," he admitted, "but it will not be enough." Caliph raised his staff, chanting a powerful incantation. A bolt of arcane surged from the tip, striking the vampire with a thunderous crack. The creature staggered, but quickly recovered, his eyes blazing with fury. "Enough," the vampire roared, his voice echoing through the hall. He raised his hands, and a wave of dark energy radiated outward, knocking the party off their feet and extinguishing the torches along the walls. Magni struggled to his feet, his eyes locked on the vampire. "We need to take him down, now." Riven and Lyria nodded, their resolve unwavering. They launched a coordinated attack. Riven's arrows, now imbued with holy light, thanks to a quick spell from Caliph, flew true, each one striking the vampire's heart. Lyria moved with blinding speed, her daggers slashing at the vampire's sides, each cut imbued with poison to weaken him. Morgana summoned a massive fireball, hurling it with all her might. The explosion rocked the hall, flames washing over the vampire and scorching the stone. Caliph called upon the elements, summoning a storm of ice shards that pelted the vampire, each shard a miniature spear of cold death. The vampire fought back with ferocity, summoning dark tendrils that lashed out at the party, their touch draining life and vitality. He moved with supernatural speed, his claws a blur as he attacked. But the party was determined, fighting with everything they had. In the end, it was Arthas who delivered the final blow. His mace, imbued with divine energy, shone with a blinding light. With a powerful swing, he channeled a divine smite, the blade cleaving through the vampire's defenses. The creature screamed in agony as the holy light consumed him, his body turning to ash before their eyes. The knights once more erupted into applause, their awe turning to respect. "Incredible," one of them exclaimed. "You are truly heroes. I should like to meet this Arthas fellow." Lyria smiled warmly at the knights. The village of Melv celebrated for a fortnight and a day. Dear Arthas lost count of how many times he was hoisted upon the villagers' shoulders. As the night wore on, the campfire stories continued, each tale more thrilling than the last. The camaraderie between the adventuring party and the knights grew stronger, their laughter mingling with the crackling of the fire. But just as the tales began to wind down and the camp settled into a peaceful silence, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility. The ground trembled and the air filled with a foul stench. "It's the troll," a knight shouted, leaping to his feet. "To arms." The camp erupted into chaos as the knights scrambled for their weapons. The group, battle-hardened and always ready, quickly sprang into action, readying their weapons and spells. "Let's go," Magni bellowed, leading the charge towards the source of the roar. The party and the knights raced through the forest, their path illuminated by the flickering light of their torches. They reached a rocky outcrop where the troll's lair was located, the entrance guarded by a pair of vicious harpies. "Take down the harpies first," Riven ordered, releasing a volley of arrows, grounding the winged beasts. Lyria darted forward, pinning one of the harpies down to the ground and finishing it off. Morgana unleashed a torrent of fire, engulfing the second harpy in flames as it struggled to take flight again. Magni and Calith led the charge into the cave, where the troll awaited. The beast was massive, its green skin covered in warts and scars. It roared again, swinging a tree trunk like a club. "Focus on its legs," Calith shouted, casting a spell to slow the troll's movements. Magni charged, his axe biting deep into the troll's leg. The creature howled in pain, its massive frame toppling to one knee. Riven and Lyria joined the fray, their attacks precise and deadly. Summoning their last reserves of strength, the party launched a final, coordinated assault. Magni let out a battle cry that shook the trees, his axe descending in a powerful arc. The blade struck the troll's skull with a resounding crunch, splitting bone and brain. The troll let out a final guttural groan before collapsing to the ground with a seismic crash, its lifeblood seeping into the soil. The knights and the party quickly moved deeper into the cave, where they found captured knights, and amidst them, Arthas, bound and guarded by more harpies. The ensuing battle was swift and fierce, but with the combined might of the party and the knights, the harpies were quickly dispatched. Arthas, bloodied but alive, managed a weak smile as Magni cut his bonds. "Took you long enough," he joked. "Good to see you, old friend," Magni replied, pulling Arthas to his feet. The rescued knights were grateful, their relief palpable. As they made their way back to the camp, the dawn began to break, casting a golden glow over the forest. Back at the camp, the mood was jubilant. The knights and the reunited adventurers celebrated their victory with food, drink, and laughter. And Sir Whiskers, the cat, slept soundly by the captain's tent. The camaraderie that had formed over the night was stronger than ever. Captain Reynard raised his tankard, his voice ringing out. To our brave companions, both old and new, may we meet again on the field of battle, and may our stories inspire future generations. The cheers echoed through the camp, the bonds forged in the heat of battle, and the warmth of the campfire unbreakable. As the adventurers prepared to continue their journey to Vermund, Arthas joined them, his strength returning. The knights bid them farewell, their respect and gratitude evident. "Safe travels, friends," Reynard said, clasping Riven's hand. "May your path be filled with adventure and your hearts with courage." "And may we meet again," Riven replied, his voice filled with warmth. With that, they set off, the sun rising behind them, their spirits high and their bond unshakable. The road to Vermund awaited, and with it, new adventures and stories yet to be told. The knights watched them go, their hearts filled with the hope and promise of future tales shared around the warmth of a campfire. The golden light of dawn streaked across Camelot, lighting up the dew-laden grass with a sparkling brilliance. The spires of the grand castle reached toward the heavens, their banners fluttering gently in the morning breeze. Today would be a momentous occasion, for a new knight was to be welcomed. King Arthur sat at the head of the round table, his regal presence commanding the attention of all who gathered. His crown was a masterpiece of gold and gems as it glinted in the sunlight. Around him sat the noble knights, their heads bowed in solemn respect. The young knight about to join their ranks had proven himself in ways few could match. Sir Daniel von Blumenthal lowered himself onto one knee and scanned the room, taking in the grandeur of the occasion. The walls of the great hall were decorated with tapestries depicting legendary battles and heroic deeds, their colors vivid and alive in the morning light. Sir Percival and Sir Gawain, both venerable and legendary knights in their own right, stood nearby. Daniel had bested them in a series of jousts and duels that had left the court in awe. His skill with the sword and lance was unmatched, and his courage unwavering. The tales of his victories had spread throughout the kingdom, and today he was to be rewarded for his valor. "Rise, Sir Daniel," Arthur intoned, his voice traveling through the hall like a clarion call. "You have shown valor and skill worthy of the Round Table. Henceforth you shall sit among us as a brother in arms." A cheer erupted from the assembled knights and ladies. the sound bouncing off the stone walls of the grand hall. The knights, resplendent in their armor, rose as one to honor their new comrade. The ladies, dressed in silken gowns of every hue, clapped their hands and smiled, faces glowing with admiration. Daniel stood, his heart swelling with pride and humility. He bowed deeply to King Arthur, then to his fellow knights, who greeted him with nods of respect and welcoming smiles. The weight of the moment pressed upon him, yet he bore it with grace and dignity. "Thank you, my liege," Daniel said steadily, despite the emotion that threatened to overwhelm him. "I am honored to serve." Arthur smiled, a warm and fatherly expression that spoke of his approval. The knights raised their goblets in a toast, and the hall was filled with the joyous clinking of glasses. As the celebrations continued, the new knight found himself surrounded by well-wishers. Sir Lancelot, the most celebrated of Arthur's knights, clasped his shoulder. "Welcome, brother," he said, his voice rich with camaraderie. "Your deeds have already become legend. It is an honor to fight alongside you." Lady Guinevere, the queen herself, approached with a graceful smile. "Sir Daniel, your bravery is an inspiration to us all. May your journey be filled with glory and honor." Daniel bowed low, humbled by her words. "Your Majesty, your kindness is most generous. I pray I shan't disappoint." The festivities carried on throughout the day and into the evening. The golden glow of the feast's torches began to fade as the night drew deeper. Inside the great hall of Camelot, laughter and song filled the air. Yet amidst the celebration, an uneasy feeling began to creep into the hearts of those present. As if on cue, a sudden and unsettling silence fell over the hall. The great doors, heavy and imposing, creaked open with a groan. A chill wind blew through the open doorway, and the flames of the torches began to flicker and dance. Every eye turned toward the entrance, and what they saw made their hearts race with dread. A giant of a man, towering and fearsome, entered the hall astride an enormous camel. His armor was dark, adorned with the insignia of King Matur, a notorious enemy of Camelot. His eyes were cold and merciless as he scanned the room with a disdainful gaze. The knights instinctively placed their hands on their sword hilts, ready for whatever threat this intruder might bring. The giant's voice, deep and rumbling, filled the hall. "King Arthur of Camelot," he began, his tone dripping with contempt. "I bring a message from my master, King Matur. He demands that you swear immediate fealty to him." A murmur of outrage swept through the knights. Sir Lancelot stepped forward, drawing his blade. "Pray, why are you here, bringing such insolent demands to our king?" he challenged. Arthur raised his hand for silence, his expression calm yet stern. "Speak thy full message," he commanded, his eyes never leaving the giants. "Matur's land is defended by the greatest of inventions," the herald continued. a palace carried aloft by war elephants, giants of brute invincibility, and a mechanical dragon whose scream renders men helpless. Yet, submission to my master brings its own rewards. The land is fertile, the conditions of vassalage are light, and the women are of unmatched beauty, each protected by a songbird that shields her from any harm. The silence in the hall was deafening. Arthur's eyes narrowed, his mind already racing. He would need time to assess this new threat and prepare his response. "You ask much," he said slowly, remaining measured and calm. "I must confer with my council. Return after the passing of 3 nights for my answer." The giant nodded, his expression unreadable. 3 days and none more. With that, he turned his camel and departed, leaving a trail of dread in his wake. As the great doors closed behind him, the hall erupted in a flurry of voices. The knights gathered around Arthur, each wanting to speak his mind. Sir Gawain, with his brow furrowed, spoke first. "My liege, this is a threat most grave indeed. Mature's forces are unlike any we have faced before." Sir Percival nodded in agreement. "We must henceforth prepare for battle. Our defences are to be strengthened and our strategies refined." Arthur held up his hand, rubbing his temples. "We shall not act in haste," he said firmly. "I bid thee, one and all, to understand the full extent of this threat before we move. Sir Lancelot, gather your men and begin preparations. Sir Percival, you shall be mine eyes and ears in Mature's lands, and gather what whispers you can upon the wind. We must be ready for any eventuality." The knights nodded, their resolve firm. "It shall be done, my king," they said in unison. As the knights dispersed to carry out their orders, Arthur turned to Daniel, who had been standing silently, absorbing every word. "Sir Daniel, your courage and resourcefulness are needed now, more than ever. Pray, aid those in need as best you can." Daniel bowed his head deeply and retreated to his chambers. The night grew darker, the stars obscured by ominous clouds. Night had fully descended upon Camelot. The once lively castle, now quiet, as its inhabitants settled into an uneasy slumber. Sir Daniel, however, found no peace. The thought of Camelot bending the knee to Matur gnawed at his soul. He knew King Arthur forbade haste, but time was a luxury they might not afford. Determined to take action, he resolved to confront Matur himself. Silently, in the dead of night, Daniel donned his armor. Each piece fit snugly, almost like a second skin forged in countless battles. His sword hung at his side, its weight and familiarity ever a trusted companion. He moved stealthily through the castle, his footsteps light and silent on the cold stone floors. The moon cast an eerie glow over the courtyard as he slipped out of the gates, with the guards none the wiser. The forest beyond Camelot was dense and dark, the trees whispering secrets to the night. Daniel's path was illuminated only by the pale moonlight that filtered through the canopy. He knew not what awaited him, in truth, but his resolve was firm. As he ventured deeper into the woods, a sudden cry for help pierced the silence. Sir Daniel drew his sword and followed the sound. In a dark glen, he discovered a damsel in distress, her form faintly illuminated by the starlight. She was beset by a malevolent dwarf, his twisted features contorted in a malicious grin. "Unhand her, fiend," Daniel warned, advancing forward. The dwarf turned slowly, his eyes narrowing with contempt as they settled on the knight. It was a twisted, short creature, barely reaching Sir Daniel's chest. But his presence was menacing, and his hideous smile gleamed with a cruel delight. With a fierce cry, Daniel charged. But the dwarf was cunning and quick. He dodged the initial strike with an awful cackle as he drew a wickedly curved dagger. The two circled each other, the air thick with tension. The dwarf lunged, his dagger aiming for the knight's side, but Daniel parried the blow with a swift, practiced movement. He countered with a powerful slash aimed at the dwarf's midsection. The creature howled in pain, stumbling back, his grin replaced by a grimace of agony. Blood seeped from the wound, dark and viscous in the moonlight. The damsel, her eyes wide with gratitude, rushed to Daniel. "Thank you, brave knight," she said, her voice trembling still. "I am Lady Eleanor. Thou saved me from a most terrible fate." Daniel sheathed his sword and bowed. "It was my duty, my lady, but I must continue my journey." As he turned to leave, Eleanor grasped his arm. "Wait, you are not alone in this quest. Beware the magic net that lies ahead, for it ensnares all who pass." True to Lady Eleanor's warning, Daniel soon found himself caught in an invisible net. The more he struggled, the tighter it wrapped around him, its magical bonds unyielding and cruel. He was trapped, held fast by an enchantment he could not break. Despair began to creep into his heart as he realized the severity of his predicament. Just as hope seemed to fade, a noble lady appeared, her presence as radiant as the dawn. Her hair was like spun gold, and her eyes shone with wisdom and compassion. "Be still, brave knight," she said softly, her voice soothing and melodic. With a wave of her hand, the net dissolved, freeing Daniel from its grasp. He picked up his helmet and straightened, his heart filled with gratitude and awe. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice reverent. "My true nature is not for mortal minds, but thou may call upon me as Lady Vivian, guardian of these woods," she replied, her eyes meeting his with a serene smile. "Your heart is pure, and your cause is just. Take this sword, forged by the arms of the ancients. It will guide you true to your destiny." She handed him a sword, its blade glowing with an otherworldly light. Daniel accepted it silently, feeling its power thrumming in his hand, stretching from the base of his palm and resting in his chest. He looked up to thank the mysterious figure, but she was gone. The forest began to thin as Daniel ventured further, giving way to a desolate valley bathed in a purple twilight glow and a blanket of unending rain. It was here that he encountered his next trial. A horde of bellyless monsters, grotesque and terrifying, emerged from the shadows. Their crimson eyes glowed with malice, and their screeches filled the air. A cacophony of terror that chilled Sir Daniel to the bone. He raised his magic sword, its blade vibrating with energy. The monsters closed in, their inhuman forms moving in strange patterns. Daniel launched himself into the fray. The sword cut through the air with a magical hum, striking down monster after monster as weeds to his scythe. One of the larger monsters lunged at Daniel, its claws aiming for his throat. But he spun on his heel, bringing his sword down in a swift, powerful arc. The blade sliced through the creature's neck, its head rolling to the ground. One by one, the monsters fell, their bodies dissolving into the earth. Breathing heavily, Daniel stood amidst the remnants of the battle, coated in blood and rain, his heart pounding with exertion. He looked up at the sky, which was beginning to lighten with the approaching dawn. He knew he was getting closer to Mator's stronghold. By the chill dusk of the following day, he'd arrived. The palace of King Matur was a colossal structure, an architectural marvel carried by war elephants, each as grand as a fortress in itself. The exterior walls of the palace were adorned with intricate foreign carvings that pulsed with a faint, ominous light. There was a heavy sense of foreboding, as if the very ground trembled beneath the weight of the menace that lay within. The mechanical dragon roared in the distance, its scream as dreadful as the herald had promised. Yet Sir Daniel felt no fear. With Lady Vivian's sword in hand, he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. As he surveyed the towering stronghold, he knew he needed a way to bring the palace to ground level. The structure seemed impregnable, but his eyes fell upon the war elephants, their massive legs supporting the weight of the palace. A plan began to form in his mind, a risky but necessary gambit. Crouching down into the surrounding brush, Daniel approached the elephants. He drew a length of sturdy rope from his pack and began to unwind it. With practiced skill, he tied the rope around the legs of the nearest elephant, looping it securely. He worked swiftly, repeating the process with the other elephants, each knot tight and unyielding. As he tied the last, Daniel gave a mighty tug on the rope, setting off a chain reaction. The elephants, their legs bound together, began to topple. The ground shook as the massive beasts fell, their trumpeting cries echoing through the night. The palace, now unsupported, came crashing down to ground level, the impact reverberating like a thunderclap. With the palace now accessible, Daniel wasted no time. He climbed the fallen structure, grabbing hold of jutting stone and pulling himself up. Inside, the grandeur of Mator's domain was evident. Lavish tapestries decorated every inch of the walls, and opulent chandeliers hung from the ceiling, their light illuminating the polished marble floors. Navigating the winding corridors, the brave knight made his way to the heart of the palace, where he suspected the great inventor must reside. The scent of oil and metal filled the hallway as he approached a sturdy metallic door. In a vast workshop, surrounded by his creations, stood the inventor, a man of slight build and whose eyes danced with the joy of invention. "Pray, who now enters my sanctum?" the inventor demanded, his voice tinged with irritation and curiosity. "I am Sir Daniel von Blumenthal," the knight declared. "I bid thee disarm the dragon. Do this, and you may yet live." Sir Daniel unsheathed his sword, holding it aloft, pointed at the man. The inventor scoffed at first, but upon laying eyes on the magical blade, his eyes narrowed. He led Daniel to a control panel of sorts, a complex array of dials and runes. With deft hands, the inventor wove spells and adjusted levers. Outside, the mechanical dragon let out one final, mournful scream before collapsing into a heap of lifeless steel. "To slay the brute giant, will you? Else you'll have my head for this," the inventor said calmly, returning to his tinkering. With the mechanical dragon neutralized, Daniel made his way to the grand hall. The space was vast and imposing, with high ceilings and towering columns. The atmosphere was one of solemn grandeur. Sir Daniel twirled his blade, the back of his neck prickling. He could sense another's presence, but his eyes beheld no one. Moments passed, and Mator stepped out from the shadows, appearing on the balcony overlooking the hall. A true giant among men. He stood nearly 10 feet tall, his flaming red hair a wild mane around his fierce, broad-shouldered frame. His blackened steel armor was etched with the marks of countless battles. In his massive hands, he wielded a gargantuan club, laid with spikes, and with a shaft crafted from the bone of an immense beast. A lowly knight, emboldened by the flame of ambition, he said, his voice cold and low. "'Twas a grand journey for you, I'm sure, but here is where your destiny reaches its fated end." Matur leapt down, his heaving form causing the floor to shake. With a roar of fury, he swung his club. The force of the blow sent a gust of wind through the hall as the club came down in a devastating arc, aiming to crush Daniel. He rolled to the side, barely evading, and countered with a swift strike to Matur's leg. The enchanted blade cut through the armor, drawing blood. The tide of the battle began to turn as Matur's sheer size and strength seemed to overpower Daniel. With each swing of his club, the giant forced the knight further back, his attacks coming faster and with more ferocity. Daniel's breaths came in ragged gasps, his muscles straining against the relentless assault. Matur saw his advantage and pressed it. He swung his club in a wide arc, and the blow connected with Daniel's side, sending him sprawling across the marble floor. Pain lanced through his body, and for a moment, darkness threatened to engulf him. As the brute advanced for the final strike, Sir Daniel's hand brushed against his sword. The magical blade, its runes glowing faintly, emanated with a golden, beautiful light. Tendrils of glorious hue snaked down the blade, past the hilt, and wrapped the knight in divine healing. Drawing on the strength of the ancient magic, Daniel rose to his feet, his grip firm. With a swift pirouette, he danced around the club and plunged his sword deep into Matur's heart. The terrible giant fell to his knees. A look of defeat etched upon his cruel visage. The grand hall fell silent, the echoes of the battle fading into stillness. The stronghold, once a symbol of Matur's power, now stood quiet and subdued. The news of Sir Daniel's victory spread quickly, and by the time he reached Camelot's gates, the entire kingdom was abuzz with celebration. King Arthur welcomed him back with open arms and gratitude. "You have done the impossible," Arthur declared, standing at the head of the round table. "For your bravery and valor, I name you the vassal king of Cluse, Matur's former kingdom. Rule it with the honor you have shown." Daniel bowed deeply, humbled. "Thank you, my liege. I will serve faithfully." The knights of the Round Table gathered, eager to hear the details of their fellows' heroics. And the lords and ladies of the realm bestowed upon Sir Daniel all manner of gifts and blessings. Under the golden light of a new dawn, Camelot stood strong, its enemies vanquished, and its knights united in the pursuit of justice and peace. In the heart of Camelot, a grand castle stood, its stone walls whispering timeless tales of valor and chivalry. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an amber glow over the courtyard, the shadows lengthened, and the twilight air was filled with the sounds of revelry. Knights, their armor glinting in the fading light, gathered to share stories of their heroic deeds and daring adventures. Amidst the laughter and chatter, two brothers stood out. These were Balin and Balan, both of noble bearing and unmistakable kinship, and they moved with a fluid grace that spoke of countless battles fought side by side. Their bond was evident in every glance, every shared smile. Balin, the elder, was renowned as the knight with the two swords. His prowess in battle was legendary, matched only by his unwavering sense of justice. His hair, as dark as a raven's wing, framed a face etched with the lines of wisdom and experience. His eyes, deep and contemplative, seemed to hold the weight of many lifetimes. He exuded a quiet, formidable strength. Balin, the younger, was equally formidable. His golden locks, like spun sunlight, cascaded down his face. His eyes sparkled with a fierce intensity, a fire that mirrored his brother's resolve. Though he bore the lighter burdens of youth, his heart beat with the same fierce loyalty and honor. He wore a breastplate that shone with a brilliance rivaling the setting sun, and he stood as an embodiment of hope and valor. As the evening deepened, a hush fell over the courtyard. The great hall, with its vaulted ceilings, was filled with the soft murmur of anticipation. King Arthur, sitting atop his majestic throne, raised a hand for silence. His eyes, wise and knowing, scanned the gathered knights until they rested upon the two brothers. Balin, knight with the two swords, Arthur began, with the authority of a king and the warmth of a father. A mysterious woman hath been sighted in the nearby forest. The people of the nearby hamlet speak. They say she carries with her a powerful sword. Thy task is to seek her out and bring the sword to me. Balin stepped forward, his head bowed in respect. My liege, I shall undertake this quest with all the might and honor bestowed upon me. Arthur's gaze shifted to Balin, who stood resolute beside his brother. And thou, Balin, do you wish to accompany your brother on this perilous journey? When Balin spoke up, his voice was steady and unwavering. Yes, your majesty. Allow me to accompany mine brother. Together, we shall face any challenge that befalls us. Arthur nodded, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Very well. May thy journey be swift and hearts true. Go forth, and let the light of Camelot guide thee back. The brothers bowed deeply, their hearts filled with a sense of purpose and destiny. As they turned to leave, the assembled knights raised their voices in a chorus of encouragement and blessing. The bond between Balin and Balin, their unbreakable spirit and the weight of their quest, were etched into the annals of Camelot's history, setting the stage for an adventure that would echo through the ages. The brothers ventured into the dense forest, where ancient trees stood tall, their gnarled branches entwined in a perpetual dance guarding the kingdom's secrets. The damp earth breathed beneath their feet, each breath laden with the tang of moss and decaying leaves. The distant call of a nightingale echoed through the underbrush, a haunting melody that seemed to warn of unseen perils. As they went deeper, an eerie fog began to envelop them, curling around their feet and muffling their footsteps. The familiar turned into the fantastical. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig, was amplified in the total silence, heightening the suspense with each step. Stay close, brother, Balin whispered, his voice a mere breath against the oppressive stillness. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, fingers tightening with each passing moment. This place is alive with magic and treachery. A sudden, unnatural chill swept through the forest, and from the swirling mists emerged a figure, her presence both mesmerizing and terrifying. Her sapphire eyes pierced the gloom with an eerie, otherworldly light casting an unholy glow amidst the fog. She was clad in flowing robes that shimmered with an inner radiance, each movement casting 1,000 glittering reflections. "Welcome, noble knights," the woman purred, her voice sweet and beguiling, like the song of a siren. Her gaze lingered on Balin, her lips curling into a knowing smile. "I have awaited your arrival." Balin's heart pounded in his chest, his every instinct screaming caution. He stepped forward, his eyes never leaving the enchanted blade that lay across her outstretched palms, gleaming with a sinister allure. "I seek the sword, nestled in thy arms," he declared, his voice firm though tinged with unease. "For it is my duty to heed my king's bidding." The woman's smile faltered with a flicker of sadness, but malicious amusement danced in her eyes. "So it shall be," she intoned in a haunting melody. "But heed my words, for the one who carries the sword may face a darkness and power that no man can escape. Destiny weaves its own path, and none can defy it." Balin felt a shiver run down his spine, the weight of her words pressing upon him, like a cold, unrelenting hand. Yet he reached for the sword, his resolve unshaken. "I accept this burden," he said, "for the honor and safety of Camelot." As his fingers closed around the hilt, a bolt of icy energy surged through him, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, the very air crackling with anticipation. The strange woman faded into the mist, her final words echoing in the stillness. "Remember, noble knight, destiny cannot be defied." The brothers stood alone once more. As they made their way back to Camelot, a sense of foreboding hung heavy in the air, an invisible shroud that weighed upon their spirits. The prized sword, now sheathed at Balin's side, seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy through the stillness of the forest. Days turned into weeks, and the journey grew more perilous with each passing day. The once familiar paths twisted into labyrinthine trails, and the shadows of ancient trees seemed to reach out like grasping fingers. The brothers grew exhausted, tirelessly trekking in search of their familiar path back to Camelot. Fatigue weighed down their bodies and bones. They were in a constant state of alert, for it was rumored amongst the towns and hamlets that the infamous Knights of the Black Rose called these woods home. One evening, the brothers found themselves in a dense part of the forest, where the trees stood closer together, their branches interlocking overhead, to form a canopy that blotted out the sky. The air grew thick with mist, and a chill crept into their bones. The sword's influence began to weigh heavily on Balin, his thoughts turning dark and his vision wavering. "Brother, do you see that?" Balin murmured, his voice trembling as he stared into the fog. Shadows danced at the edge of his vision, and the whispers of unseen entities filled his ears. "Nay, I espy nothing," What troubles you so? Balin replied, his concern growing. The sword, it whispers to me, Balin said, his hand clutching the hilt tightly. It shows me visions of doom and despair. The fog thickened, and an unnatural silence fell over the forest. The brothers pressed on, their steps slow and cautious. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the mist, and the ground beneath them shifted. Balin stumbled, and in the confusion, the brothers were separated. Balin, where art thou? Balin called out, panic rising in his chest. Here, brother, follow my voice. Balin's reply was distant, muffled by the fog. Balin stumbled through the dense underbrush, his heart pounding in his chest. The forest seemed to close in around him, the trees twisting and contorting into grotesque shapes. Dark, shapeless figures flitted just out of sight, and the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Balin, the voices hissed. You cannot escape. You are doomed. Desperation clawed at him as he pressed on, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He could hear Balin's voice, but it seemed to be coming from all directions, echoing through the trees. Without warning, a figure clad in dark armor appeared on the horizon, his form a shadowy silhouette against the dying light. His face was obscured by a helm that glinted ominously in the fading sun, casting a strange crimson reflection. Who goes there? Balin called out, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. The figure stepped closer, the sound of his footsteps a menacing thud against the silent earth. His voice, a low, menacing growl, echoed through the valley. Balin, thinking that he'd come across a knight of the Black Rose, drew his sword. Unbeknownst to him, the knight was none other than Balin, who, by a cruel twist of fate, had also been led to believe that Balin was his enemy. The brothers, blinded by their own misconceptions and the thickening fog of despair, charged at one another. The clash of steel ringing through the desolate valley like a mournful dirge. Their duel was fierce and unrelenting, each strike fueled by a sense of righteous fury and desperation. They fought with the ferocity of lions, evenly matched, as their swords sliced through the air. Balin's sword, cursed with dark magic, seemed to guide his hand with a cruel intelligence. Balin's strikes were driven by a desperate need to overcome this unknown adversary. Their swords clashed with a force that sent sparks flying, illuminating the darkened forest with brief flashes of light. As the fight reached its zenith, Balin thrust his sword forward, and Balin, in the same instant, brought his blade down with a devastating arc. Both strikes found their marks, and the brothers stumbled back, mortally wounded. Their eyes met through the narrow slits of their helms, and in that moment of clarity, the terrible truth dawned upon them. "Is it thou?" Balin gasped, his voice choked with emotion and ragged pain, struggling to breathe through the encroaching darkness. "My brother," Balin replied, his heart sinking with the weight of their sad fate. What cruel jest hath fate played upon us? Their strength ebbed away, and they collapsed to the ground, their bodies entwined in a tragic embrace. The valley, once silent, now echoed with the sorrowful cry of the raven, a mournful lament for the fallen knights. The cursed sword lay between them, its sinister energy dissipating into the air, leaving behind a haunting stillness. The brothers, now reunited in death, would forever be remembered for their valor and the cruel twist of destiny that had led to their untimely end. As the first light of dawn touched the horizon, casting a soft glow over the fallen, King Arthur and his knights arrived, drawn by a foreboding sense of loss. Arthur knelt beside the fallen brothers, his heart heavy with sorrow. His voice, filled with profound sadness, broke the silence. "Here lieth Balin and Balan," he murmured. "Their bravery and honor shall be remembered. Destiny, though often cruel, must be embraced." Merlin, standing solemnly beside the king, examined the sword. He traced the blade, whispering and muttering as he touched the runes. He spoke with a grave tone. "My liege, I have uncovered the truth behind the cursed sword. The woman who bestowed it upon Balin was a false traitor, consumed by her own desire for vengeance. She harbored hatred for her brother, a good knight who slew her lover. Seeking revenge for her lover's death, she enchanted the sword, ensuring that its holder would be destined to slay his own kin." Arthur's face grew pale with this revelation. "Alas," he said, voice trembling with emotion, "such treachery and malice have wrought this tragedy. These noble knights, bound by blood and honor, have fallen to a cruel and twisted fate." The knights of Camelot stood in silent reverence, their heads bowed in respect. The morning light illuminated their faces, etched with grief and contemplation. Arthur's eyes, filled with unshed tears, lingered on the fallen brothers. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying away the last echoes of the duel, as the knights gathered around the fallen, paying their final respects. The valley, now a sacred ground, would forever hold the memory of Balin and Balan, two valiant brothers, whose lives were marked by honor, courage, and a destiny that, though cruel, bound them together for eternity. In the golden age of King Arthur's reign, the storied halls of Camelot bustled with knights, whose valorous deeds were sung by bards and etched into the annals of history. Amidst these illustrious figures, one knight was quite special, not for his noble lineage or renowned valor, but for his humble and ragged appearance. He was Sir Bruno Lenoir. However, he was also known as the Knight of the Ill-Fitting Coat. As dawn's first light spilled over Camelot, the golden rays kissed the ancient stone walls of the great hall, creating an atmosphere of warmth and light. Inside, The knights of the Round Table assembled. Yet, amidst the sea of polished steel, Sir Brunor stuck out like a sore thumb. His armor was a mismatched collection of pieces, battered and ill-fitting, relics of battles fought long ago. Though the other knights, adorned in their fine garments and pristine armor, could not help but laugh at the sight, he bore the armor with steadfast pride. The coat of arms had once been his father's, and it did not dissuade Sir Brunor from donning it in his honor. Sir Kay, ever sharp with his wit, stepped forward with a sly smirk. "Behold, brethren, 'tis the Black Knight, clad in armor more befitting a beggar than a knight of Camelot." Laughter rippled through the hall, a chorus of amusement and derision. But the mirth was short-lived, for King Arthur, seated upon his grand throne at the head of the table, looked on disapprovingly. Silence fell swiftly, and Arthur's keen gaze softened as it settled upon Sir Brunor. "Appearances can be deceiving," Arthur proclaimed, giving the ridiculed man a small nod of confidence. "Let us not judge a knight by his armor, but by his deeds." Sir Brunor stepped forward, bowing deeply, then held his head high. "Your Majesty, I seek not thy pity, but the chance to prove my worth. Grant me a quest, and I shall show thee the true measure of my heart beneath this tattered coat." The court remained silent, the echo of Brunor's words hanging in the air. King Arthur's eyes, filled with wisdom beyond his years, met those of the earnest knight before him. He tapped his fingers on the table, thinking for a moment. "Verily, Sir Brunor, there is a task that doth await a brave heart. The Lady of the Lake hath sent word of a beast most foul, terrorizing her fair lands. Go forth and rid her of this menace, and prove thy valor." Brunor's heart soared with pride, a fire kindled within his breast. Mounted upon his steed, a noble beast of midnight black, he set out from Camelot, the whispers and laughter of the court fading into the mists of dawn. The road stretched long and winding before him, leading through the deep woods, where sunlight struggled to pierce the thick canopy of leaves. The knight's only companions were the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of unseen birds. Day turned to dusk, and as night fell, Brunor reached a clearing by a shimmering lake. The moon, full and radiant, cast a silver sheen upon the tranquil waters, illuminating the ethereal figure of the Lady of the Lake. She stood up from the pool, the droplets in her silver hair reflecting the stars. A silver circlet rested upon her head, and she moved towards the knight with mesmerizing grace. With a voice gentle as the evening breeze, she greeted him. "Welcome, Sir Brunor. Thou comest at a time of great need." Brunor dismounted hastily and knelt before her. "My lady, I am here to serve thee. What beast plagueth thy fair lands?" The lady brushed a comb through her glistening hair as she replied. "A fearsome boar, its tusks like daggers, and its eyes burning with malice. It hath laid waste to our fields, and scattered our people. Only a knight of true courage can hope to defeat such a creature." Brunor nodded solemnly, rising to his feet. "I shall face this beast and bring peace to thy lands." The Lady of the Lake's eyes regarded him intently before she blessed his path. "May the spirit of Camelot guide thee, noble knight. Return victorious, and you shalt earn the respect thou so rightly deserveth." With a final bow, Brunor remounted his steed and set forth into the evening, as he prepared to confront the fearsome beast and prove his mettle as a true knight of Camelot. The forest's growths became more primal and unfamiliar as he ventured deeper into its ancient heart. Wild animals darted between bushes, and the wood's many inhabitants watched him from eyes amongst the trees. Brunor moved cautiously, each step deliberately slow. His armor, though battered and patched, clinked softly with every movement. The sound amplified in the quiet forest. He winced at the noise, pausing frequently to listen for any sign of the beast. The ground beneath his boots was a tapestry of fallen leaves and twigs, which crunched and snapped with each step, despite his best efforts to tread lightly. The forest seemed to close in around him. His breath came in shallow, measured puffs, visible in the cold morning air. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, a drumbeat of what could be mistaken for fear in a lesser man. Then he heard it. A low, menacing growl that sent shivers rippling down his spine. He froze, straining his ears, and the sound grew louder, more distinct. The ground began to tremble beneath the weight of the monstrous boar as it emerged from the underbrush. A nightmarish vision, with eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. The beast's breath steamed in the chill morning air, its tusks glistening with moisture. Brunor's heart pounded even harder, his pulse roaring in his ears. He took a deep breath, steadying himself, and whispered, "Come forth, foul creature, and meet thy end." With a ferocious sound, somewhere between a squeal and a roar, the boar charged. Its tusks aimed to rend flesh and bone. Brunor dodged to the side, his armor clanking with the effort. But the beast was relentless. He struck out, but his sword glanced off the boar's thick, bristled hide, leaving only a shallow cut. The beast wheeled around with startling agility, its tusks slashing through the air. Brunor ducked and rolled, his movements growing more fluid as adrenaline coursed through his veins. He could feel the cold sweat trickling down his back, mingling with the grime and blood from previous battles. His breaths were staggered, his body aching with the effort of each swift movement. He tore a piece of ragged cloth off of his armor and waved it teasingly at the hulking animal. The boar charged him, but Sir Brunor leapt behind a tree just in time, and the boar rebounded off the trunk, shaking its head in dizzied confusion. With a cry of determination, Brunor jumped out, his sword aimed for the beast's neck. The blade found its mark, biting deep into the creature's flesh. The boar let out a final, ear-splitting roar that echoed through the forest, sending the ravens flying. A sound of pure, primal fury and pain. Its massive form shuddered and then collapsed in a heap, the life draining from its eyes. Brunor stood over the fallen beast, panting. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the weight of his victory settle upon him. The forest, now silent, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. In that moment of triumph, Brunor realized that he had not only defeated the beast, but also conquered the doubts and derision of his peers. His heart swelled with pride and a sense of fulfillment, knowing that he had proven his worth as a knight of Camelot. Brunor made his way back to the Lady of the Lake, the massive tusks of the boar slung across his shoulders. The forest seemed to part for him, as if he'd earned his passage. As he approached the shimmering lake, the ethereal figure of the lady emerged once more. "Thou hast done a great service, Sir Brunor," she said, as she took the tusks from his hands. With her blessing, Brunor set off for Camelot, the journey seeming shorter, with the weight of his victory lightening his steps. As he approached the grand gates, the court awaited him with bated breath. Whispers of his deeds already spreading like wildfire. He entered the great hall, his armor still ragged and worn, but his head held high and his eyes alight with the fire of triumph. The knights who had once mocked him now looked upon him with newfound respect and admiration. King Arthur rose from his throne, clapping his hands gladly. "Sir Brunor, thou hast shown us all the true measure of a knight. Thy deeds speak louder than any words or appearances." Sir Kay stepped forward, his expression one of sincere contrition. "Forgive us, Sir Brunor. We judged thee unfairly. Thou art a true brother of the Round Table." Brunor smiled warmly, happy to belong. "All I sought was the chance to prove my worth. I am honored to stand among thee." The hall erupted in applause, the knights of Camelot welcoming him as one of their own. Brunor's journey from ridicule to respect was complete, and his story became a beacon of hope and humility, inspiring all who heard it. Thus, Sir Brunor Lenoir, the knight of the ill-fitting coat, found his place among the legends of Camelot. The Red Keep, once the resplendent heart of King's Landing, had become a place of shadows and whispers. Flickering torches cast erratic light upon the ancient stone walls, creating dancing spectres that mocked the shattered sanity of the Mad King. King Aerys II, his once brilliant mind now twisted, roamed the halls with wild, haunted eyes. His tangled silver-gold hair hung like a shroud over his gaunt face, and his violet eyes burned with a feverish madness that chilled the bones of all who beheld him. Aerys had become obsessed with wildfire, a deadly substance whose emerald flames could consume flesh and stone alike. The Red Keep echoed with his maniacal laughter as he whispered of plans to turn his enemies to ash. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burning oil and smoke, a grim prelude to the inferno he envisioned. Among those who catered to his madness was Rossart, a gaunt pyromancer with a sinister smile and eyes that gleamed with unholy fervor. Rossart and his fellow pyromancers shared Eris's twisted fascination. Their nights spent in dark, secret chambers, where the air vibrated with incantations and the promise of destruction. In the deepest recesses of the Red Keep, Eris and Rossart conspired. The pyromancers had hidden caches of wildfire throughout King's Landing, enough to turn the entire city into a blazing inferno. Eris's paranoia convinced him that his enemies would soon overrun the capital, and he would rather see it burn than fall into their hands. The pyromancers worked tirelessly, their chambers filled with the pungent scent of sulfur and smoke. The walls seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, as if the very stones were imbued with the power of the wildfire they concocted. The air grew heavy with anticipation, each passing moment bringing them closer to the cataclysm Eris envisioned. Amidst the growing tension and madness, Sir Jaime Lannister, a young and skilled knight of the Kingsguard, found himself torn between his oaths and his conscience. Jaime had sworn to protect the king, but he had also sworn to protect the realm. He had witnessed Eris's descent into madness, his cruelty, and his reckless disregard for human life. Jaime knew that if the king's plan were realized, thousands of innocent lives would be lost in the inferno. The atmosphere within the Red Keep was thick with fear. Soldiers and servants moved with cautious steps, their eyes wide and wary. Silence was their ally, for the king's wrath was swift and unpredictable. The once grand palace had become a prison of dread, its splendor overshadowed by the looming threat of fiery destruction. Jaime sought the counsel of Sir Barristan Selmy, a fellow Kingsguard known for his honor and wisdom. Barristan, what are we to do? The king's madness will destroy us all. Sir Barristan's face was etched with concern. We swore an oath. Our duty is to the king, but we must also serve the realm. If Eris's actions threaten the very fabric of the kingdom, we must act. The day of reckoning dawned with an eerie stillness. Rebel forces, led by Robert Baratheon and Eddard Stark, were closing in on King's Landing. King Aerys was also betrayed by his former friend and hand, Tywin Lannister. Under the false pretense of defending the capital, Tywin led his army to the gates of King's Landing. Trusting his old ally, and swayed by Grand Meister Pycel's counsel, Eris ordered the gates to be opened. But once inside, Tywin revealed his true intentions and began a brutal sacking of the city, leaving chaos and destruction in his wake. The Mad King, driven to the brink of hysteria, summoned Rossart and his other pyromancers to the throne room. The vast chamber, with its high ceilings and intricate tapestries, felt like a tomb, heavy with the silence of impending doom. Aerys' voice trembled with fury as he turned to his kingsguard. "Bring me the head of your treacherous father, Lannister," he ordered. As Jaime hesitated, Aerys' eyes burned with madness. Turning to Rossart, his trusted pyromancer, he gave the fateful order. "Rossart," Aerys commanded, his voice reverberating through the hall. "It is time. Light the fires. The traitors want my city," Aerys hissed, his voice trembling with barely contained rage. "But I'll give them naught but ashes. Let him be king over charred bones and cooked meat. Let him be the king of ashes. Burn them all." Rossart bowed deeply, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he moved to initiate the wildfire plot, ready to turn King's Landing into a fiery grave. "As you command, your grace, they will pay for their treachery in fire and blood." "Burn them all," Aerys muttered, his voice trembling with mania. "Burn them in their homes. Burn them in their beds." His voice continued to rise, each repetition more unhinged than the last, a chilling testament to his further descent into madness. Jaime, standing by the Iron Throne, felt a cold knot of dread tighten in his stomach. The air was thick with tension, the very walls seeming to vibrate with the anticipation of impending disaster. At that moment, he knew what he must do. His resolve hardened as he drew his sword and turned to Rossart, who was preparing to leave the throne room. Rossart turned to him, a sneer twisting his lips. "Traitor," Rossart spat. "You will burn with the rest of them." Jaime moved with deadly precision, his blade flashing in the dim light. He struck down Rossart with a single decisive blow, the pyromancer's body crumpling to the floor. The Mad King turned in shock to Jaime, his eyes widened with a mixture of madness and fear. He began to move backwards, stumbling over the Iron Throne's steps. He turned to get away, repeating his deranged command. Jaime approached the Iron Throne, his sword dripping with Rossart's blood. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Jaime knew that this act would define him forever, that he would be branded a traitor and a kingslayer. But he also knew that it was the only way to save the city. With a heavy heart, Jaime plunged his sword into the Mad King's back. Aerys' eyes widened in shock and pain and collapsed on the steps, still muttering his mad command. Determined to end it, Jaime moved swiftly, slicing his knife across the Mad King's throat, ensuring he would never speak those words again. Aerys's screams faded to a gurgled gasp. He slumped forward on the steps, his lifeblood staining the Iron Throne. The Mad King was dead. Jaime stood over the lifeless body, his heart pounding in his chest. He had done what needed to be done, but the weight of his actions pressed down on him like a mountain. He knew that he would be reviled for this, that his name would be forever associated with betrayal and murder. But he had saved King's Landing, and that was what mattered. The news of Aerys's death spread quickly through the Red Keep. The pyromancer's plot had been foiled, and the wildfire hidden throughout the city was safely contained. The people of King's Landing, unaware of how close they had come to destruction, continued their lives, oblivious to the heroism of the man they would come to despise. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, stood alone in the throne room, the weight of his actions heavy on his shoulders. He looked out over the city he had saved, knowing that his sacrifice would go unrecognized, his name forever tainted by the act of regicide. The Targaryen dynasty had been brought to a brutal and bloody end, its last king consumed by the very madness that had defined his reign. The Iron Throne, once a symbol of power and glory, now stood as a monument to the folly of a man who had sought to rule through fear and fire. And so, the tale of the Mad King and his final encounter with Jaime Lannister passed into legend, a haunting reminder of the fine line between power and madness, and the terrible cost of ambition. The great dragon, Vermithor, with his bronze scales shimmering in the pale northern sunlight, circled the ancient stronghold of Winterfell before descending. Jaehaerys Targaryen, the wise and benevolent king, looked over the sprawling fortress and the vast snow-covered lands that surrounded it. Beside him, Queen Alysanne, known for her grace and keen intellect, prepared to dismount from her dragon, Silverwing. The north, with its cold, foreboding beauty, was a world apart from the warmer, sunlit lands of the south. The Starks of Winterfell, led by Lord Alaric Stark, awaited their royal guests in the courtyard, their solemn faces betraying none of the awe they felt. The Northmen were a hardy and stoic people, shaped by the harsh winters and the ancient, haunting tales that had been passed down through generations. As Jaehaerys and Alysanne stepped onto the snow-dusted ground, they were met with respectful bows and a flurry of polite greetings. The stark contrast between the Targaryen's Valyrian features, silver hair and violet eyes, and the dark-haired, grey-eyed Starks, was striking. A reminder of the diverse and storied realms they governed. Winterfell, with its ancient stone walls and towering weirwood trees, offered a unique charm. The great hall was warm and inviting, the roaring fires warding off the chill of the northern air. Long tables groaned under the weight of hearty fare. Roast venison, hot soups, and warm bread, accompanied by flagons of rich red wine. During the feast, Alysanne marveled at the tapestry of faces around her, each etched with the strength and resilience of the North. She listened intently to the tales told by the Starks and their bannermen, stories of bravery and honor, of ancient gods and old magic. Jaehaerys, ever the diplomat, engaged Lord Alaric in discussions about governance and the unique challenges faced by the North. As the evening wore on, Alysanne found herself drawn to the stories of the old times, particularly those surrounding the wall. The wall, a monolithic structure of ice and stone, loomed in the distance, a constant reminder of the unknown dangers that lay beyond. It was said to be haunted by spirits and creatures of legend, a barrier against the dark forces that once threatened the realm. Growing tired of waiting for Jaehaerys, Alysanne decided to visit the wall on her own. On a crisp, clear morning, she mounted Silverwing and took to the skies. The massive dragon's wings beat powerfully against the cold air, carrying her swiftly northward. Jaehaerys watched her departure with a mixture of pride and concern. His heart warmed by her adventurous spirit, but mindful of the dangers that might await. As Silverwing approached the wall, Alysanne marveled at its sheer size and imposing presence. The wall stretched endlessly in both directions, a vast, icy sentinel against the encroaching wilderness. Its surface gleamed like polished crystal in the winter sun, an impenetrable barrier that seemed almost otherworldly. Though it was summer and the wall was weeping, the chill of the ice could still be felt whenever the wind blew, and every gust would make Silverwing hiss and snap. Alysanne urged Silverwing onward, curious to see the lands beyond. But as they drew closer, the dragon faltered. Silverwing's great head turned, and despite Alysanne's commands, the dragon veered away, flying back toward Winterfell. Perplexed but undeterred, Alysanne tried again the next day. And again, Silverwing refused to cross the wall, turning back with a low, uneasy growl. A third attempt yielded the same result. Each time, Alysanne felt a growing sense of unease. It was as if an unseen force was preventing them from crossing. A silent warning from her dragon and the ancient structure. Upon her return to Castle Black, Alysanne decided to write to Jaehaerys. She needed to share her experience, but she also understood the importance of maintaining composure in front of the Northmen. "My dearest Jaehaerys," she began, her quill scratching softly against the parchment. "I must recount to you the peculiar events of the past few days. I attempted to fly Silverwing beyond the wall, but each time she turned back, refusing to proceed. Though I laughed it off in front of our hosts, I am deeply concerned. There is something, an aura, a presence, beyond that wall that repels even our mighty dragons." She paused, thinking of how to convey her growing unease, without alarming him unnecessarily. "Thrice I flew Silverwing, high above Castle Black, and thrice I tried to take her north beyond the wall," she wrote. "But every time she veered back south again and refused to go. Never before has she refused to take me where I wished to go. I laughed about it when I came down again, so the Black Brothers would not realize anything was amiss. But it troubled me then, and it troubles me still." She sealed the letter with the Targaryen sigil, the three-headed dragon, and handed it to a messenger bound for Winterfell. As she watched him depart, a cold wind swept through the courtyard, carrying with it a sense of foreboding. As winter began to tighten its icy grip on the north, Alysanne and Jaehaerys prepared to depart. Their dragons, restless and eager for the warmer climes of the south, awaited them in the courtyard. The people of Winterfell gathered to bid them farewell, their expressions a mix of respect and quiet admiration. Before leaving, Alysanne requested scrolls and documents about the wall from the Night's Watch and Winterfell's archives. The maesters and elders provided her with ancient texts and records, eager to assist in her research. She thanked them graciously, knowing these documents would be invaluable upon her return to King's Landing. Lord Alaric Stark approached, his grey eyes thoughtful. "Your visit has been an honor, Your Grace, and your presence a reminder of the bond between our houses. The North will always stand with the Targaryens." Jaehaerys clasped his hand, his grip firm. "And the Targaryens will always remember the strength and honor of the North. Farewell, Lord Stark. May your lands remain strong and your people safe." Alysanne mounted Silverwing, her heart heavy with the knowledge she had gained, but also lighter for the friendship she had found. "Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Stark. There is much we can learn from each other." As the dragons took to the skies, their powerful wings beating against the cold northern air, Alysanne cast one last look at the wall. It stood, silent and enigmatic, a testament to the ancient power that lay beyond. She knew that the knowledge she had gathered would be crucial for her descendants. A beacon of light in the face of an encroaching darkness. Back in King's Landing, Alisan shared her findings with Jaehaerys, the weight of her discoveries evident in her eyes. There is a darkness beyond the wall, a cold evil that our dragons sense and fear. We must be vigilant, for I believe that one day this evil will threaten our realm again. Jaehaerys, ever the wise ruler, nodded thoughtfully. We will prepare, my queen. The Targaryens are destined for greatness, but we must also be guardians of the realm. The knowledge you have gathered will be our guide. Alisan then delved into the scrolls and books she had brought back, documenting her findings in a detailed account. She wrote about the stories and legends, the warnings and prophecies, and the mysterious force that had repelled Silverwing. Among her writings, she included references to the prince that was promised, and Azor Ahai, the legendary hero destined to fight the darkness. She noted a prophecy. When the red star bleeds and the darkness gathers, Azor Ahai shall be born again amid smoke and salt. This prophecy, foretelling a savior born beneath a bleeding star, resonated deeply with her. She felt a strange sense of destiny, as if the threads of fate were weaving a tale far greater than herself or her time. The Targaryens, with their dragons and their blood of old Valyria, had a role to play in the future of the realm, a role that was both thrilling and terrifying. Once Alisan had thoroughly read and understood her findings, she shared them with Jaehaerys. Together, they decided on a plan. We must pass down these prophecies in secret to our heir, Alisan said. They must be prepared and ensure that their kin are also aware, so the knowledge is never lost. Jaehaerys agreed, his expression solemn. Yes, each generation must carry this burden, so they are ready to face whatever darkness may come. We will entrust this knowledge to our children, and they to theirs, ensuring the realm's safety through our vigilance. Alisan sealed her writings, ensuring that they would be preserved for future generations. She knew that these documents, these whispers of the past, might one day guide her descendants in their darkest hour. In the twilight years of their reign, Jaehaerys and Alisan often reflected on their journey to the north. The memories as vivid as the day they had first set foot in Winterfell. They spoke of the wall, of the ancient legends, and the prophecies that had become a guiding star for their lineage. One evening, as they sat together in the gardens of the Red Keep, Alisan looked to the sky, her gaze distant and thoughtful. Do you ever wonder, Jaehaerys, what lies beyond the wall? What ancient secrets and forgotten truths are buried in the ice? Jaehaerys took her hand, his touch gentle and reassuring. I do, my love. But I also believe that with our knowledge, our dragons, and our descendants, we will face whatever comes. The Targaryens are more than just rulers. We are the guardians of this realm. Alizan smiled, a sense of peace settling over her. Then let us hope that our future kin will be wise and brave, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead. For the darkness is always lurking, but so too is the light. And so, the story of Jaehaerys and Alysanne Targaryen's journey to the north became a legend. A tale of wisdom, foresight, and the enduring strength of the Targaryen dynasty. It was a story passed down through the ages, a reminder that in the face of darkness, there is always hope. And in the heart of winter, there is always the promise of spring. The Iron Throne, forged from 1,000 swords, was a symbol of power and authority that had shaped the destiny of Westeros for generations. Now, it was the seat of Daenerys Targaryen, the last scion of House Targaryen, who had fought valiantly to reclaim her birthright. Her ascent to the throne was marked by fire and blood, but also by a vision of a just and peaceful realm. The Red Keep, a fortress of imposing grandeur, stood watch over King's Landing. Its halls were filled with the echoes of history, the ghosts of kings and queens past. Daenerys, with her silver gold hair and striking violet eyes, ruled from the Iron Throne, her presence commanding and her resolve unyielding. Yet, the weight of the crown was heavy, and the burden of leadership took its toll. It was Tyrion Lannister, her hand, who suggested the idea of a respite. "Your Grace," he said, his voice carrying a blend of concern and wisdom. "Even the fiercest dragon needs a moment of peace. The realm is stable, and the Great Council is capable. Take a break, travel to Dawn, enjoy the warmth and hospitality of its people." Daenerys considered his words. The idea of a journey to Dawn, the southernmost and sunniest of the Seven Kingdoms, was appealing. She had heard tales of its beauty and the spirited nature of its people. Moreover, it would be an opportunity for her dragons to stretch their wings and bask in the southern sun. "Very well, Tyrion," she agreed, a rare smile gracing her lips. "Dawn it is. Make the necessary arrangements." The journey to Dawn was a spectacle in itself. Daenerys, accompanied by her closest advisors, and a contingent of Unsullied, travelled with her 3 dragons, Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion. The sky was alight with their presence, their massive wings casting shadows over the landscape below. As they traveled south, the air grew warmer, the landscape transforming from the fertile fields of the Reach to the arid beauty of dawn. The golden sands stretched out like an endless sea, punctuated by the occasional oasis and the sprawling cities that rose from the desert like mirages. Their destination was Sunspear, the ancient seat of House Martell. The Dornish had always been a people apart, proud of their heritage and fiercely independent. Daenerys had high hopes for this visit, both as a chance to rest and to strengthen ties with the Southern Kingdom. Sunspear was a marvel of architecture and ingenuity. Its towers and walls were designed to withstand both the scorching heat of the sun and the potential threats from the sea. The Water Gardens, a tranquil paradise of fountains and shaded groves, offered a cool respite from the relentless sun. As Daenerys and her entourage approached, they were met by Prince Oberyn Martell, known as the Red Viper, and his brother, Doran Martell, the Prince of Dawn. Oberyn, with his dark, piercing eyes and charismatic smile, greeted Daenerys with a flourish. "Welcome to Sunspear, Your Grace. Dawn is honored by your presence." Doran, more reserved but equally welcoming, bowed deeply. "Our home is your home, Queen Daenerys. We hope you find peace and relaxation here." Daenerys dismounted from her horse, her eyes taking in the beauty of Sunspear. "Thank you, Prince Oberyn, Prince Doran. I am grateful for your hospitality." The days that followed were filled with the delights and wonders of dawn. Daenerys spent her mornings in the Water Gardens, the cool, shaded groves providing a much-needed respite from the heat. She marveled at the intricate fountains, the crystal-clear water, creating a symphony of sound that was both soothing and invigorating. She dined on exotic dishes, a feast for the senses, with flavors and spices that danced on her tongue. The Dornish cuisine was a vibrant tapestry of flavors, from the tangy zest of lemons to the fiery kick of peppers. Each meal was an adventure, a journey through the rich culinary traditions of the region. The evenings were filled with music and dance. The Dornish were known for their spirited celebrations, and Daenerys found herself swept up in the infectious energy of their festivities. She danced under the stars, her laughter mingling with the music, her heart light and carefree. Daenerys and Missandei joined their hosts in good-natured revelry, their movements blending with the rhythm of the drums and the strumming of lutes. The people of Dawn welcomed them warmly, and together they shared a night of joy and camaraderie. One night, as the celebration reached its peak, Oberyn approached her with a goblet of Dornish red wine. "To new beginnings, Your Grace," he toasted, his eyes sparkling with mischief and charm. Daenerys raised her goblet, meeting his gaze with a smile. "To new beginnings." While Daenerys enjoyed the hospitality of Dorne, her dragons reveled in the freedom of the open skies. Drogon, Rhaegal, and Viserion soared above the golden sands, their roars echoing through the valleys and canyons. They hunted in the deserts, their predatory instincts honed and sharpened. The Dornish people, accustomed to the harsh environment, marveled at the sight of the dragons. They watched in awe as the majestic creatures flew overhead, their scales glistening in the sunlight. The dragons, in turn, seemed to enjoy the admiration, their eyes gleaming with a primal joy. One afternoon, Daenerys rode Drogon to a secluded oasis, a hidden gem amidst the endless dunes. The water was cool and clear, a stark contrast to the surrounding desert. She dismounted and waded into the pool, the refreshing water washing away the stresses and burdens of her reign. Drogon, ever protective, watched her from the shore, his eyes half closed in contentment. Rhaegal and Viserion joined them, their massive forms creating ripples in the water as they drank and bathed. It was a moment of pure, unadulterated peace, a rare respite in a life defined by conflict and struggle. As the days turned into weeks, Daenerys and her Dornish hosts grew closer. She spent hours in conversation with Doran, discussing the history and politics of their realms. Doran, with his keen intellect and diplomatic skill, provided valuable insights into the complex web of alliances and rivalries that defined Westeros. Dorne has always been a land apart, Doran explained one evening as they strolled through the water gardens. Our customs, our traditions, they are different from the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. We value freedom and independence above all else. Daenerys nodded thoughtfully. I can see that. Your people are spirited and proud. It is a quality I admire. Oberyn, ever the warrior and adventurer, regaled Daenerys with tales of his travels and exploits. His stories were filled with danger and excitement, a testament to his fearless nature. I have seen the world, Your Grace, Oberyn said, his eyes alight with passion. But there is no place like Dorne. Our land, our people, they are unique, and we will defend them with our lives. Daenerys found herself drawn to Oberyn's boldness and charisma, as well as Doran's wisdom and restraint. The Martell brothers represented the duality of Dorne, fierce and unyielding, yet wise and measured. The bond between Daenerys and her Dornish hosts was not only political, but personal. She found a kinship with Ilaria Sand, Oberyn's paramour, and the Sand Snakes, Oberyn's daughters. The Sand Snakes, each with their own distinct personalities and skills, embodied the fierce spirit of dawn. Tien, with her sweet demeanor and deadly skill with poisons, intrigued Daenerys. Nymeria, named after the legendary warrior queen, was a master of the whip, her movements graceful and lethal. Obara, the eldest, was a fierce warrior, her strength and determination a force to be reckoned with. One evening, as the sun set over the water gardens, the Sand Snakes invited Daenerys to spar with them. It was a test of skill and strength, a dance of dragons and snakes. Daenerys, ever the warrior queen, accepted the challenge with a smile. The sparring session was intense, the clash of steel and the swish of the whip creating a symphony of battle. Daenerys held her own, her years of training evident in her precise movements and strategic thinking. At one point, Obara's staff landed a solid hit on Daenerys' side, causing her to stumble slightly. Stoic Grey Worm, ever vigilant, flinched and started to move forward, his protective instincts taking over. However, Daenerys, catching his movement out of the corner of her eye, burst into laughter. "Relax, Grey Worm," she called out, her voice filled with amusement. "I'm okay." Grey Worm halted, his expression returning to its usual stoic calm as he stepped back into place. The tension in the air dissipated, replaced by a light-heartedness that spread among the group. "You fight well, Your Grace," Nymeria said, her whip coiled in her hand. "You have the heart of a Dornish woman." Daenerys laughed again, her eyes shining with exhilaration. "Thank you, Nymeria. I take that as the highest compliment." As her time in Dawn drew to a close, Daenerys found herself reflecting on her journey. The respite had provided her with a much-needed break, a chance to reconnect with her own humanity and the world around her. The warmth of the Dornish sun, the beauty of the water gardens, and the spirited nature of the people had rejuvenated her. One evening, as she stood on the balcony of her chambers, looking out over the expanse of Sunspear, Tyrion joined her. The hand of the Queen, ever perceptive, sensed her contemplative mood. "You seem at peace, Your Grace," Tyrion observed, his voice gentle. Daenerys nodded, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "Dawn has been good for me, Tyrion. It has reminded me of why I fight, of what I seek to build. A realm where people can live in peace, free from fear and tyranny." Tyrion smiled, a hint of pride in his eyes. "You have always known your purpose, Daenerys. This respite has only strengthened your resolve." Daenerys turned to face him, her expression resolute. Yes, it has, and I am ready to return to King's Landing to continue my work. The Iron Throne is not an end, but a beginning. The journey back to King's Landing was a bittersweet farewell to the land that had given Daenerys so much. The people of Dorne, led by Doran and Oberyn, bid her a warm farewell, their admiration and respect evident in their eyes. "Remember your grace," Doran said, his voice filled with quiet strength. "Dorne stands with you. We are your allies, your friends." Oberyn clasped her hand, his grip firm and reassuring. "And if you ever need a break from the madness of court, you know where to find us." Daenerys smiled, her heart full. "Thank you, both of you. I will never forget the kindness and hospitality you have shown me." As she mounted Drogon, her heart swelled with a sense of purpose and determination. The dragons took to the sky, their powerful wings carrying them northward, back to the seat of her power. The return to King's Landing was met with a mixture of relief and anticipation. The city, ever bustling and vibrant, seemed to welcome her back with open arms. Daenerys dismounted from Drogon, her eyes scanning the familiar landscape of the Red Keep. Her advisors and council members greeted her warmly, their loyalty and support evident. The respite in Dorne had not only refreshed her, but had also strengthened the bonds of her rule. In the days that followed, Daenerys resumed her duties with renewed vigor. She held court, addressing the concerns of her subjects and overseeing the governance of the realm. The lessons and experiences from Dorne remained with her, guiding her decisions and actions. One evening, as she sat in her chambers, she penned a letter to Doran and Oberyn, expressing her gratitude and reaffirming their alliance. The bonds forged in the sunlit gardens of Sunspear would endure, a testament to the power of friendship and diplomacy. The tale of Daenerys' respite in Dorne became a legend, a story told by bards and minstrels throughout the realm. It was a tale of friendship and renewal, of a queen who found strength in the warmth and hospitality of the South. The bonds forged during that time would shape the future of Westeros, as Daenerys continued her quest to build a realm of peace and justice. The lessons she learned in Dorne, the wisdom of Doran, the bravery of Oberyn, and the spirit of the Sand Snakes would guide her as she navigated the challenges of ruling a vast and diverse kingdom. In the annals of history, Daenerys Targaryen would be remembered not only as a conqueror and a queen, but as a leader who understood the value of friendship, the importance of respite, and the enduring strength of the human spirit. 7 kingdoms simmered under the weight of brewing conflict. King Viserys Targaryen, aging and ill, sat upon the Iron Throne, a shadow of his former self. The question of succession loomed large, casting a pall over the Red Keep. Whispers of war echoed through the ancient halls, and the once unshakable bonds of House Targaryen began to fray. The Red Keep, with its imposing towers and sprawling courtyards, was a fortress of grandeur and foreboding. Its thick walls held the secrets of centuries, and its chambers were alive with the echoes of power and betrayal. The Godswood, nestled within the heart of the castle, was a place of serene beauty, a sanctuary from the political machinations that consumed the court. Rhaenyra Targaryen, the king's declared heir, felt the weight of the crown pressing down upon her. Her long, silver hair, so characteristic of her Valyrian heritage, flowed like liquid moonlight, framing her determined face. Her violet eyes, deep and thoughtful, mirrored the conflict that raged within her heart. Across the keep, Queen Alicent Hightower, Viserys' second wife, harbored her own ambitions and fears for her children. Her auburn hair and green eyes gave her a striking presence, and her demeanor was one of controlled grace, masking the turmoil beneath. The tension between Rhaenyra and Alicent and their families had grown palpable throughout the years, a chasm widening with each full moon. The day prior, Rhaenyra and her family had returned from Dragonstone, bringing a sense of renewed hope. That same night, to mark their return and foster goodwill, the king had orchestrated a peace offering meal. It was a rare gathering, where Rhaenyra and Alicent, along with their families, shared a dinner. The atmosphere was heavy, yet there was a silent, unspoken treaty, a temporary truce between the matriarchs and their families in respect of the king. The atmosphere was tentative, but hopeful, as both women seemed to reach a fragile understanding throughout the night. As the sun dipped below the horizon and bathed the Red Keep in a warm golden light the following day, Rhaenyra received an unexpected visitor. Alicent, not wanting to continue the infighting, hesitated for a moment before knocking on Rhaenyra's door. A knock at her chamber door drew her attention. "Enter," she called, her voice steady. The door creaked open to reveal Alicent, a nervous smile playing on her lips. "Princess, may I have a word?" Rhaenyra's eyes narrowed slightly, suspicion flickering in her gaze. "Of course, Your Grace. What brings you here?" Alicent stepped into the room, her hands clasped tightly before her. "I have been thinking, perhaps it is time we set aside our differences, if only for a day. The Godswood has always been a place of peace for us. Shall we take a respite there, as we once did in our youth?" Rhaenyra's expression softened, memories of simpler times surfacing. The godswood, it has been too long. Very well, let us go. The two women, once best friends, now found themselves journeying through the winding paths of the Red Keep, their footsteps echoing in the quiet halls. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of autumn leaves and the promise of change. As they walked, the tension between them seemed to ebb, replaced by a fragile truce. The godswood was a sanctuary of tranquility amidst the chaos of court. Towering weirwood trees, their bark white as bone, and leaves a deep crimson, stood like ancient sentinels. The heart tree, with its solemn face carved into the trunk, gazed upon the world with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. Alicent and Rhaenyra reached the heart tree, the setting sun casting long shadows that danced upon the ground. The two women settled on a blanket, the familiar comfort of the godswood wrapping around them like a warm embrace. For a time, they sat in silence, the weight of their shared past, an uncertain future hanging between them. It was Alicent who spoke first, her voice soft and tinged with nostalgia. Do you remember when we used to come here as girls? We would talk for hours, dreaming of flying away on dragons and eating cake until we couldn't move. Rhaenyra smiled, the tension in her shoulders easing. Yes, I remember. We were so carefree then, untouched by the burdens of duty and politics. Alicent sighed, her gaze distant. I wish we could go back to those days, but we are not those girls anymore. We are queens, mothers, and our children will inherit this world we shape. Rhaenyra's expression grew serious. And what kind of world will it be? We are on the brink of war, Alicent. The throne hangs in the balance. Alicent's eyes hardened, the steely resolve of a mother protecting her young. I fear for my children, Rhaenyra. If you ascend the throne, what will become of them? Can you promise me their safety? Rhaenyra met Alicent's gaze, the weight of her words pressing upon her. I swear to you, Alicent, no harm will come to your children. I will protect them as I would my own. Alicent's eyes softened, a glimmer of hope shining through her fear. And what of the future? How can we ensure peace between our houses? Rhaenyra's mind raced, searching for a solution. Our children, let us unite them in marriage, a bond between our families that cannot be broken. Alicent considered this, her expression thoughtful. A marriage alliance, it could work. It would bind our houses together, make us stronger. Rhaenyra extended her hand, a gesture of reconciliation. For the sake of our children and for the realm, let us put aside our differences and work towards a future of peace. Alicent took Rhaenyra's hand, the weight of their shared pledge sealing their resolve. For the realm, she agreed, her voice firm. As the shadows lengthened and the first stars appeared in the twilight sky, the two women rose from their place beneath the heart tree. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of the godswood, a reminder of the timeless beauty and serenity they had found there. They walked back through the Red Keep, their conversation lighter, filled with shared memories and hopes for the future. The tensions that had once defined their relationship seemed to melt away, replaced by a renewed sense of camaraderie. Rhaenyra's dragon, Syrax, awaited them in the courtyard, her golden scales shimmering in the fading light. The dragon's eyes, intelligent and watchful, followed their approach with a keen interest. "Shall we fly, as we once dreamed?" Rhaenyra asked, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Alicent laughed, the sound bright and joyous. "Let us fly and leave our worries behind, if only for a while." Mounting Syrax, Rhaenyra helped Alicent settle behind her. The dragon's powerful muscles coiled beneath them, and with a mighty leap, Syrax took to the sky. The wind rushed past them, carrying with it the scent of salt from Blackwater Bay and the earthy aroma of the forests beyond. As they soared above the city, the lights of King's Landing twinkling below like stars fallen to earth, Rhaenyra and Alicent felt a sense of freedom they had not known in years. The burdens of duty and rivalry seemed to fade, replaced by the simple joy of flight. They flew high above the Red Keep, the dragon's powerful wings cutting through the air with rhythmic precision. Below the city was a patchwork of rooftops and winding streets, a tapestry of life that stretched out as far as the eye could see. Rhaenyra turned her head, her voice carrying over the rush of the wind. "Do you remember our first flight? How we felt invincible, as if we could conquer the world?" Alicent's arms tightened around Rhaenyra's waist, a laugh bubbling up from her chest. "I remember. It feels much the same now, doesn't it?" Rhaenyra smiled, the tension in her heart easing. "Yes, it does. For this moment, let us be those girls again." As the night deepened, Syrax descended gracefully back into the courtyard of the Red Keep. The two women dismounted, their hearts lighter, their bond renewed. The promise of peace and unity they had forged in the godswood lingered in the air, a beacon of hope amidst the uncertainty of the future. "We should do this more often," Alicent said, her eyes sparkling with a newfound warmth. Rhaenyra nodded, her smile genuine. "We should. The godswood will always be our haven, a place where we can find each other again." As a pair of knights passed them in the courtyard, Rhaenyra slipped back into her formal role, "Thank you, Your Grace." Alicent, slightly amused at the change, smiled softly. "You will make a fine queen, Princess," she responded. They parted ways, each returning to their respective chambers with a sense of purpose and determination. The future of the realm was still uncertain, but for the first time in years, there was hope. The bond between Rhaenyra and Alicent, once thought irreparably broken, had been mended. The throne would still be contested, but now there was a chance for a future where they and their children could live in peace. The godswood of the Red Keep stood as it always had, a silent witness to the passage of time and the unfolding of history. The heart tree, with its ancient, knowing eyes, had seen the rise and fall of kings and queens, the ebb and flow of power and ambition. And in the years to come, the promise made beneath its boughs would hold firm. Jacaerys and Helena's marriage would unite the houses of Targaryen and Hightower, forging a bond that would withstand the trials of time and tide. The story of Rhaenyra and Alicent, their journey from friends to rivals and back to allies, would become a legend, a tale told by the firesides of Westeros. It would be a story of hope and reconciliation, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always the possibility of light. And so, the godswood remained a place of peace and reflection, its leaves whispering secrets to those who would listen, its heart tree standing as a symbol of the enduring bonds of friendship. Baldur's Gate was a cacophony of life. Merchants peddling their peculiar wares, kids dashing through the streets like they'd had one too many sugar bombs, and the constant hum of city chatter. The sun was dipping low, casting a golden glow over the cobblestones and making the shadows dance like they were in a tavern brawl. The city itself was a labyrinthine sprawl of stone and mortar. Narrow alleyways twisted alongside grand avenues, where stately buildings with fancy facades rubbed shoulders with quaint homes. The wide, a bustling market square was a riot of colours and smells, with stalls offering everything from rare spices to exquisitely crafted weapons. Merchants shouted over each other in a symphony of haggling that could rival any bard's concert. Through this lively chaos strode 6 adventurers, moving with the ease of those who've shared many a perilous journey. Leading the pack was Astarion, the vampire spawn rogue, with a perpetual pout and a sharp eye for trouble. His silvery hair glinted in the fading light, giving him an ethereal, almost too perfect look that made passers-by do double takes. Next to him, Shadowheart, the half-elf cleric, with an aura of mystery, moved with the grace of a shadow slipping through the night. Her raven-black hair flowed like a dark waterfall down her back, and her watchful eyes missed nothing. Gale, the human wizard, was in the middle of a heated debate with Will, the charismatic warlock, whose good looks could charm the scales off a dragon. Gale's arcane embroidered robes swished dramatically as he gestured animatedly, while Will's confident stride and easy smile drew appreciative glances. Bringing up the rear was Lae'zel, the fierce Githyanki warrior, looking ready to slice and dice at a moment's notice. Her green skin and angular features marked her as an outsider, but her fierce demeanor commanded respect. And finally, there was Karlach, the towering tiefling barbarian, with a laugh that could light up the darkest dungeon. Her horns curved elegantly above her head, and her eyes sparkled with battle-hardened wisdom and a hint of mischief. Their latest triumph was the defeat of the vampire lord Cazador. The battle had been brutal, driven by the need to end his reign of terror. For Astarion, it was deeply personal. Cazador had been his cruel master, and this victory was a hard-won freedom from years of torment. As they walked, they passed several landmarks that defined Baldur's Gate. The majestic high hall loomed over the upper city, with its impressive stone architecture and tall spires. In stark contrast, the lower city was a warren of narrow streets and dark alleys. The Flaming Fist headquarters stood as a stern reminder of the city's law enforcement. The scent of fish and brine grew stronger as they neared the docks, where ships from distant lands unloaded their exotic cargo. Approaching the Blushing Mermaid Tavern, the familiar sight brought a collective sigh of relief. The sign above the door depicted a mermaid with flushed cheeks and a cheeky grin, swinging gently in the evening breeze. The warm glow of lanterns promised a night of rest and revelry. Oh, finally, Astarion sighed theatrically, flinging the door open. If I don't get a drink soon, I might just wither away. The interior of the tavern was cozy, with wooden beams overhead and a roaring fire in the hearth. The mouth-watering aroma of roasting meat and freshly baked bread filled the air. Maritime memorabilia, ship wheels, fishing nets, and colourful maps adorned the walls. The group found a large table at the back, away from the bar's hustle, but close enough to enjoy the ambient buzz. A rotund barkeep, with a beard like a small forest, and a smile that could warm the coldest heart, approached. Evening, folks. What can I get you tonight? Your finest ale and a platter of whatever's roasting, Karlach ordered, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. The barkeep nodded and bustled off. As they waited, the group relaxed, sharing stories of past adventures and savoring the rare moment of peace. The barkeep returned with a tray of ale and a heaping plate of roasted meat and vegetables. Heard you lot have been busy, he said, with a twinkle in his eye. Word is, you took down Cazador. Quite the feat, that. Shadowheart smiled modestly. It was a team effort. If you're looking for more excitement, the barkeep continued, lowering his voice like a storyteller around a campfire. Rumor has it there's a mind flayer hanging around the old warehouse by the docks. Nasty critters, those. Gale's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Mind flayers, you say? Fascinating. Do you have any more details? The barkeep shrugged. Not much. Just that it was seen slithering around there. Could be worth a look if you're feeling brave. Lae'zelle's eyes narrowed, her warrior instincts flaring up. Mind flayers are always trouble. We must investigate. The group exchanged eager glances. Sounds like a plan, Will said, finishing his ale. Shall we? With renewed purpose and the promise of adventure, they gathered their gear and set off, ready for whatever bizarre and dangerous twists awaited them next. The streets of Baldur's Gate grew quieter as the group made their way towards the docks. The fading light of day cast eerie shadows on the walls of buildings, giving the city an almost spectral appearance. They passed through the bustling market square of the Wide, where the last of the vendors were packing up their goods, their weary faces lit by the dim glow of lanterns. Gale and Will walked side by side, their conversation a low murmur, as they discussed the possible implications of a mind flayer in the city. Silence, you two, hissed Lae'zelle, her tone brooking no argument. As they approached the center of the docks, the air grew colder, carrying with it the salty tang of the sea. The docks were a maze of wooden piers and warehouses, their weathered planks creaking underfoot. Ships of various sizes bobbed gently in the water, their sails furled, and their masts silhouetted against the darkening sky. The old warehouse mentioned by the barkeep stood at the far end of the docks, its once sturdy structure now showing signs of neglect. The windows were dark, and the large wooden doors hung slightly ajar, creaking ominously in the wind. A sense of foreboding hung in the air, thick and oppressive. This place gives me the creeps, Karlach muttered, her eyes scanning the shadows. Keep your wits about you, Shadowheart said, her voice low and commanding. Mind flayers are cunning and dangerous. Astarion knelt down to pick the lock, then pushed open the door, revealing a dimly lit interior filled with crates and barrels. The smell of mildew and rot permeated the air, mingling with the faint scent of something metallic and unsettling. The group moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. As they ventured deeper into the warehouse, a low, guttural growl resonated from the shadows. The adventurers tensed, weapons drawn, as a figure emerged from the darkness. The Mind Flayer stood before them, its tentacled face writhing with malevolent intent. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light, and it raised a clawed hand, muttering an incantation in a language that sent shivers down their spines. Without warning, the Mind Flayer cast a spell, and the world around them seemed to shift and warp. The adventurers felt a strange sensation, as if time itself had slowed. They looked at each other in confusion, realizing that their movements were now constrained, each action deliberate and turn-based. "What in the nine hells is happening?" Karlach exclaimed, her fists clenched in frustration. "We're under some sort of temporal curse," Gale said, his mind racing to understand the spell's mechanics. "It's twisted our combat into a turn-based affair." "Great," Astarion grumbled, his eyes narrowing at the Mind Flayer and baring his teeth. "Just what we needed." "Focus," Shadowheart urged. "We need to take it down. The spell binding us should break upon its death." The battle began with Astarion's quick reflexes. He darted forward, his daggers flashing as he aimed for the Mind Flayer's vulnerable spots. His strikes were precise, but the creature's psychic defenses were formidable. He felt a cold, alien presence brush against his mind, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the fight. "Shadowheart, cover me," Astarion called, retreating as the Mind Flayer turned its attention toward him. Shadowheart nodded, her eyes glowing with divine energy, as she cast protective spell over Astarion. "Lathander, grant us your light," she intoned, her voice steady and unwavering. A barrier of shimmering light surrounded Astarion, deflecting the Mind Flayer's attacks. Gale stepped forward, his hands weaving complex patterns in the air, as he summoned arcane energies. "Stand back, everyone," he warned, his voice calm and authoritative. "This will be spectacular." With a flourish, Gale unleashed a torrent of magical missiles that streaked toward the Mind Flayer, each one exploding with a burst of radiant energy upon impact. The creature staggered, its tentacles flailing as it tried to regain its composure. Will seized the opportunity, his eldritch blasts crackling with dark energy as they struck the Mind Flayer with unerring accuracy, leaving scorch marks on its leathery skin. Lae'zel, with a battle cry that echoed through the warehouse, charged forward, her greatsword gleaming in the dim light. She swung with all her might, her blade cleaving through the air with unstoppable force. The Mind Flayer barely managed to deflect her strike, its movement sluggish from the accumulated damage. Karlach, her muscles bulging with raw power, delivered a crushing blow with her massive warhammer. The impact sent the Mind Flayer reeling, its defenses crumbling under the relentless assault. "Ha! Take that, you tentacled freak!" she roared, her laughter ringing out even in the heat of battle. Just as Karlach's hammer struck home, Lae'zel suddenly lunged forward, trying to deliver another blow. "Hey, it's still my turn," Karlak shouted, glaring at Lae'zel. "Your swing was slow. You should have hit it harder." Lae'zel retorted, her eyes blazing. In the midst of their squabble, Will stepped forward. "Can you both stop arguing? It's obviously my turn." He aimed his eldritch blast, but was jostled by the bickering warriors, causing the blast to go awry and knock over a stack of barrels instead. The barrels toppled with a loud crash, spilling their contents and sending the Mind Flayer scrambling back, temporarily disoriented by the chaos. "Great job, everyone," Astarion quipped, dodging another attack. "Maybe next we can argue it to death?" Gale shook his head, attempting another spell. "This is why I usually work alone." Despite the hiccup, the group managed to pull together. Shadowheart raised her holy symbol and prayed, casting a powerful healing spell that reinvigorated the team. Finally, with coordinated strikes and a renewed focus, they managed to take down the Mind Flayer. As it crumpled to the ground, the group paused to catch their breath. The sense of victory was short-lived, however, as they realized that the turn-based curse still held them in its grip. "It didn't work," Gale said, frustration evident in his voice. "Killing the Mind Flayer didn't lift the curse." Shadowheart, ever the voice of reason, spoke up. "Then we need to find the source, and we must learn how to work better together. This fighting amongst ourselves will be our downfall." She reached into her pouch and pulled out an amulet, a dark and ancient-looking artifact, adorned with cryptic symbols. "This is the Amulet of Lost Voices. It allows me to speak with the dead. Perhaps the Mind Flayer's spirit can give us the answers we need." The group gathered around as Shadowheart knelt beside the fallen Mind Flayer and began to chant softly. The amulet glowed with an eerie light, and the air grew cold as the spirit of the Mind Flayer was summoned forth. The ghostly figure of the Mind Flayer appeared, its eyes filled with anger and resignation. "Why have you disturbed my rest?" it hissed, its voice echoing in their minds. "We need to know how to break the curse you've placed on us," Shadowheart said firmly. "Tell us where to find the source." The spirit's eyes flickered with a strange light. "The Elder Brain," it rasped, "the leader of our hive mind. Destroy it, and the curse will be lifted." "Where can we find it?" Gale pressed, his voice urgent. The spirit let out a low, malevolent chuckle. "In the shadow-cursed lands beyond these walls, deep within the underground ruins. But beware, for it is well guarded and powerful beyond your reckoning." With that, the spirit dissipated, leaving the group in a heavy silence. "Looks like our adventure isn't over yet," Will said with a wry smile. "Let's get moving." Leaving the familiar streets of Baldur's Gate behind, the group set out towards the countryside. where the spirit had hinted the elder brain might be hiding. The road was long and winding, bordered by dense forests and rolling hills that were a stark contrast to the bustling cityscape they had left. The fresh air and open skies were a welcome change, but the weight of their mission hung heavy on their minds. The path led them to a small village nestled in a valley, surrounded by fields of golden wheat and patches of vibrant wildflowers. The village, called Green Hill, was picturesque, with quaint cottages and cobblestone streets. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, and the sound of laughter and conversation drifted on the breeze. As they entered the village, the adventurers were greeted by curious stares and friendly nods from the villagers. Children played in the streets, chasing each other with wooden swords and shouting with glee. The group made their way to the center of the village, where a large oak tree stood, its branches providing shade over a communal well. "This place is so idyllic," Karlak remarked, her eyes scanning the peaceful surroundings. "Hard to believe there's something sinister lurking nearby." "Appearances can be deceiving," Astarion said, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the village. "We should remain cautious." The group decided to explore for any clues that might help them in their quest. They split up, each taking a different part of the village. Astarion and Shadowheart headed towards the village market. The stalls were filled with an assortment of goods: Waterdavian cheese wedges, spicy pork sausages, and various other offerings. Astarion's sharp eyes caught sight of a stall selling rare herbs and potions. "These could be useful," he muttered to Shadowheart as they approached the vendor, an elderly woman with a kind smile. "Excuse me," Shadowheart said. "Have you noticed anything unusual happening around here lately? Anything that might be connected to dark magic or strange creatures?" The woman frowned, her eyes darkening. "There have been whispers, yes. Strange lights in the night, and some of our livestock have gone missing. Some say they've seen shadows moving in the old druid grove." Meanwhile, Gale and Will visited the village library, a small but well-kept building near the center of town. Inside, they were greeted by the musty smell of old books and the sight of dusty shelves filled with tomes of various sizes. Gale approached the librarian, a middle-aged man with spectacles perched on the end of his nose. "We're looking for information about local legends and any recent occurrences that might involve mind flayers or dark magic." The librarian nodded, adjusting his spectacles. "There are some old records that mention the Druid Grove. It was once a place of great power, but it fell into shadow. Here, you might find this interesting." He handed Gale a dusty tome titled Legends of Greenhill. As they pored over the book, they found references to an ancient ritual site deep within the grove, a place where powerful magic was once wielded. The descriptions matched the twisted and corrupted ruins they had been warned about. Lae'zel and Karlach took a different approach, speaking directly to the villagers. They found a group of farmers gathered near the fields, discussing the recent oddities. "We're investigating strange activities in the area," Lae'zel said, her tone direct. "Have any of you seen anything unusual?" One of the farmers, a burly man with a weathered face, nodded. "Aye, there's been strange noises coming from the grove at night, and last week I saw what looked like glowing eyes watching me from the trees. It's not safe to go there anymore." After gathering their findings, the group reconvened at the oak tree where they had first met. They shared their discoveries, each piece of information painting a clearer picture of the dangers lurking in the Druid Grove. "This ritual site mentioned in the book," Gale said, holding up the tome, "could be where the Elder Brain is hiding. It's the perfect place for powerful entities to conceal themselves." "We have to go there," Will agreed. "It's our best lead." "We should rest here for the night and head to the Druid Grove at first light," Shadowheart suggested. "We'll need our strength." The group agreed, and as the night fell, they found a quiet spot at the edge of the village to make camp. The usual process of setting up tents and laying out bedrolls quickly devolved into their typical bickering. "Are you seriously putting your tent there, Gale?" Will groaned. "You know the wind always blows smoke from the fire in that direction." Gale, with a dramatic flourish of his robes, replied, "I prefer a gentle breeze to lull me to sleep. Besides, your snoring is far worse than any smoke." Lae'zel, already frustrated, snapped, "Can you two keep it down? I'm trying to sharpen my sword in peace." As they continued to argue, each adventurer laid out their bedrolls with exaggerated distance or uncomfortable proximity to the others. Karlach plopped down near the fire, stretching out with a satisfied grin. "Just don't bite me in the middle of the night, Astarion," Karlach said with a smirk. Astarion, already reclining gracefully on his bedroll, chuckled. "Darling, if I wanted a midnight snack, I'd choose something a bit more refined than your rugged neck. Perhaps a fine vintage wine." The group laughed, the tension of the day easing slightly. Finally, with everyone in their respective spots, the group settled into a somewhat uneasy peace. The crackling of the campfire and the distant sounds of the village lulled them into sleep, despite their earlier squabbles. With the dawn of a new day, the group set out towards the Druid Grove, their hearts steeled for whatever dangers awaited them. The path led them through dense forests, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns. The air was cool and filled with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant bird calls. "Keep your eyes open," Lae'zel warned, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. We don't know what we might find. As they approached the grove, a sense of unease settled over them. The trees grew thicker and more twisted, their branches forming an almost impenetrable barrier. The ground was covered in a thick layer of leaves and underbrush, making their progress slow and arduous. "This place feels wrong," Karlak muttered, her eyes scanning the surroundings. "Like the land itself is sick." "Indeed," Gale agreed, his brow furrowed in concentration. "The magic here is tainted. We must be careful." The Druid Grove, once a place of beauty and tranquility, was now a twisted, shadowy landscape. The ancient trees, gnarled and covered in dark moss, loomed over them like silent sentinels. The atmosphere reeked of decay, and the ground was uneven and treacherous. As they ventured deeper into the grove, they encountered signs of a struggle. Broken branches, scorched earth, and the occasional discarded weapon. It was clear that they were not the first to face the dangers of this place. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught their attention, and they turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows. It was a druid, his robes tattered and his eyes wild with fear. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice trembling. "What are you doing here?" Astarion raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Well, we're just a group of wandering tourists enjoying the lovely scenery. And who might you be?" The druid's eyes narrowed before he answered. "I am Halsin, a druid of this grove, or what remains of it. The grove has been corrupted by dark forces, and we have been fighting to reclaim it." Shadowheart stepped forward, her expression serious. "Halsin, we're looking for mind flayers. We've heard they might be using this place as a hideout. Can you help us?" Halsin's eyes widened, and he nodded slowly. "Yes, I've seen them. They are hiding in the depths of the grove, using the ancient magic here to their advantage. But be warned, their leader is powerful. You must be prepared for a fierce battle." "Vlaakith's will be done," Lae'zel said, her grip tightening on her sword. "Lead the way." The group followed Halsin deeper into the grove, their senses heightened and ready for anything. The path became narrower and more treacherous, and the smell of decay intensified, mingling with the scent of damp earth and ancient wood. Dark, oppressive energy hung in the air, and the once vibrant grove now felt like a haunted ruin. "This place has seen better days," Astarion remarked, his eyes scanning the twisted landscape. As they ventured further, they began to encounter more signs of the Mind Flayer's presence. Strange symbols were carved into the bark of the trees, pulsating with a faint, eerie glow. Pools of stagnant water dotted the landscape, their surfaces shimmering with an unnatural, oily sheen. The group approached a narrow, twisting path that sloped downwards, into the entrance of the old ruins. Halsin stopped and turned to them, his expression serious. From here on, we must move with utmost caution. The mind flayers will sense any disturbance. We need to be stealthy. Astarion sighed dramatically. Hardly a challenge for a rogue, but the rest of you might struggle. What's next? Rolling dice to see if you trip over your own feet. As if on cue, they felt a strange compulsion, an echo of the turn-based curse that had been placed upon them. Each member of the group instinctively reached for a set of dice, as if governed by an unseen hand. One by one, they rolled, their fates hanging in the balance. Shadowheart went first, her dice clattering against the ground. She watched anxiously as they came to a stop. The result favorable. She moved forward silently, her steps barely disturbing the underbrush. Lae'zel rolled the dice confidently. She smirked as the result allowed her to proceed without a sound, her warrior's instincts guiding her movements. Then it was Karlach's turn. She rolled the dice, and her eyes widened in dismay as the result was less than favorable. She took a cautious step forward, but her heavy footfall landed on a brittle branch, snapping it loudly. The sound echoed through the grove, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. From the shadows, mind flayers emerged, their eyes glowing with malevolent intelligence. Leading them was a particularly imposing figure, its tentacles writhing as it regarded the intruders with cold, calculating eyes. Well, this just got interesting. Astarion laughed, his daggers at the ready. The mind flayers attacked, their psychic blasts searing through the air. The adventurers fought back with all their might, each taking turns to strike at their foes. Astarion moved with lethal grace, his daggers finding their mark with deadly precision. He darted in and out of the shadows, using his cunning action to evade attacks and strike with backstabs. Shadowheart called upon her divine powers, casting Shield of Faith to protect Karlach, and using spiritual weapon to strike from a distance. Gale unleashed a powerful fireball, incinerating several mind flayers in a brilliant explosion. His mage armor glowed faintly, protecting him from their psychic attacks. Will's eldritch blasts crackled with dark energy as he struck the mind flayers from afar. He chanted an incantation, summoning Hexblade's curse to weaken their defenses, and followed up with hellish rebuke when one of the mind flayers attacked him. Lae'zel's sword cleaved through their ranks, her battle cries echoing through the grove. She used Action Surge to strike multiple times in quick succession, each blow empowered by her unwavering determination. Karlach, undeterred by her earlier misstep, struck with her warhammer, each blow sending shockwaves through the ground. She used rage to bolster her strength and resilience. her attacks becoming a whirlwind of fury and power. Despite their coordination, the battle was fierce, and the Mind Flayer's psychic attacks took a toll on the group. They bickered and argued, their frustrations boiling over, but their bond as a team remained unbroken. "We need to find the leader," Gale shouted, deflecting a psychic blast with a hastily cast shield spell. "If we take it down, we might disrupt their control over the grove." Halsin, fighting alongside them with feral strength and druidic magic, pointed towards a shadowy figure at the edge of the clearing. "There, the Elder Brain's lieutenant. Defeat it, and the others will weaken." The group focused their attacks on the lieutenant, a towering mind flayer with an aura of palpable dread. It retaliated with a flurry of psychic assaults, forcing the adventurers to dig deep into their reserves of strength and resolve. "We can do this," Shadowheart urged, her voice cutting through the chaos. With a final, valiant effort, they struck the lieutenant down. As it fell, the remaining Mind Flayers hesitated, their connection to the hive mind disrupted. The adventurers seized the moment, driving the creatures back and securing the clearing. Breathing heavily, the group regrouped around the fallen lieutenant. The grove seemed to breathe with them, its oppressive atmosphere lifting slightly. "This is just the beginning," Halsin said, his eyes on the distant horizon. "The Elder Brain still hides deeper underground. We must press on." With the Mind Flayer's connection weakened, the adventurers pressed on into the depths of the grove. The air was thick with a cloying mist that seemed to sap their strength with each step. "The corruption is strongest here. We must be close to the Elder Brain," Shadowheart muttered, whispering a prayer to Lady Shah. Using his dark vision, Astarion spotted a narrow path winding through the maze of stone and foliage. "This looks about right," he said, his voice low. "This way." The group moved cautiously, their senses on high alert. As they navigated the winding path, they began to hear a faint, rhythmic pulsing, like the heartbeat of some immense creature. The sound grew louder with each step, drawing them inexorably forward. Finally, they emerged into a large clearing, dominated by a massive, pulsating mass of flesh and tentacles. The Elder Brain loomed before them, its grotesque form bathed in an eerie, greenish glow. Tendrils of energy radiated from it, connecting to the surrounding trees and stones, binding the grove in its dark embrace. "There it is," Gale whispered, his voice filled with awe and revulsion. "The Elder Brain. We need to be smart about this," Will said, his eyes scanning the area. "Charging in won't work. We need a plan." Astarion's sharp gaze fell on several glowing crystals embedded in the ground around the Elder Brain. Those crystals are likely amplifying its power. If we can destroy them, we might weaken it. Halsin nodded in agreement. Let's split up and take out the crystals at the same time. That way, it can't focus its defenses on all of us at once. The group carefully approached the crystals, moving with stealth and precision. Each party member targeted a different crystal, their actions synchronized and deliberate. Astarion reached the first crystal, using his perception to identify any hidden traps. He detected a magical trigger and deftly disarmed it before striking the crystal with his daggers. "Piece of cake," he muttered with a smirk. Shadowheart approached another crystal, her eyes glowing with divine power. She cast guidance on herself, bolstering her efforts as she attempted to disarm the trap. With a whispered prayer, she struck the crystal with her mace, shattering it. Gale used his arcana knowledge to analyze the magical energies surrounding the third crystal. He successfully deciphered the enchantments and disrupted the crystal's power with a well-placed spell. "That should do it," he said, dusting his hands off. Karlak worked on the fourth and final crystal, her eyes burning with determination. She used her raw strength to rip the crystal from the ground, crushing it in her hands. As the last crystal shattered, the elder brain let out a deafening psychic scream. The tendrils of energy connecting it to the grove began to flicker and fade, weakening its hold on the surrounding area. "We've done it," Halsin said, his voice filled with hope. "But it's not over yet. We need to destroy the elder brain while it's vulnerable." The elder brain thrashed and writhed, its tentacles lashing out in desperation. Halsin transformed into a massive bear, using his primal strength to tear into the elder brain's fleshy form. With a final effort, the adventurers unleashed their most powerful attacks. Lae'zel surged forward, her greatsword held high. She roared, delivering a devastating strike that cleaved through the elder brain's core. The eldritch horror let out one last agonized scream before collapsing in on itself, its dark energies dissipating into the ether. As the dust settled, the grove seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. The adventurers found themselves freed, no longer bound by the rules of sequential, turn-based actions. "At last, I fight on my terms. No more waiting like a soft skin in a queue," remarked Lae'zel, stretching her muscles with a fierce grin. Halsin, reverting to his human form, nodded gratefully. "The grove will begin to heal now, thanks to you all. You've done a great service here." Astarion sheathed his daggers with a flourish. "Well, that was quite the adventure. If I never see another tentacle again, it will be too soon." The group shared a relieved laugh. The weight of their journey momentarily lifted as the grove around them began its slow recovery. With the elder brain defeated, the oppressive atmosphere of the grove lifted, replaced by a sense of tranquility. The once twisted and corrupted landscape began to show signs of renewal. Leaves unfurled, flowers bloomed, and the air became fresh and vibrant once more. Halcyon led the group back through the grove, where the change was already palpable. Birds returned to the trees, and the sounds of nature began to fill the air. As they walked, there was a shared sense of relief and accomplishment among the adventurers. "We've done something truly remarkable here," Gale said, his voice filled with quiet pride. "Indeed," Will agreed, glancing around at the rejuvenating grove. "It's good to know we've made a difference." Karlach grinned, her eyes twinkling with warmth and excitement. "This calls for a celebration, a real one with plenty of ale." Shadowheart nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. "A moment of peace sounds wonderful." Deciding it was time to head back to Baldur's Gate, they set off on the road back to the city. The journey was filled with light-hearted banter and reflections on their recent adventure. "So what was your favorite part of almost dying back there?" Astarion quipped, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "The part where Karlach nearly flattened me with a boulder," Gale replied with a grin. "What about you, Shadowheart?" Shadowheart chuckled softly. "Watching Astarion try to be stealthy and nearly tripping was pretty entertaining." Astarion feigned offense. "I was graceful as ever. It's the vines that have no respect for personal space." As they approached the city, the towering walls of Baldur's Gate came into view. The city sprawled out before them, a bustling metropolis with a life all its own. The gatehouses were manned by vigilant guards, and the drawbridges lowered to allow a steady stream of merchants, travelers, and locals to enter and exit. Entering the city, they were greeted by the vibrant chaos of Baldur's Gate. As they descended into the lower city, the atmosphere grew denser and more colorful. The narrow streets were lined with tightly packed buildings, their stone facades worn with age. Lively taverns spilled light and laughter into the streets, while alleyways promised both hidden dangers and secret delights. The market stalls were crowded, vendors shouting their prices and wares, offering everything from fresh fish to magical trinkets. Astarion stretched, a satisfied smile on his face. "Ah, back to civilization. I can almost taste the wine already." Karlach nudged him playfully. "I think you've earned a drink or two. Just don't go overboard. We don't need another incident like last time." As they meandered through the bustling streets, taking in the familiar sights, children darted between the legs of busy shoppers, playing games and laughing. Street performers entertained passers-by with music and tricks, their hats filled with coins. The scents, sweet pastries wafted through the air, making their mouths water. "I miss this," Will said, smiling as he watched a juggler toss flaming torches into the air. "Me too," Shadowheart agreed. "It's nice to be reminded of why we fight, to protect moments like these." As they continued their leisurely walk, a messenger in the uniform of the Flaming Fist approached them. The young man, slightly out of breath, held up a hand to stop them. "Excuse me," he said. "The captain of the Flaming Fist requests your presence at headquarters immediately. There's been a murder in the lower city, and we need your help." Astarion arched an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. "A murder, you say? How delightfully intriguing. And here I thought we might get a night off." The messenger looked somewhat bewildered by Astarion's tone, but nodded earnestly. The group exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. "Looks like our celebration will have to wait," Gale said, sighing theatrically. Carla cracked her knuckles, a fierce grin spreading across her face. "Well, I was starting to miss the action already." They followed the messenger through the winding streets, the cozy warmth of the lower city giving way to a sense of growing mystery. "Any bets on who the killer is?" Astarion asked, his tone light. "I'm just hoping it's not another tentacled monstrosity," Will muttered. Shadowheart smiled, shaking her head. As they made their way to the Flaming Fist headquarters, the bond between them felt stronger than ever. Despite their differences and occasional squabbles, they had become a true team, a family of sorts, united by their adventures and the challenges they had overcome. And so, with a new mystery awaiting them, the adventurers of Baldur's Gate stepped forward, ready to face whatever came next, together. Long ago, in ancient past, Baldur's Gate stretched along the western coast of Faerun, its ancient walls acting as a symbol to both its resilience and its ever-present dangers. The city was alive, throbbing with the heartbeat of commerce and intrigue. Market cries filled the air, mingling with the scent of roasting meats and the tang of salt from the harbour. Here, cultures collided and mixed. In the shadow of the imposing grey harbour, where the city's elite paraded their wealth and power, the guild halls stood like fortresses, as the clang of metalwork and the murmur of craftsmen filled the vast spaces. Beneath this veneer, the slums of the lower city told a different tale. Its narrow cobblestone streets twisted through cramped buildings, teeming with people whose lives were marked by hardship. This was a place where every day was a struggle, but life never stopped moving. Young pickpockets darted about with nimble fingers, their sleight of hand deftly relieving artisans and unsuspecting nobles alike of their coin purses as they made their way to the guild halls and taverns. High above the bustling streets, in the solitary confinement of a weathered stone tower, Aldred, a mage of no small repute, leaned over a vast canvas. His chamber was cluttered with arcane artifacts and scrolls, the walls lined with books of ancient lore. The mage's eyes glinted with a manic energy as he applied the final stroke to his painting. A colossal dragon, its wings outstretched, casting a shadow over Baldur's Gate. Aldred's reasons were his own, a blend of vengeance and ambition. He had been shunned by the city's arcane elite, his methods deemed too radical, his experiments too dangerous. And so, the doors of the Mage's Guild Hall had been closed to him. This painting was his masterpiece, his retribution. With a whisper of power and a wave of his hand, the image shimmered, and the dragon's eyes glowed ominously. Below, the Elf Song Tavern buzzed with a different kind of energy. The inn was a haven for adventurers and misfits, all drawn by the promise of gold and glory. Here, amidst the clatter of tankards and the low hum of folk songs, sat 4 individuals, each from vastly different walks of life. Thalia, the elven ranger with an attunement to the natural world, sat alert, her exquisite elvish crafted bow resting beside her on the table, while Jorin, a human rogue, lurked in the shadows, his calculating gaze flitting about the room, fingers idly flipping a dagger with effortless skill. Beside him, Dorna, the dwarf paladin, exuded a quiet strength, her armor intricately etched with sacred symbols, and her commanding voice resonating with stories of past battles and deep devotion. Completing the quartet was Virgil, the tiefling bard, who filled the air with enchanting melodies, his fingers dancing over the strings of his lute, his adorned horns and bright eyes sparkling with excitement for the unfolding adventure. As Virgil's melody wove through the air, a shadow fell upon Baldur's Gate. A terrible roar split the sky. People screamed, scattering in terror as the dragon from Aldred's painting swooped down from above. Its scales shimmered with unnatural light, and its eyes burned with a magical fire. The 4 adventurers leapt into action, driven by bravery and the thrill of the fight. Thalia was the first through the threshold, bow in hand, her eyes scanning the darkened sky for a glimpse of the beast. "Keep your eyes up and heads down," she called over her shoulder, her voice calm yet edged with caution. Behind her, Jorin slipped a dagger from his belt, his movements fluid and practiced. As the draconic beast swooped into view, the ranger was the first to react, her arrows flying true, embedding with magical precision in the dragon's hide. Jorin, like a shadow, darted beneath the beast, seeking its vulnerabilities with a rogue's cunning. Dorna raised her hammer high, invoking the power of her deity to shield the innocent. And Virgil, meanwhile, played a powerful ballad that seemed to slow the beast, his music weaving between notes of courage to empower his allies. Together, they were a storm, and like all storms, they were unstoppable. With a final effort, Jorin sprinted and used the paladin's shield to launch himself, latching onto the dragon's back and dealing the final blow. The beast faltered, its form beginning to dissipate into swirls of magical essence. It was not flesh and blood, but a conjuration of Aldred's making, an illusion as real as any nightmare. As the illusion dissolved into the ether, the party were left standing amidst the chaos of the market square, now eerily silent. The ground was littered with the spectral remnants of the magic that conjured the beast. A shard of canvas from the painting that birthed the dragon. It lay among the cobbles, edges charred and curling, still pulsing with a soft, ominous glow that seemed to throb in time with their quickened heartbeats. Thalia, her eyes sharp as hawks, caught a peculiar shimmer wavering in the air near Aldred's tower window, like heat rising from hot stone. "Look there," she pointed, her voice low and tense. "The magic's not spent yet. There's something more at play." The group hastened through the winding streets of the city, their boots pounding against the stone as the fading light cast long shadows. Upon entering the tower, they were greeted not by Aldred, but by a suffocating silence that hung as heavy as a fog. The room was barren, save for another painting that stood ominously on an easel, a swirling vortex of dark colors that seemed to suck even the dim light out of the air around it. Jorin approached it cautiously, his hand pausing in mid-air, just before the canvas. "This is no ordinary painting," he murmured, the hair on his arms standing on end. "It's another portal." Dorna stepped forward, her face set in a grim line as she touched her amulet, whispering a prayer. "Then we know what we must do. This mage's havoc ends with us." Virgil plucked a somber note on his lute, the sound twining around them like a wind through dead leaves. Through darkness to light, we go where we must. With a collective nod, they stepped closer, each placing a hand upon the canvas. The painting rippled under their touch like water, the colors swirling faster, pulling them in. With a final glance at each other, they stepped through the portal, leaving behind the familiar sights and sounds of Baldur's Gate. The air shifted around them, cooler and denser as they emerged into the alien landscape of the Underdark. This subterranean cavernous space that lay far, far beneath the earth was strange and formidable. Stalactites and stalagmites forming the natural jagged architecture, and luminescent fungi casting an eerie, phosphorescent glow across twisted paths. Thalia, with her dark vision, led the way, her eyes adjusting to the dim light. Virgil's melodies had shifted, now echoing the somber, mysterious tunes of their surroundings. As they ventured deeper, the path became a labyrinth of narrow passages and expansive caverns. The adventurers stumbled upon ancient ruins, remnants of a long-lost drow civilization. Crumbling stone altars and statues adorned with obscure, forgotten deities told stories of power and downfall. Virgil, ever curious, plucked a few strings and sang softly, his voice uncovering hidden echoes of the past, revealing glimpses of dark rituals and fierce battles. Dorna glanced around at the shadowy, almost imperceptible figures cast by the dim bioluminescent light, and leaned closer to Thalia, her voice a low whisper tinged with awe. "Do you feel it, Thalia? The weight of centuries past, pressing down upon us like the earth above." The elf nodded, her eyes scanning the darkness ahead. "I do. It's as if every stone here is steeped in ancient stories, waiting to whisper their secrets to those who dare listen." In a particularly vast cavern, they encountered a bizarre market, a conclave of Underdark denizens trading in strange wares. Glowing stones, exotic mushrooms, and eerie trinkets. The market buzzed with the hushed tones of clandestine deals, and the occasional sharp bark of a vendor haggling with a cloaked figure. Jorin moved with practiced ease through the crowd, his eyes sharp and calculating. He deftly exchanged a set of minor enchanted rings, their glow dim next to the more exotic items on display, for tidbits of information from a gnarled old trader whose eyes flickered with hidden knowledge. Jorin's roguish charm and a few well-placed coins loosened tongues, revealing information on recent strange occurrences. There had been increased activity in a fortress not far from there, rumored to be connected to a surface mage, known for his dark experiments. Guided by the whispers and warnings from the market, the group approached a formidable fortress, its gates guarded by a mixed force of goblins and drow. The structure was carved directly into the side of a massive cavern, its spires and towers blending into the natural rock formations. Amber light spilled from arched windows and open gateways, casting a golden hue that softened the fortress's imposing stone facade. Realizing a direct assault would be impossible, the group opted for subtlety and deception. Virgil, with his usual flair, cast an illusion spell that conjured the image of a lost drow patrol, weary and hastening back to the fortress. The illusion was so convincing that the guards immediately opened the gates, their attention diverted as they rushed to assist their brethren. Meanwhile, Yorin and Thalia used this opportunity to slip through the shadows, their movements almost silent against the stone floor. They navigated the dimly lit passageways, disarming traps with skilled fingers and unlocking gates with picks that glinted in the sporadic torchlight. "Keep your eyes peeled, Thalia," Jorin murmured as he disabled a particularly nasty spike trap. "These drow are clever with their defenses." "Indeed," Thalia replied, unlocking a side door with a satisfying click. "But they haven't met anyone quite like us." Once inside, the fortress revealed its inner workings. A society where goblins and drow operated under a clearly defined, albeit tense, hierarchy. The adventurers blended into the shadows, overhearing conversations and piecing together the power dynamics at play. In a dimly lit mess hall, they caught snippets of a heated debate between a drow matron and a goblin chief. "He's not to be trifled with," hissed the drow, her voice low and urgent. "The barbarian has the mage's ear now, and that brings power. Power that we should have," the goblin retorted, slamming his fist onto the table, which drew cautious glances from around the room. From these exchanges, the group learned of the drow barbarian leader, a formidable warrior who had recently entered into a pact with Aldred, the surface mage. They found the barbarian in the heart of the fortress, in a grand hall adorned with banners, depicting the spider symbol of Lolth, the drow goddess. The confrontation was swift and fierce. Dorna charged ahead, her hammer clashing against the barbarian's greatsword. Sensing an opportunity, Thalia aimed a precise arrow at the chains holding a massive chandelier overhead. With a sharp twang, the arrow struck true, and the chandelier came crashing down. The barbarian, caught off guard, was swiftly incapacitated by its weight, but not fatally wounded. Dorna executed a swift dodge roll, narrowly escaping the sprawling debris. The battle was won, and the barbarian, defeated but honorable, revealed the nature of his dealings with Aldred. The mage had promised him power over the Underdark domains in exchange for his assistance in distracting the surface world with chaos. In his final act of defiance, he pointed them towards another painting hidden in the depths of the fortress. A portal to the ancient dwarven mines, a place of legend and dread. The painting was as described, another canvas filled with swirling dark colors that seemed to pulsate with foreboding energy. The adventurers gathered, taking a moment to tend to their wounds and prepare for the next leg of their journey. With resolve hardened by the revelations of the fortress, they stepped through the portal once more. The transition from the portal was abrupt, and a deep sense of unease settled in almost immediately. The party found themselves in the mines of Melina, a vast network of tunnels and chambers, carved from the heart of the mountains centuries ago by dwarven miners and craftsmen. These mines, once bustling with activity and the clang of pickaxes, now lay silent, a tomb for the echoes of a once great civilization. Thalia's eyes scanned the darkness, her elven vision piercing the shadows. The walls of the mines were lined with intricate carvings, depicting the dwarves' daily life and their legendary skill in battle. Glimmering veins of ores ran through the rock, untouched for ages. The air was thick with dust, and each step kicked up plumes of the past. Jorin, ever alert, noticed the subtle signs of recent passage, footprints in the dust and disturbed cobwebs. "He's been through here," he whispered, pointing them out to the group. This confirmation of Uldred's presence in this forsaken place bolstered their spirits and quickened their pace. As they ventured deeper, the architecture grew more grandiose. Statues of dwarven gods and heroes stood guard over ancient halls, their eyes set with precious stones that glittered in the torchlight. In one vast chamber, the ceiling arched high above, supported by thick stone pillars. Here, they discovered remnants of what appeared to be an ancient dwarven forge. Its anvils and hammers, sized for hands far sturdier than human. Virgil, moved by the silent beauty of it all, softly sang a dirge in the old dwarven tongue, his voice echoing off the stone, stirring spirits of the past. Dorna, who held a deep respect for her ancestral cousins, bowed her head in reverence, muttering prayers to Moradin, the dwarven god of creation. Their exploration took a sudden turn when they reached a massive chasm split deep into the earth. A stone bridge, ancient and crumbled in parts, spanned the gap. Halfway across, they saw Uldred. The mage was hurriedly setting up what appeared to be a magical device. His hands moved quickly, casting and weaving spells. The group broke into a run, but before they could reach him, Uldred spotted them. With a malicious grin, he struck the bridge with a blast of energy. The middle section exploded in a shower of rocks, leaving a gaping hole that separated them from the mage. "Clever," Jorin spat, his eyes darting around, searching for another way across. But Thalia was already pulling materials from her pack. A rope, grappling hooks. "We make our own path," she declared. Virgil and Dorna quickly aided her, securing the hooks and testing the rope. One by one, they crossed, Thalia and Jorin with agile ease, Virgil with careful balance, and Dorna with a determined grunt. Once on the other side, they rushed to where Aldred had been, only to find him gone. However, he had left behind the device, a portal generator still humming with arcane energy. Jorin, skilled in the art of thievery, carefully dismantled the device, ensuring it could not be used again. Their search through the nearby tunnels revealed a hidden chamber, its entrance cleverly concealed behind a false wall. Inside, they discovered an ancient library, a sanctum of knowledge where time seemed suspended. The air was thick with the musk of old parchment and leather, and the shelves, carved from dark, aged wood, groaned under the weight of scrolls and tomes. At the center of the room, a large, ornate bookcase dominated, its surface detailed with intricate carvings. As the group scoured the ancient library, they found themselves at a loss. They could find no exit passage or way forward. The frustration was palpable as they inspected every inch of the stone walls and the numerous shelves, finding nothing amiss. That's when Virgil, somewhat distracted by the enigmatic allure of a cryptic tome, absent-mindedly leaned against the bookcase while the others continued their search. To everyone's surprise, the bookcase creaked ominously and slowly began to swing open. Virgil stepped back, nearly dropping the book in astonishment. The group watched in awe as the seemingly solid bookcase revealed itself to be a cleverly designed secret door, opening to expose the hidden painting tucked away behind it. This painting was different. It depicted a scene of the cosmos, a vast array of stars and a swirling nebula. The stars seemed to move subtly, a clear indication that this was yet another portal. The adventurers shared a look of determination. They knew their chase was nearing its end. Stepping through the portal, they prepared themselves for the confrontation with Aldred, wherever and whenever that might be. They were catapulted into an entirely unfamiliar environment. They found themselves aboard a ship, but not one that sailed any earthly oceans. It was a mind flayer ship, navigating the astral sea. Its structure was a bizarre blend of organic growths and alien technology. The walls pulsed with a life of their own, and the air was filled with a low, ominous hum. Thalia, Jorin, Virgil, and Dorna stood for a moment, taking in the surreal surroundings. The corridors of the ship twisted and turned in unnatural angles, and the dim, otherworldly light cast eerie shadows. They could feel the malevolent intelligence all around them, watching, calculating. They moved cautiously, aware that each step took them deeper into the lair of one of the most fearsome beings in the cosmos. However, their immediate concern was finding Aldred. Thalia led the way, her ranger skills proving invaluable even in this new terrain. Virgil's songs had taken on a protective cadence designed to shield their minds from intrusion, while Dorna's faith was a bright beacon in the oppressive darkness. Their pursuit was not unnoticed. They encountered mind-controlled thralls, once various beings, now unified in their servitude to the Illithids. Fighting them off and freeing them of the Mind Flayer parasites, the party trudged on. Finally, they reached the heart of the ship, where Aldred was frantically attempting to open another portal. The mage turned as they entered, his face a mask of desperation and madness. "You don't understand. I must escape. They're coming for me," he shouted, his voice echoing strangely in the chamber, as he gestured wildly around the corners of the space. The adventurers tried to reason with him, but it was clear that Aldred was beyond reason. He had dabbled too deep, gone too far into his pursuit of the forbidden, all to destroy Baldur's Gate. But his greed and malice had captured the attention of the Mind Flayers, and he was now hunted. Aldred, desperate and afraid, unleashed a barrage of spells at them, forcing them to take cover. The battle that ensued was heated. Virgil's music soared, countering Aldred's magic with powerful dispels. Thalia's precise shots disrupted his concentration, while Jorin flanked, finding an opening to disarm the mage. Dorna, calling upon her deity's might, delivered the final blow, her hammer glowing with divine energy as it struck Aldred down. With the mage defeated, Jorin quickly worked to close the portal Aldred was opening, using the knowledge he'd gained from dismantling the device in the minds of Melina. The ship began to destabilize, and the realization that they needed to leave immediately was clear. "Wait," Virgil called out, his voice cutting through the growing chaos. "We can't just shut it down, not yet. It's our only way out." Jorin paused, processing the situation. He nodded, adjusting his approach. "Right, let's redirect it instead," he said, his hands moving skillfully over the arcane mechanisms. Using the controls Aldred had set up, Jorin managed to recalibrate the portal's destination. "I've shifted its coordinates. It should take us back to Baldur's Gate now, but we have to hurry." The adventurers quickly gathered, stepping into the shimmering portal, just as the ship's structure emitted a foreboding groan. They emerged in the familiar central square of the marketplace. The city seemed peaceful, its troubles with magical dragons and mischievous mages in stark contrast to the joyful streets they now walked. The adventurers were hailed as heroes upon their return. Tales of their bravery spread through the city, recounted in every tavern and sung by every bard, Virgil's contributions not least among them. They had saved Baldur's Gate, perhaps even the world, from a threat they could barely comprehend. As they gathered once more in the Elf Song Tavern, the group made a pact to stick together for future adventures. The tavern, with its rich, oaky scent, mingled with the aroma of dwarven ale and freshly cooked meat. It felt like a safe haven, a world away from the dark corners of the Underdark and the cold, alien decks of the Mind Flayer ship. The wooden beams of the tavern glowed with the golden hue of firelight, casting cozy shadows that danced along the walls. Laughter filled the air, blending with the lilting melodies of a lute played by a local bard, not unlike Virgil. Around them, the murmur of other patrons spun tales of their own, a backdrop of heroic feats and mystical wonders that seemed to mirror their own experiences. Dorna raised her tankard, the light catching on the intricate engravings of her armor. To us, the wanderers of worlds, the slayers of shadows, she proclaimed, her voice resonant and full of warmth. The sun was just beginning to set over the lush, rolling vineyards of Toussaint, casting a golden glow that bathed the landscape in warmth. Geralt of Rivia, the famed witcher known as the White Wolf, rode into the picturesque duchy, his silver hair shimmering in the evening light. He was greeted by the scent of ripe grapes and the distant sound of laughter from the village square, where preparations for the evening's festivities were already underway. As he approached the grand gates of Beauclair, Geralt couldn't help but smile. The vibrant, colourful buildings, the meticulous gardens, and the ever-present aroma of fine wine and delectable cuisine were a welcome change from the usual bleakness of his travels. The Duchess Anna Henrietta herself had invited him, insisting that he take a well-deserved break in her idyllic land. "Geralt, it's been too long," exclaimed Anna Henrietta, her voice filled with genuine warmth as she met him at the entrance of her palace. "Anna," Geralt nodded, his usual stoic expression softening. "Thank you for the invitation. Toussaint is as beautiful as I remember." "More beautiful, I hope," she replied with a smile. "Come, let's get you settled. I have a vineyard estate ready for you. It's the perfect place to relax." Geralt followed the Duchess through the bustling streets, past the market stalls brimming with fresh produce and intricate crafts. The locals greeted him with a mixture of awe and friendliness, a testament to the Duchess's regard for him. Finally, they arrived at a charming vineyard estate nestled in the hills. surrounded by rows upon rows of grapevines. The stone house was adorned with climbing roses and overlooked a serene valley. It was a picture of tranquility. "Make yourself at home, Geralt," Anna Henrietta said, handing him a key. "And don't worry about any monsters for a while. Just enjoy yourself." Geralt nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Anna. I think I will." As he stepped inside, the warmth of the estate enveloped him. The interior was cozy, with a roaring fireplace, plush armchairs, and shelves lined with books and vintage wine bottles. Geralt sighed in contentment, feeling the tension of his many battles begin to ease. Little did he know that even in a place as peaceful as Toussaint, adventure had a way of finding him. Geralt woke the next morning to the sound of birds chirping and the scent of freshly baked bread wafting from the kitchen. He stretched, feeling more rested than he had in months. After a leisurely breakfast, he decided to explore the vineyard. The estate was even more beautiful by daylight. The grapevines stretched out in neat rows, their leaves glistening with morning dew. As he wandered through the fields, Geralt noticed something unusual. Some of the vines were withered, their once plump grapes shriveled and dry. "What's going on here?" he muttered to himself, kneeling to examine the vines. As he did, he caught sight of a faint, glowing orb hovering just above the ground. It darted away as soon as he approached, disappearing into the dense foliage. Intrigued, Geralt decided to investigate further. That night, under the cover of darkness, he ventured back into the vineyard. As he suspected, the glowing orbs were back, flitting among the vines like fireflies. But these were no ordinary lights. "Pixies," he whispered, recognizing the mischievous creatures from past encounters. They were known to be attracted to places of magic, and it seemed an old spell had drawn them to the vineyard. "Looks like I'll have to deal with this," Geralt said to himself, a wry smile playing on his lips. Vacation or not, a witcher's work was never done. The next day, he visited the local winemaker, an elderly man named Henri, who had been tending the vineyard for decades. "Henri, I think your vineyard is under a pixie spell," Geralt explained. "Do you know of any old enchantments placed here?" Henry's eyes widened. "Ah, that must be the work of my great-grandfather. He was known to dabble in magic. Thought it would improve the wine. I had forgotten all about it." "Do you have any remedies for dealing with pixies?" Geralt asked. Henry nodded thoughtfully. "There is an old recipe, a mixture of herbs and honey. It's said to appease them, but it must be prepared with care." Henry led Geralt to a dusty, old cupboard in the corner of his wine cellar. The air was thick with the scent of aged oak and musty tomes. Henry pulled out an ancient, leather-bound book and opened it to a page filled with handwritten notes and illustrations. "This is the recipe," Henry said, pointing to the page. We'll need some lavender, honey, and a rare herb called moonwort. The moonwort is tricky to find, but it grows in the woods near the old elven ruins. Geralt nodded. I'll handle the moonwort. You gather the lavender and honey. The Witcher set out immediately, making his way to the elven ruins Henry had mentioned. The path was narrow and winding, leading through dense forest and over babbling brooks. The ruins were a hauntingly beautiful sight, with crumbling stone structures overgrown with ivy and moss. Geralt's keen senses soon led him to a patch of moonwort, its silver leaves shimmering in the dappled sunlight. As he carefully gathered the herb, he sensed he was not alone. Turning, he saw a figure watching him from the shadows. An old elf, his eyes wise and weary. "Greetings, Witcher," the elf said softly. "What brings you to these ancient grounds?" "I need moonwort to deal with a pixie problem in the vineyard," Geralt replied, showing the leaves he had collected. The elf nodded slowly. "The moonwort is a powerful herb. Use it wisely. But first, you must prove your wisdom. Answer this riddle, and the moonwort and this elixir," he said, holding up a small vial of golden liquid, "will be yours." Geralt agreed, only half annoyed. "Fine. What's the riddle?" The elf's eyes twinkled as he recited, "I have roots that reach far, but I never grow. What am I?" Geralt pondered the riddle, his mind sifting through the possible answers. After a moment, he replied, "A family tree." The elf's face broke into a smile. "Correct, Witcher. You are indeed wise. The moonwort and the elixir are yours." Geralt accepted the vial, pocketing it gently, and thanked the elf. Returning to the vineyard, Geralt found Henry waiting with the lavender and honey. Together, they prepared the mixture, adding the elven nectar as a final touch. The concoction glowed faintly, a mesmerizing blend of gold, purple, and silver. As night fell, Geralt spread the mixture around the vineyard, hoping to lure the pixies. The glowing orbs appeared again, drawn to the sweet scent. "All right, little ones," Geralt said softly, watching the pixies gather around the mixture. "Time to move on." To his relief, the pixies seemed pleased with the offering. They flitted about happily before disappearing into the night, leaving the vineyard in peace. The next morning, Geralt walked through the fields, noting the vines beginning to recover. The grapes were plump and vibrant once more, and the vineyard had regained its former glory. Henry met him at the edge of the field, a grateful smile on his face. "You've done it, Witcher. The vineyard is saved." Geralt nodded. "Just a bit of pixie trouble. Enjoy the wine, Henry." As he returned to the estate, Geralt felt a sense of satisfaction. Even on vacation, it seemed he couldn't escape the call of duty. but in a place as enchanting as Toussaint, even work felt like a kind of relaxation. The days in Toussaint passed in a serene blur of sunshine, fine wine, and leisurely strolls through the countryside. One afternoon, Geralt decided to visit the bustling city of Beauclair, known for its artistic charm and vibrant culture. The city was alive with activity, its cobbled streets filled with vendors selling colourful wares, musicians playing lively tunes, and townsfolk going about their daily tasks. One dwarf, a banker by the looks of him, bumped into Geralt and dropped his stack of papers. He grumbled an apology as he fixed his spectacles, then let out a small yelp upon realizing he was face to face with a witcher. Shortly after, Geralt made his way to an art exhibition held in the Grand Hall of the Artists' Guild, a majestic building adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant banners. Inside, the hall was a riot of colour and creativity. Paintings of serene landscapes, lively market scenes, and majestic castles lined the walls. Sculptures stood proudly on pedestals, each one telling a story of its own. The air was filled with the scent of oil paint and fresh flowers, mingling with the soft hum of conversation. Geralt wandered through the exhibition, admiring the skill and passion evident in each piece. He paused in front of a large, partially covered canvas, a note attached to it that read, "Unveiling at noon, Lucian's masterpiece." As he pondered the note, a frazzled-looking man in a paint-splattered smock approached him. "Master Witcher, you must help us," the man pleaded, his eyes wide with distress. Geralt raised an eyebrow. "Calm down. What's the problem?" "I'm Pierre, a member of the Artists' Guild," the man explained hurriedly. "Our star painter, Lucien, has gone missing. He was last seen heading into the enchanted forest for inspiration, but he hasn't returned, and we fear the worst." Geralt sighed inwardly. So much for a quiet vacation. I'll see what I can do. The enchanted forest lay just beyond the city's borders, a place of ancient magic and hidden wonders. As Geralt ventured deeper into the woods, the trees seemed to close in around him, their branches whispering secrets in the wind. The path was faint, overgrown with moss and wildflowers, and the air was heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. After a while, Geralt heard a rustling sound and turned to see a pair of eyes watching him from the underbrush. He reached for his sword, but then relaxed as a small, furry creature emerged. A talking squirrel wearing a tiny hat. "Greetings, Witcher," the squirrel said in a surprisingly deep voice. "What brings you to our forest?" "I'm looking for a man named Lucien. He's a painter from Beauclair," Geralt replied, keeping his tone respectful. In an enchanted forest, one never knew who or what one might encounter. Ah, the artist, the squirrel nodded. Follow me, but be warned, the forest is tricky, and not all its inhabitants are as friendly as I. Geralt followed the squirrel through winding paths and hidden clearings, past sparkling streams and ancient ruins covered in ivy. Along the way, he encountered a mischievous sylvan who tried to lead him astray with illusions. But Geralt's practiced patience and sharp wit saw him through. Eventually, they reached a hidden grotto, its entrance concealed by a cascading waterfall. Inside, the air was cool and fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers. And there, seated on a moss-covered rock, was Lucien, painting with a fervor that bordered on obsession. Lucien, Geralt called, stepping into the grotto. Your friends in Beauclair are worried about you. Lucien looked up, his eyes glazed with enchantment. I can't leave. This place, it's magic. I've never seen such beauty. I must capture it. Geralt approached slowly, careful not to disrupt the painter's delicate state. Lucien, your talent is immense, but you can't stay here forever. Your guild needs you. Your masterpiece is due to be unveiled today. It could ruin the entire exhibition if you aren't there. Lucien shook his head. But if I leave, I'll lose the inspiration. The beauty will fade. Geralt's expression hardened slightly. If you don't return, I'll have no choice but to reveal this location to the others. Imagine the number of curious onlookers trampling through here, disturbing your precious inspiration. The painter hesitated, then nodded slowly. Very well, but you must swear to keep this grotto hidden. I swear, Geralt said solemnly. With that, Lucien gathered his things, and they made their way back through the forest, the squirrel leading them safely to the edge. As they emerged from the woods, the sunlight seemed brighter, the colors more vivid, and Geralt could see the relief in Lucien's eyes. When they returned to Beauclair, the Artists' Guild welcomed Lucien with open arms. The painter was showered with praise and gratitude, and he promised to share his newfound inspiration with the world. As the clock struck noon, a crowd gathered in front of the large, partially covered canvas. With a dramatic flourish, Lucien unveiled his masterpiece, a breathtaking portrayal of the enchanted grotto, capturing its ethereal beauty and otherworldly charm. The audience gasped in awe, and applause filled the hall. As Geralt left the guild hall, Pierre caught up with him. Thank you, Witcher. You've saved not just Lucien, but the heart of our city. Geralt nodded, a small smile playing on his lips. Just doing my part. That night, as Geralt returned to his vineyard estate, he found a letter waiting for him. Recognizing the familiar handwriting, he opened it eagerly. It was from Ciri, his adopted daughter and a fellow Witcher. Dear Geralt, I hope this letter finds you well. I've been traveling through Skellige, and it's as wild and beautiful as ever. I wanted to check in and see how you're enjoying your vacation in Toussaint. I know you're probably finding trouble, even in paradise. Take care of yourself, old man, and remember, you've earned a bit of peace. With love, Ciri. Geralt chuckled softly, folding the letter and placing it in his pocket. Sitting on the balcony, he poured himself a glass of wine and gazed out over the moonlit vineyards. Toussaint had its share of magic and mystery, and tonight it felt especially enchanting. As he sat there, savoring the tranquility, his thoughts turned to the upcoming Festival of Lanterns. It was one of the most anticipated events in Toussaint, a time when the entire duchy came alive with music, dance, and the warm glow of countless lanterns. As the festival approached, the air was filled with excitement and a hint of mystery. However, not all the buzz was cheerful. Rumors had spread of a spectre haunting the festival grounds, casting a shadow over the preparations. Geralt, ever curious and ever ready to help, decided to investigate these claims. As evening fell, he made his way to the heart of Beauclair, where the festival was to be held. The streets were adorned with colourful lanterns, and the scent of roasted chestnuts and mulled wine filled the air. Geralt, a voice called out. It was Anna Henrietta, looking regal and radiant in her festival attire. I hear you've been busy even during your vacation. Geralt shrugged with a smile. Old habits. I heard about the spectre. Thought I'd take a look. Anna Henrietta nodded, her expression turning serious as she raised a hand to her temple. The rumors are true. Several townsfolk have seen it. A knight, they say, who failed to win his love's heart many years ago. His spirit lingers, drawn to the festival he once loved. I'll see what I can find out, Geralt promised. As night fell, Geralt made his way to the festival grounds. The sprawling field was a kaleidoscope of colours and sounds, filled with booths and stalls offering all manner of delights. Strings of lanterns in every hue imaginable hung overhead, casting a magical glow that danced across the faces of the festival goers. Children ran about with tiny, handheld lanterns, their laughter weaving with the melodies played by wandering minstrels. Geralt wandered through the crowd, his senses alert for any sign of the spectre. He passed a troupe of acrobats, performing feats of agility and strength, their movements fluid and mesmerizing. Nearby, a fire eater captivated an audience with his daring display, the flames reflecting in their wide eyes. The aroma of spiced meats and sweet pastries tempted his senses. blending with the floral notes of perfumes sold by local vendors. As he moved deeper into the festival, Geralt noticed a shadowy figure near the edge of the festivities, away from the cheerful crowd. The spectre was indeed a knight, clad in ethereal armor that shimmered in the lantern light. He moved slowly, his gaze fixed on the dancers as if yearning to join them. "Hello there," Geralt called softly, approaching the spectre with caution. "I'm Geralt of Rivia. Can you tell me why you're here?" The knight's ghostly form turned to Geralt, his eyes filled with sorrow. "I am Sir Alaric. Long ago, I sought the love of a lady who danced at this very festival. But I was too late. She chose another, and I died with my heart unfulfilled." "Is that why you haunt the festival?" Geralt asked gently. Sir Alaric nodded. "I only wish to experience the joy I missed, to dance once more, even as a spirit." Geralt considered the knight's words. "Maybe we can find a way to grant your wish. Wait here." He returned to the festival and found Anna Henrietta entertaining a group of foreign ambassadors from Nilfgaard and Temeria. He explained the knight's plight, while she listened with empathy and quickly devised a plan. "Geralt, gather some of the performers. We'll recreate the dance he missed," she said with determination. With the help of the festival organizers, Geralt gathered musicians and dancers. They chose a secluded part of the festival grounds, where the lanterns cast a gentle, magical glow. The musicians began to play a hauntingly beautiful melody, and the dancers moved gracefully in time. "Sir Alaric," Geralt called out, beckoning the spectre to join them. The ghostly knight stepped into the circle of light, his movements hesitant at first. As the music swelled, he began to dance, his spectral form gliding effortlessly among the living dancers. The sorrow in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by a peaceful, almost joyful expression. The dance continued, the living and the dead moving as one. When the final notes of the music faded, Sir Alaric stood still, a look of profound contentment on his face. "Thank you, Witcher," he said softly. "I can rest now." With those words, his form began to fade, dissolving into the night air. The lanterns seemed to glow even brighter, as if celebrating his release. The festival continued with renewed joy, the rumors of the spectre's story adding a touch of magic and mystery to the night. Geralt watched from the sidelines, a sense of accomplishment warming his heart. As the festival wound down, Anna Henrietta found Geralt again. "You've done it again, Geralt. Toussaint owes you a great debt." Geralt shook his head with a smile. "Just glad I could help." After his adventures, Geralt finally found a moment of true relaxation. he settled into a cozy nook within the vineyard estate's library, surrounded by shelves of ancient tomes and the comforting crackle of a fire in the hearth. He was in an unusually good mood. Earlier that day, he'd received a note from a raven that Yennefer was to join him soon, needing a vacation of her own. He poured himself a glass of wine prepared by Henri and reflected on his time so far in the duchy. The enchanted vineyard, the missing painter, and the haunted festival had all reminded him that even in a land as peaceful as Toussaint, adventure was never far away. And perhaps, he mused, that was just the way he liked it. As the first blush of dawn crept over the horizon, the village of Eldenwood awoke to the soft melody of morning birds and the distant clatter of a milk cart. Among the quaint rows of thatched cottages and cobbled lanes stood the Sweet Stone Bakery, whose reputation reached far beyond the humble borders of its existence. The bakery's large oak door was perpetually open, and William, the young baker, stepped out. His tousled brown hair caught the early light, casting golden highlights across his earnest hazel eyes. A smudge of flour was ever present on his cheek, a mark of his early starts and hard work. His broad shoulders were draped in a well-worn apron, also dusted with the ghost of flour, making him as much a part of the bakery as the ancient oven that warmed its heart. Inside, the bakery was a treasure trove of sensory delights. Thick wooden beams supported the low ceiling, from which hung bundles of dried herbs and garlic, their fragrances mingling with the yeasty scent of rising dough. The stone walls, seasoned by years of baking, held a residual warmth that made the air soft and welcoming. From plump loaves golden browned to perfection, to sweet buns dusted with sugar that sparkled like morning dew, each piece promised more than just taste. It promised a moment of peace. William moved through his domain with a grace that belied his sturdy frame, sliding trays into the oven with a practiced glide. The first batch of the day was always bread, round, hearty loaves that his grandfather had taught him to make. As they baked, he turned his attention to the pastries, rolling dough for croissants so light they seemed made of morning mist. Built from stones that once made up the foundation of an old castle, the oven was a testament to endurance and tradition. Its mouth glowed with fires that had not been extinguished in decades, and it radiated a heat that was as much a part of the bakery as the wood beams that supported the thatched roof. The dough sighed as it met the heat, beginning its final transformation. This was a magic William had learned under his grandfather's watchful eye. A magic rooted in the simple alchemy of flour, water, yeast, and heat. As the village stirred to life, the bakery's door swung open with increasing frequency. Each chime welcomed another familiar face, each patron greeted by William with a warm smile and often by name. "Morning, William. I'll have a loaf of the usual," called out Mr. Harrow, a portly gentleman with a booming laugh as he entered. "And how is your wife, Mr. Harrow?" William asked, handing over a loaf with a crust that crackled satisfyingly under his touch. "Still putting up with me, thanks to your excellent bread," Mr. Harrow chuckled, the sound rich and full. Among the customers was little Mia, who could barely reach the counter. She stood on tiptoe, her wide eyes scanning the day's sweets. "One of those, please, William." She pointed eagerly at a raspberry tart, her voice as delicate as a whisper. "For you, Mia, always," William smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he handed her the tart, careful to ensure her tiny fingers grasped it securely. As the morning began in earnest, William took a moment to wipe his hands on his apron and look around. The bakery, with its walls steeped in warmth and the air rich with baked goodness, was more than just a building. It was a crossroads of lives and stories, a place where the simple act of sharing bread wove deeper connections, a community sustained by more than just food. He'd inherited the shop from his beloved grandfather and had poured his soul into each recipe, blending tradition with his own innovative twists. The sun climbed higher, casting its light across the worn floorboards of the Sweetstone, and the bakery continued to fill with the village's colourful array of residents. Each person who entered through the quaint wooden door brought a different story, a different need, all met with William's skilled hands and open heart. Among the regulars this morning was Thordin, a burly dwarf with a beard like a bushel of steel wool, who had a particular fondness for William's robust rye bread. He stomped in just as the clock tower chimed 9:30, his heavy boots thudding on the stone threshold. "William, my boy, I hope there's a loaf with my name on it." Thordin's voice boomed across the room, sending a small flock of sparrows fluttering from the bakery's eaves. "Just out of the oven and still singing from the heat," William replied, handing over a dark, crusty loaf that seemed to embody the earthy essence of rye. Thordin, his beard as fiery as the oven's glow, bristled with joy as he slathered his bread with a thick layer of butter. Next came Lyril, an elf, with a grace that made her seem to glide rather than walk. Her hair shimmered with the pale glow of moonlight, even under the sun's rays, and her eyes were the deep green of forest shadows. She preferred lighter fare, and William had prepared a batch of lemon and lavender scones just for her. "William, these scones smell like a midsummer's dream," Lirel praised, her voice melodious, almost blending with the distant sounds of the village stream. "I hoped they'd remind you of the Elven Hills," William said, with a modest dip of his head, pleased with the comparison. The elf sat by the windowsill, sipping her morning tea like a sacred ritual. Her movements were slow, deliberate as she drank, eyes closing in appreciation of the blend's complexity. Her presence brought a touch of grace to the bustling space. Near the entrance, a tiefling mother named Valeria negotiated over sweet rolls for her twin children, Kyan and Sable. The twins, with horns just budding from their foreheads, giggled and danced around, their tails swishing with impatience. Valeria's eyes, one blue, one gold, watched her children with a mixture of adoration and mild exasperation. The tiefling parents, however, had requested a pastry that reminded them of home, and William had just the thing: a fiery chili cheese bread that he'd experimented with, thinking of their bold tastes. "William, you've outdone yourself. This will be perfect for tonight's dinner," exclaimed Valeria, the matriarch, her tail swishing in appreciation. Her husband, Cassius, leaned over the counter, whispering conspiratorially, "Make sure you save a loaf for the festival. It'll be a showstopper." And not to be overlooked, Gandrel, the old wizard whose robes always smelled faintly of incense, and who perpetually seemed to be muttering to himself about spells gone awry, made his selection of a flaky pastry. He claimed it helped him think, though many suspected it was just an excuse to indulge his sweet tooth. "The festival is nearly upon us, William. I hear you've got something special planned," the wizard asked, his tone both teasing and intrigued. William just winked, a mischievous glint in his eye. "You'll have to wait and see. Let's just say it'll be worth the anticipation." Their banter was interrupted by the arrival of a knight, his armor clinking softly as he moved. He was a towering figure, yet his demeanor was gentle, a giant among the villagers in both stature and heart. "Morning, William. How goes the battle in the kitchen?" he joked, a broad smile stretching across his face. "Victorious as ever, Sir Gideon. Will you be trying the new apricot tart today?" William offered, showcasing his latest creation. "As if I could resist," Sir Gideon laughed, placing a few coins on the counter and accepting the tart with a nod of thanks. As the morning waned and the rush of patrons began to ebb, William felt a surge of gratitude for the tapestry of individuals that made up his daily world. Each person, from the elf to the knight, from the dwarf to the tiefling family, enriched his life and his craft in ways both big and small. As the last customer left, and William began to clean up. He felt ready for the festival, and his thoughts turned to this year's competition. With the Festival of Breads just around the corner, the whole village of Eldenwood was alive with anticipation and excitement. Colourful banners in hues of gold, red, and blue fluttered from rooftops, and garlands of flowers and ribbons adorned every door and lamppost. The village square was being transformed into a grand stage for the event, with wooden stalls being erected and decorations hung with care. William spent the next few days in a flurry of flour, his bakery a storm center of activity. Sacks of grain lined the walls, and the oven exhaled heat like a giant beast awakening from slumber. He crafted dough with the precision of a sculptor, adding spices that dusted the air with the exotic scents of far-off lands: cinnamon, cardamom, and a hint of nutmeg. Outside, the village buzzed with preparations. Artisans from neighboring towns arrived daily, while children darted between ladders, their laughter a bright music punctuating the rhythmic hammering and sawing. Every so often, William would step outside, wiping his hands on his apron, to watch the square come alive, each stroke of decoration adding to the vibrant canvas of the festival. It was during one of these moments that he spotted Victor, his charismatic rival, supervising the setup of his own stall. Victor's tent was an extravagant display of colors, with flags bearing the emblem of his bakery waving merrily in the gentle breeze. "Saving the best colors for your bread, or just for the tent, Victor?" William called out, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. Victor turned, his face breaking into a broad grin. "William, my dear friend, a bright tent attracts the eye, but it's the sweet dough that captures the heart. Or so my customers swear. But fear not, the real magic is still brewing in the oven." Their banter was light. It was a rivalry born of respect, each baker pushing the other to greater heights through their spirited teasing. As the day wound down, the square stood ready. William's own setup was modest but inviting, with a broad counter displaying his baked goods and ample space for the new creations that would come to life the next day. As the festival's eve draped Eldenwood in a blanket of anticipation, the streets lay quiet, bathed in the soft glow of flickering lanterns. The air, cool and still, held the promise of tomorrow's festivities, almost as if the village itself was holding its breath. William, restless with excitement and nerves, decided on a late-night visit to the bakery. His footsteps echoed on the cobblestones, a solitary rhythm in the empty streets. As he approached the bakery, a faint, eerie scratching sound stopped him in his tracks. It was too deliberate, too consistent for the wind, William's heart raced. Thieves, perhaps, or something else. William pushed open the pantry door with a gentle nudge, half expecting to find a spectral figure. Instead, his eyes met the gleeful gaze of Ricket, a goblin known for his love of pies and his endless schemes. Ricket, caught in the act, was standing amidst sacks of flour, a wooden spoon in hand, a bowl filled with a glowing mixture at his feet. Ricket grinned, his sharp teeth catching the moonlight filtering through the window. "What in the world are you doing here?" William lowered the rolling pin, his initial shock turning into amusement. Ricket looked around sheepishly before responding. "Well, I was just about to improve your pies. You see, I've got this enchanted flower here." He gestured to a small pouch that sparkled slightly in the dim light. "It makes the pies regenerate. I thought if I entered the pie-eating contest tomorrow." William couldn't help but laugh, the tension of the night breaking like the crust of a well-baked loaf. Only you would think of something like this the night before the festival. "It's just, I've never won anything. And well, I thought maybe this could be my chance." Ricket's voice was unusually sincere. William shook his head, still chuckling. "Let's keep the magic out of the kitchen, Ricket. It wouldn't be fair to the others. But how about you help me bake some extra pies to train your stomach, not your sorcery? It could be fun, and maybe you can enter the contest without any magical help." Ricket's face lit up, his earlier mischief replaced with eager anticipation. "Really? I'd like that. I promise. No more enchanted flour." "All right then, it's a deal. But for now, let's clean this up and get some rest. We have a big day ahead of us," replied William with a soft smile. Together, they cleaned the pantry. William tucked the enchanted flour away on a high shelf, just in case Ricket was tempted again. By the time they were done, the first hints of dawn were painting the sky a soft blue. They stepped outside, looking at the transformed square. "Today will be a great day," William said, more to himself than to Ricket. Ricket nodded, his mischievous grin returning. "The best day," he agreed, then scampered off with a wave and his extra pies, his figure swallowed by the morning light. William watched him go, a smile playing on his lips. He turned back into the bakery, the scent of fresh dough wrapping around him like a warm embrace. Despite the night's adventures, or perhaps because of them, his spirit felt lighter. A few hours later, the village square had begun to hum with activity. Villagers draped the last of the banners and strung up strings of colourful flags that danced in the gentle morning breeze. The aroma of fresh bread soon began to waft through the air, drawing people from their homes like a siren's song. William arrived at his stall early, his arms laden with baskets of bread that smelled of hearth and home. He arranged his loaves carefully, making sure each one, infused with sunroot and moonblossom, caught the eye with their golden crusts and glistening sugared tops. His special entry, a plaited loaf enriched with the nectar of whispering vines, promised a taste as exquisite as its aroma. Across the square, Victor's stall was an explosion of colours, with streamers and large exotic feathers that matched his flamboyant personality. Around him, other bakers were doing the same, each bringing their unique styles and flavours to the festival. The square transformed into a patchwork of culinary artistry, with stalls boasting everything from rustic sourdoughs to breads infused with ingredients like dragon fruit syrup, phoenix feather yeast, and basilisk herb blends. In the center of the square, a large stage had been set up for the baking duel. Each contestant had their own station equipped with the essentials: an oven, a work table, and an assortment of utensils. The crowd gathered, the air buzzing with excitement and anticipation. William and Victor were the main attractions, and as they took their places on the stage, the announcer introduced them with grand flourish. Ladies and gentlemen, gather round for a spectacle of culinary expertise. Today, these two talented bakers will go dough to dough, each hoping to rise above the other. The secret ingredient was unveiled as honey, from the mystical golden bees of Eldenwood, known for their magical properties. Careful, William, I might just snatch up your secret recipe today, Victor shouted, winking playfully at the crowd. William, his hands a blur of motion as he worked the golden honey into his stardust flour, shot back without missing a beat. And risk having your pastry collapse like your souffle last year? He playfully retorted. His eyes, earnest and focused, as the crowd watched in rapt attention. The two bakers sparred with words and dough, their friendly banter acting as a sideshow to their serious craftsmanship. Victor crafted a spectacular bread sculpture, tinted with natural dyes to depict a scene from ancient Fey legends, while William's creation was more subtle, a spiral loaf that seemed to hold the stars within its folds, topped with a sprinkle of edible cracked honey crystals for some crunch. Each bite was a blend of sweet and savory, reflecting the complexity of nature. Judges, including the old wizard and Sir Gideon, made their rounds, their faces betraying little as they sampled the wares. William's bread, with its interplay of light and flavour, was a hit for its innovation and homage to tradition. When the moment of judgment arrived, the excitement in the air was thick. Finally, the wizard stepped forward, his voice clear and resonant, cutting through the murmurs of anticipation. "This year's winner," he announced, "is none other than William, whose bread captures the very essence of our enchanted forest." Cheers filled the square, and even Victor clapped heartily, his smile broad and genuine. "Splendidly baked, William. Today your bread indeed is the stuff of legends, fit for the table of the Fae themselves." As the festival wound down, the sense of community and shared joy was palpable. William felt a deep satisfaction, not just from the victory, but from the spirit of the festival. A celebration of craft, creativity, and camaraderie that would nourish the village long after the last crumbs were savored. The festival's echoes of cheer and applause still lingered in William's ears as he returned to his bakery, which seemed quieter now, more reflective. He set the trophy, a golden loaf statuette, on the counter, where the morning sun cast golden flecks across its surface and onto the stone walls. Leaning back, William let out a contented sigh, allowing the day's success to wash over him again. In the days following the Festival of Breads, William's victory began to draw more than just the usual villagers to his bakery. News of his enchanting, starlight-infused bread had spread far and wide, and curious visitors from neighboring villages made their way to Eldenwood, eager to taste the bread that had captured the judges' hearts. Seeing the increased interest in his bakery as an opportunity, William decided it was time to expand. Not just the physical space, but the bakery's role within the community. He envisioned a place where people could gather, share stories, and enjoy each other's company over cups of warm tea and fresh bread. As renovations began, William and a small crew worked on tearing up the old floorboards to make way for new ones. Amidst the dust and noise, William's shovel struck something hard. Crouching down, he brushed away years of dust and debris, revealing the stone edge of a well that had been long forgotten under the bakery's floor. Intrigued by the discovery, William enlisted the help of local historians, who shared that this was once a wishing well, a place where people of Eldenwood had whispered hopes and dreams, dropping handwritten notes into its depths as offerings for their wishes. Struck by inspiration, William decided to bring these wishes back to life. He carefully collected the fragile handwritten notes from the well and thought of a special way to honor these long-ago dreams. Using the enchanted flour he had hidden away from Ricket's schemes, he began baking what he called wish pastries. Each was inspired by the wishes written on the notes, crafted to symbolize and ignite the dreams they expressed. William crafted the pastries with care, infusing them with flavors that matched the wishes: lavender for love, honey for prosperity, and cinnamon for courage. As people ate their pastries, a remarkable change began to take over the village. A farmer who had wished for a good harvest found a new technique to improve his crop yield. A young woman who had longed for true love reconnected with a childhood friend, and sparks flew. An old man who wished for the courage to paint again picked up his brushes and created a masterpiece that was the talk of the town. The concept of wish pastries quickly became a favorite. William's bakery became more than a place to eat. It was where people came to feel inspired and connected to their roots. The Tiefling family, always adventurous and bold, picked pastries made with firethorn berries. These treats were said to bring prosperity and courage. Emboldened, the family started a new venture, a cart that brought spices from distant lands to Eldenwood. Thordan, the hearty dwarf, chose a dense rye bread seasoned with stone smoke salt, a symbol of strength. This bread inspired him to refurbish the old village forge, where he began crafting tools and teaching the craft to those interested in learning the old ways. The old wizard, ever enigmatic, was drawn to a pastry sprinkled with starlight sugar, wishing for deeper wisdom. He started taking on apprentices, eager to pass down his knowledge of magic and mystery to the next generation. Watching the village come alive with new dreams and ambitions, William felt deeply fulfilled. His bakery had transformed into a place where simple ingredients, mixed with a dash of magic, could really make a difference. One morning, as the bakery buzzed with the chatter of contented customers, the old wizard came in for his usual treat. He glanced around at the lively scene and nodded to William. "I think you've done well, lad," Gandrel said, as he enjoyed a cup of tea at one of the new tables in the bakery. William smiled, his eyes reflecting the flicker of candles that lit the room. "I had a lot of help, from you, from Rickett, from everyone. And from your heart. Don't forget that. It's the heart that makes the baker, not just the hands," Gandrel replied, his voice soft but clear. William, accidentally running a flower-covered hand through his thick curls, looked around at the smiling faces. He felt excited about the future. There would be more challenges, more festivals, and more loaves to bake. But most importantly, there would be more dreams to nurture. His thoughts often drifted to his grandfather, wishing he could see how the bakery had evolved. Yet, he felt his presence every day. In the warmth of the oven, in the laughter of the patrons, and in the satisfaction of a day's hard work. As we close the pages of today's heartwarming tale, nestled in the bustling yet cozy confines of the Sweet Stone Bakery, I hope you felt the warmth of the hearth and the spirited camaraderie of a community brought together by the art of baking. Tonight, let the rich aromas of freshly baked bread, infused with magical ingredients from enchanted forests, linger in your dreams. As dawn's first light crept over the rolling landscape, the charming village of Elderwood came alive, with the songs of morning birds and the distant clatter of waking villagers. At the heart of this serene town stood the Hearth and Herb Apothecary, a cozy thatched cottage that seemed as though it had sprung from the very soil it rested upon. Its walls, woven with whispers from the surrounding woods and the laughter of the stream nearby, radiated a gentle warmth. This beloved shop was a sanctuary of calm, its air rich with the mingling scents of lavender, rosemary, and an undercurrent of smoky sandalwood that hinted at ancient secrets. Each wooden shelf bowed slightly under the weight of colourful glass bottles sealed with wax, the contents shimmering in the morning light like captured fragments of rainbows. Dried herbs hung in bunches from the ceiling, their silhouettes dancing on the walls as the fire in the hearth flickered and sparked. On that brisk morning, Elsie, a bright-eyed apprentice with an eager smile, pushed open the heavy oak door for her first day. Her cheeks were flushed from the crisp morning air, and bright red curls framed a kind face, whose eyes were wide with wonder. The door thudded softly behind her, sealing off the cool outside world. Elsie's attention was immediately drawn to a plump orange cat named Thistle, its fur glowing like embers, curled up contentedly by the roaring fire. Nearby, a pot bubbled over, with a concoction that filled the air with wondrous smells, hints of cinnamon and clove, mingling with the earthy scent of fresh herbs. Standing by the counter was the comforting presence of Cedric, the master apothecary, and her new mentor. His beard, wild and untamed as the brambles outside, framed a grin that was both mischievous and welcoming. His eyes, deep and sparkling like dewdrops, held stories of the forest and the magic hidden within. "Ready to learn the craft?" Cedric asked, his voice a comforting rumble, akin to the crackling fire that danced merrily in the grate. "Aye, Master Cedric, with all my heart," Elsie replied, brimming with an eagerness that filled the quaint room with fresh hope. The first couple of hours of the morning passed by quickly, as Cedric led Elsie through the enchanting aisles of the apothecary. He introduced her to shelves lined with potions like captured starlight, explaining the virtues of each herb they passed. Lavender for calm, rose hips for vigor, and chamomile for sleep. At a sturdy oak table, stained with the echoes of countless brews, the master apothecary demonstrated the delicate art of potion making, teaching Elsie how to blend ingredients for remedies that soothed coughs and eased weary bones. The young apprentice was a quick learner, eager and inquisitive, often asking the strangest questions that brought a smile to her mentor's face. "Take great care, Elsie, for our craft has as much potential to harm as it does to heal," Cedric said, as a warm glow settled in with the noon sun. Moments later, a gentle chime rang across the room as the apothecary door was opened. Their first customer of the day was Miss Gwendolen, a regular with silvery hair and a soft, kind face. "The usual, please," she requested, as she set her weathered hands on the counter and fidgeted with an old ring on her finger. Elsie, caught in a whirl of nervous excitement, hurried to assemble the needed ingredients. She checked the large logbook and went about gathering herbs from the wall, weighing and grinding them to a fine powder. Her movements were hurried and unsteady, undoubtedly nervous. Cedric, with a chuckle rich and full like the rolling brook outside, stepped beside her to help. His large, warm hands overlaid hers, steadying them as he guided her in measuring the delicate blossoms. Lavender for calm, chamomile for sleep, and cinnamon bark for dreams, he intoned, his voice weaving through the air like an ancient melody, infusing the space with an almost tangible sense of tranquility. Miss Gwendolen watched with a patient smile, looking fondly at Thistle, the cat that still lay sleeping by the fireplace. When handed her finished potion, which clinked softly in her woven basket, she nodded her thanks and left. The door had barely whispered shut behind her when a new figure emerged from the morning mist. A mage draped in a cloak the color of midnight blue. His entrance was quiet, almost blending into the shadows. Yet his presence filled the room with a subtle charge. With a cryptic half-smile, he requested some simple herbs. Elsie, still flushed from her previous task, served him with a blend of earnest clumsiness and growing confidence. 2 counts of starlight mint and 1 bushel of river moss, as requested, sir, she said with a proud smile. The mage nodded, his expression unreadable, the air around him almost cooling with his reserve. "They will suffice," he responded, his voice carrying the chill of the morning fog outside. And with that, he departed as quietly as he'd come. Cedric watched this interaction from the corner, a puzzling look etched upon his face. But he did nothing, aside from offering Elsie an encouraging smile at accomplishing the task on her own. A quiet calm settled in as master and apprentice worked in silence, and the apothecary hummed with the joy of a morning well begun. The peace was suddenly shattered by the village jester, Finnick, who burst through the door with a theatrical flair that sent a swirl of spring leaves dancing in his wake. "Good morrow, Cedric," he exclaimed, his voice slicing through the tranquil hum of the shop, his eyes twinkling with irrepressible mischief. "Could mine voice boom as loud as thunder during my acts?" Finnick pleaded, striking a dramatic pose that belied his playful desperation. Cedric, amused and a tad exasperated, handed the task to Elsie. The young apprentice was caught in the whirlwind of the jester's energy. She scrambled among the shelves, trying to drown out his loud singing and focus on the task at hand. In her haste, she grabbed the wrong vial, mistaking the silvery liquid intended to soothe a farmer's noisy pig for the potion that would amplify the jester's voice. She handed him the vial, and he was off in a flash. Later, at the heart of the village square, the jester prepared for his performance. The square of Elderwood was a picturesque space and the heart of communal life. Cobblestone paths weaved through the center, passing by a cozy bakery whose warm, buttery aromas wafted through the air, and connecting a tiny bookshop filled with the musty scent of old pages to a blacksmith's forge where the rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil provided a steady backdrop. Each shop front was adorned with decorations of the season, garlands of marigold and green leaves, under a canopy of the setting sun, and the watchful eyes of amused villagers. Finnick began his act. "My fine friends of Elderwood, gather round. Today's tales promise to tickle your fancy and warm your hearts, just like a sip of cider on a crisp spring day." And with that, the jester took a hearty swig of the potion to begin. He cleared his throat, ready to weave his tellings of tales and humor. But no sooner than he spoke, his words unexpectedly turned into loud, uncontrollable oinks. The sudden porcine sound stopped him short, his expression wide-eyed and comically baffled for a moment, before he embraced the absurdity. The crowd, initially taken by surprise, erupted into fits of laughter. Each pig-like interruption from the jester was greeted with delighted cheers and hearty chuckles. Embracing the mishap, he bowed deeply with each oink, his movements full of pomp and playful dignity. "Well, it appears my words have taken on a life of their own today," he exclaimed, his voice merry as he joined in the laughter. At the back of the crowd, the mage, still cloaked in the enigmatic shades of the night, observed the scene with a raised eyebrow and a slowly spreading grin. The morning after the jester's unintended comedic triumph, the hearth and herb apothecary awoke to another bustling day under the soft, warm glow of dawn, filtering through its ivy-clad windows. The scents of the morning were a comforting embrace. The residual fragrance of lavender and chamomile from the previous night's concoctions still lingered, mingling with the fresh, invigorating notes of rosemary and mint. Mrs. Hattle, Elderwood's beloved matchmaker, stepped through the creaking wooden door. She walked towards the counter with a purposeful stride, her eyes twinkling with a mischievous light, inspired by the previous day's events. She was a figure of warmth, her round cheeks rosy from the brisk morning air, and her voluminous skirts swished with a hypnotic rhythm that seemed to sweep the cobwebs from the darkest corners of the room. Her laughter bounced off the walls as she navigated the cluttered aisles, her heavy basket swinging merrily from her arm. Her path took her perilously close to a stand, where the returning mage stood cloaked in his customary deep blue. His posture was stiff as he scrutinized a row of ancient, dust-coated bottles. "Careful now, dear sir, lest my basket decides to choose a potion for me," Mrs. Hattle chimed brightly, her voice echoing slightly in the cramped space. The mage, without shifting his gaze from the bottles, responded in a voice as cool as the stone floor beneath them. "Perhaps caution should guide your steps more closely, Mrs. Hattle," he remarked, his tone flat, devoid of warmth. Undeterred by his frosty demeanor, Mrs. Hattle simply beamed brighter, if that were possible. "Oh, so serious. We must find you a potion to loosen those stiff shoulders." From behind a stack of dried lavender, Cedric, with eyes as twinkling as starlight, exchanged a knowing glance with Elsie. Both suppressed their smiles, accustomed to the unflappable matchmaker's playful personality. "My dear Cedric," Mrs. Hattle called out, her voice cutting through the quiet chuckles. "A fine day to stir hearts, wouldn't you say?" Cedric brushed herb dust from his apron. "Indeed, Mrs. Hattle. How may we assist you on this lively morning?" he responded. With a conspiratorial wink, Mrs. Hattle leaned in towards the pair, lowering her voice to a theatrical whisper. "I'm in need of something special. A potion to loosen the feet and warm the hearts at tonight's village feast. We've got some stubborn singles, you see. What have you got hidden away?" she confided, eyes alight with the thrill of matchmaking mischief. Cedric looked to Elsie, and she nodded, her mind racing through their inventory. She gingerly reached for a vial, filled with a sparkling amber liquid. "This should do the trick," she said, her voice a tad uncertain as she handed over the potion. Her hand paused in the air for a split second, her mind grappling with the nagging doubt about the bottle's contents. Mrs. Hattle, peering at the label, chuckled heartily. "Oh, my dear, if this is the elixir I think it is, tonight's feast will be more spirited than expected. A potion so potent, it may even make our dear wizard here crack a smile tonight." Her laughter filled the shop, echoing warmly off the walls. The mage's only reaction was a slight narrowing of his eyes, a silent acknowledgement of the jest. Elsie, biting her lip to hold back laughter, hurriedly busied herself with a mortar and pestle. Now that would be the day. "Thank you, friends. I will see you tonight," Mrs. Hattle said, departing with a merry jingle of the doorbell. Elsie couldn't help but smile at the thought of Elderwood's most reserved villagers dancing the night away under the influence of Mrs. Hattle's meddling. As twilight wrapped its velvety cloak around Elderwood, the village square burst into an atmosphere of light and laughter. Lanterns hung from strings crisscrossing above the cobblestones, swayed gently in the evening breeze, their golden glow casting playful shadows and illuminating faces aglow with excitement. The air was warmed by the lively strains of music, a symphony of lutes, flutes, and the occasional deep thrum of a drum. Villagers, wrapped in colourful shawls and cloaks, gathered around. Tankards clinked in festive harmony, each toast a celebration of the winter's retreat and the promise of new beginnings. In the heart of this jubilant assembly, Mrs. Hattle, the undisputed mistress of mischief, navigated the crowd with the stealth of a cat. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she reached the central punch bowl. With a sly glance over her shoulder, she tipped a small vial into the mix. The liquid swirled mysteriously before settling. As the potion took effect, the square transformed into a spontaneous ballroom. The robust blacksmith, his large hands more accustomed to the forge's heat than the delicacy of dance, found himself caught in a lively jig with the petite baker. Her usual reserve melted away under the potion's influence, her laughter pealing like bells in the night air, much to the delight of the onlookers. Nearby, the librarian, a woman of stern demeanour and precise habits, found herself the unlikely partner of a cheeky shepherd boy. His youthful exuberance swept her into the dance, her protests drowned out by the rollicking tune of a nearby fiddle. As they spun, her normally tidy bun came loose, her hair cascading around her in a whirlwind that mirrored the unexpected joy in her eyes. From the edge of the crowd, a chorus of laughter erupted as the spectacle unfolded. "Look at them go," chortled an old farmer, his voice rough with mirth. "That potion stirred up more than just their feet." Mrs. Hattle, watching the chaos she had orchestrated, could barely contain her glee. Who knew our stern librarian could dance like a spring nymph? Or that our dear blacksmith had such a skip in his step? She exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. On the fringes of this joyful chaos, Elsie watched with a mixture of embarrassment and amusement. With her help, the village dance had turned into a comedy of errors. Yet the laughter it sparked was undeniably infectious. Cedric, noticing her crestfallen expression, ambled over, his beard bristling with suppressed laughter. He leaned close, his voice a warm balm over the din. "It's quite all right, Elsie. The path of learning is strewn with triumphs and missteps," he said, gesturing towards the chaos with a chuckle. Elsie nodded at Cedric, attempting to appear in better spirits than what she felt, but her mentor noticed her fallen shoulders and discouraged twinge. As the festival around them continued to swirl with vibrant life, Cedric led Elsie to a quieter corner of the square, under the gentle light of a lantern that bathed them in a soft golden glow. They found a rustic wooden bench worn smooth by time and settled into its familiar embrace. The noise of the celebration was a gentle murmur here, like the distant sound of a brook, allowing for a more intimate conversation. Cedric, ever the mentor, took a moment to collect his thoughts, his eyes reflecting the flickering light as he turned to his young apprentice. "You know, Elsie, the potion you crafted for Miss Gwendolen was truly something special," he began, his voice soft and encouraging. "It wasn't just a sleep aid. It was a vessel for her to sail back to cherished memories of her husband. Those dreams, they're a sanctuary for her." Elsie listened, her eyes wide in the dim light, absorbing every word. She remembered carefully selecting each herb, blending them with both precision and a hope that they would bring some comfort. It's more than just helping her sleep. It's about providing peace, a gentle reprieve from her grief. Cedric continued, his tone as warm as the blanket that lay folded over the back of the bench. "And your concoction did just that. She's been sleeping more soundly, dreaming of the happy times they shared. It's a beautiful gift, what you've given her." Elsie's cheeks flushed with a mix of pride and humility. "I just wanted to help her," she confessed, voice tinged with a quiet wonder. Cedric chuckled fondly. "That's the heart of a true healer, Elsie. You care, and that's where it all starts. Each herb, each potion you mix, you're weaving a bit of hope, a dash of comfort into them. And that's what makes them work. It's not just the ingredients, but the care put into them," he responded. They sat together for a moment, the festive sounds around them a comforting backdrop to their cozy corner. Elsie felt a deep, resonant joy in her chest, a sense of purpose and connection to the people around her, to Elderwood itself. "Thank you, Cedric," she finally said, her voice steady and strong. "I hope I can continue to make a difference, one potion at a time." "And so you shall," Cedric replied, nudging her playfully. "Every brew is a lesson, and tonight you've taught Elderwood the joy of imperfection." As the music crescendoed, the laughter of the villagers weaving a symphony of its own, Elsie felt a warmth spread through her. She realized that each potion she brewed, each herb she mixed, carried the potential not just for healing or hilarity, but for creating moments of pure, unscripted joy. Tonight, Elderwood pulsed with a life that was both wild and wonderfully unpredictable, and Elsie, now smiling freely, joined in the revelry. On a rain-drenched morning, following the unintended chaos of the village dance, the hearth and herb apothecary seemed a world unto itself. Outside, the rain pattered incessantly against the moss-covered roof, creating a symphony of droplets. Inside, the atmosphere was rich with the comforting crackle of the hearth. The cozy shop was aglow with the soft, flickering light of oil lamps, casting gentle shadows on the stone walls. Elsie, wrapped in a light shawl against the chill, moved about her tasks with a quiet efficiency. Cedric was similarly engaged, his brow furrowed as he sorted through a collection of dried herbs. Thistle the cat lay curled in a ball near the fire, occasionally twitching an ear at the sound of raindrops. Elsie, her hands stained from the powders she'd been sorting, paused as the door creaked open, admitting a gust of cold air, and the mage known to the villagers as Abercrombie. His presence always seemed to draw the warmth from the room. Today, his deep blue cloak was damp and heavy from the rain, clinging to his thin frame and dripping onto the worn wooden floor. His footsteps were silent, yet they resounded with a purpose that felt at odds with the shop's usual serenity. Sensing Abercrombie's unsettling presence, Thistle twitched her ears and opened one wary eye. She let out a soft, uneasy hiss and quickly slunk away, her tail low, seeking refuge under a cluttered workbench, strewn with dried gran petals and sunblooms. The mage lingered by the door until he saw Cedric disappear into the back room with an armful of herbs. Seizing the moment, Abercrombie approached Elsie with an air of urgency that seemed to slice through the cozy warmth. "I require Morbant's bane and spectral hair thread," he murmured in hushed tones, his eyes darting around the shop as if fearing unseen listeners. Elsie, puzzled by the names, hesitated. "Could you repeat that, please?" she asked, her voice nearly lost in the crackling of the fire. Abercrombie's expression tightened, his impatience palpable. Morbant's bane, spectral hair thread. Quickly now, he restated, his voice a hiss that seemed to make the air around them thinner. Feeling a chill that had little to do with the rain, Elsie nodded and retreated to the storeroom. As she rummaged through the labeled jars and bundles, her unease grew. The names sounded more like curses than cures. Cedric, emerging from the back with a concerned look, found Elsie whispering the strange names. "What are you looking for, child?" he asked, his tone gentle. When she told him, his face darkened and he straightened up. The jovial, gentle mentor that Elsie knew was replaced by a figure of stern authority as he quickly moved to the front of the shop. "These are not for those with light hearts or intentions," he said firmly to the mage, the warmth in his voice replaced by an icy resolve. Abercrombie's response was as cold, his narrow eyes reflecting a flash of annoyance. Or was it desperation? "I insist upon them," he countered, his tone sharp as flint. "And I refuse," Cedric stated with finality, his voice echoing slightly in the high-ceilinged room. "These herbs carry with them shadows and whispers, of old magics not meant to be trifled with," he declared, his stance as unyielding as oak. With an audible, frustrated huff, Abercrombie stormed out, his departure marked by a dramatic swirl of his dark cloak that stirred the air violently. The room, momentarily disturbed by his exit, soon settled back into its previous calm, and Thistle the cat cautiously emerged from her hiding place under the workbench. She sniffed the air, reassured by the absence of Abercrombie's unsettling aura, and gracefully returned to her cozy spot by the fire. Elsie, wide-eyed and more curious than ever, looked to her mentor for explanation. "What was that about?" she asked, her voice a mix of fear and fascination. Cedric's sigh was heavy, laden with the weight of unspoken stories. He looked down at his apprentice with a mixture of fondness and concern. "Some knowledge, my dear, carries a weight too heavy for simple curiosity," he replied, his eyes flickering back to the hearth, as if seeking comfort in its steady glow. "And some herbs are best left unharvested." Thus, within the rustic, cozy confines of the hearth and herb apothecary, amidst the simple magic of healing and the ordinary wonder of life, hid layers of deeper, darker magics, lessons of responsibility and restraint, taught alongside those of laughter and love. Elsie, her heart a little heavier but wiser, felt the depth of her journey in herbalism deepen, ready to tread carefully under Cedric's wise and watchful eye. As we seal the pages of tonight's journey, through the fragrant chambers and mystical concoctions of the medieval apothecary, I hope you've been transported to an era where every rustle of dried leaves and gentle bubbling of brews whispers tales of healing and magic. In the heart of the bustling village of Stonebridge, where the roads twisted like the stories of old, sat the Hearthside Inn. Its time-worn wooden sign, swinging gently in the breeze, welcomed all who sought refuge from their travels, or merely a cozy corner to while away the evening. The inn, with its thatched roof and walls encased in climbing ivy, radiated a charm that was both rustic and inviting. Inside, the glow of the hearth cast a soft golden light over rough-hewn tables and benches, worn smooth by countless visitors. The air was thick with the aroma of spiced cider and roasting meat, mingling with the tang of wood smoke and the hearty laughter of its patrons. Travelers from distant lands, local craftsmen, and curious villagers all found solace in the warm embrace of the inn, drawn by tales of its legendary hospitality and the promise of an evening filled with mirth and good cheer. On this particular night, the usual hum of the Hearthside Inn was tinged with a palpable excitement. The space was filled to the brim with eager faces, each one turned towards the center of the room, where two famed adventurers, Durin and Deimos, stood ready to recount their latest exploits. They were an unlikely pair, two brothers in arms who could bicker endlessly, while the sun set and rose, but they were inseparable all the same. The crowd, a mixture of weathered faces and bright eyes, clung to every word, their mugs of ale momentarily forgotten as they were transported to a world of daring battles and mysterious treasures. The air vibrated with anticipation, the walls themselves seeming to lean in closer, as if not to miss a single word of the thrilling tale that was about to unfold. Durin, a burly dwarf, with a beard as dark as iron ore, and Deimos, a lithe elf, whose presence was as commanding as it was graceful, sat at a table, entertaining the crowd. They were about to share the origins of their latest perilous adventure. Durin, with a flair for the dramatic, stood up and addressed the eager assembly. "Gather round, lads and lasses, for ye are about to hear how a real warrior faces a dragon." His voice, robust and echoing, commanded the attention of the room. Tankards paused mid-air, and the innkeeper himself leaned against the bar, polishing glass forgotten as he turned to listen. Durin took a hearty swig of his ale, then slammed the tankard down, splashing a bit of the frothy brew onto the wooden table. He wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve and began with a twinkle in his eye. "'Twas not but a fortnight ago, under the shadow of the Eldritch Peaks, that I encountered the beast, a dragon black as a moonless night, with eyes like coals burning red with malice. Deimos, leaning against a pillar, interjected smoothly, his voice laced with amusement. "Let's not forget how we came to learn of this dragon and its hoard, my stout friend. It was in the dusty, forgotten stacks of the great library of Eldoria, where it was I who first uncovered the legends of the Eldritch Peaks." Yes, the elf did his reading, Durin conceded with a playful roll of his eyes. But it was I who found the map, buried in a locked chest in the attic of the Grand Magistrate's old manor. Nearly lost my beard when the chest sprang open, and a cloud of ancient dust puffed out. Deimos laughed, the sound clear and melodious. Indeed, and what a sight that was. However, it was my translation of the ancient script that revealed the true location of the lair, not your brute force. The crowd chuckled along with Deimos, enjoying the friendly banter between the two. Durin grinned, his bushy eyebrows wiggling in mock indignation before continuing. Armed with the map and the elf's scribbles, we set off to the Eldritch Peaks, where the shadows stretch long and the wind whispers secrets of 1,000 years. Thus, the stage was set, and the patrons of the Hearthside Inn settled in, their imaginations alight with visions of dark peaks and dragonfire, ready to follow Durin and Deimos into the heart of their adventure. The tale began on a storm-ridden night, the kind that whispered of ancient secrets and hidden dangers. Durin had discovered an aged map under the floorboards of a derelict manor. This old house had once belonged to the mysterious Grand Magistrate, who was said to harbour a long-forgotten secret. The parchment, brittle and faded, depicted the winding paths and perilous terrain leading to the lair of a fearsome dragon known as the Blackwing. Despite the risks, the promise of adventure and treasure called to them, and so they set out, guided by the map and their own seasoned instincts. Deimos, ever the cautious one, used his magical prowess to safeguard their journey. He cast spells that illuminated their path and warded off the lesser creatures that lurked in the shadows of the Grimwood forest. The forest itself was a labyrinth of towering trees and thick underbrush that muffled their footsteps and seemed to swallow light whole. As they neared the dragon's lair, the air grew thick with the heat of smouldering embers and the heavy scent of sulphur. A sense of dread hung over the area, warning all who dared approach of the danger that lay ahead. The lair was situated beneath a craggy outcropping at the base of Eldritch Peaks. It was here that the landscape bore the scars of the dragon's fiery breath. The ground was blackened and barren, the rocks molten and reshaped. Durin, with his mighty axe at the ready, led the final approach. His heavy boots crunched on the scorched earth, each step resounding like a challenge to the beast that lurked within. Deimos, not one to be outdone, prepared his most potent spells, his hands weaving through the air, tracing patterns that glowed with a faint, otherworldly light. Inside the cavern, the dragon awaited, its massive form coiled around piles of treasure that glittered in the dim light. Its scales were like shards of night, absorbing all but the faintest glimmer of their torchlight. Durin's voice rose dramatically as he described their arrival at the lair. There, the cavern loomed before us, a gaping maw of darkness. Armed with my trusty axe, Bloodspiller, I led the way, my footsteps steady and sure. Deimos interjected with a feigned roll of his eyes. He omits that his steady and sure footsteps caused a minor landslide that nearly buried us both. But indeed, we entered the lair, and there lay the dragon, coiled like a sinister shadow, its scales glistening like wet obsidian. As Durin stepped forward, the beast stirred, its eyes opening to reveal depths of molten gold that fixed upon the intruders with disquieting focus. The battle that ensued was fierce. Durin swung his axe with the might of the mountain kings of old, each strike ringing against the dragon's scales. Deimos unleashed a torrent of magic, his spells casting brilliant light and searing heat against the darkness of the cave. The elf's voice, melodic and captivating, painted a vivid image of the ensuing chaos. As Durin bravely or foolishly charged, I prepared a spell of binding. The beast awoke with a roar that shook the mountain, spewing fire in a furious arc. Durin picked up the story, puffing out his chest. And there I was, axe swinging, ducking flames, leading and striking whenever the beast's underbelly was exposed. 'Twas a dance with death itself, and a dance you would not have survived without my enchantments, Deimos quipped, drawing more laughter. While Durin engaged the beast directly, my enchanted arrows flew, tipped with a potion to dull the dragon's senses. In the end, it was both a combination of Durin's relentless assault and Deimos's strategic conjurations that brought the dragon to its demise. The beast's final roar echoed through the cavern, a sound of defeat that shook the very stones. With the dragon vanquished, the brave adventurers turned their attention to the horde. Mountains of gold, ancient artifacts, and precious gems lay before them, a reward worthy of their courage and cunning. They collected what they could, mindful of the weight and the long journey back through the forest. Durin concluded, his voice a mix of pride and exhaustion. And so, with the beast defeated and the treasure secured, we made our way back through the forest, our packs heavy with gold, and our hearts light with victory. Deimos raised his glass high, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of their shared adventure. To journeys that bind us, to the tales that outlive us, he toasted. The crowd cheered, raising their drinks in salute. As the embers in the hearth died down to a soft glow, the latest saga of Durin and Deimos lingered in the air, a testament to the power of shared adventures and the enduring allure of a well-told tale. In a corner of this dimly lit tavern, a lone figure watched a drunken Durin and mirthful Deimos regale a crowd with their latest adventure. The traveller sat hunched over a mug of ale, his rugged face obscured by the shadows. His midnight black cloak was pulled tightly around his shoulders, blending seamlessly with the gloom around him. The man's name was Arador, and he had been travelling for many moons, with a heart heavy with the weight of his past. As his darkened grey eyes scanned the crowd, the other patrons gave him a wide berth, for the night was young and merry, and the stranger looked like trouble. Unbeknownst to them, Arador was a man of noble birth, the next heir to the throne of Lordaeron. But after a harrowing night where he uncovered his family's dark secret, Arador cast aside his old name and left behind his former life. Now he was hunted relentlessly by the Dark Riders, sent by his own family to bring him back into the fold. His tale began in the distant reaches of a neighbouring kingdom, where he had stumbled upon an ancient ruin shrouded in mystery. His discovery took place on a night much like this. As a storm raged, and the howling wind whipped through the trees, and rain pelted the earth, Arador was making his way back from a diplomatic visit with the elves, when he sought refuge from the tempest within the old ruins that bordered his family's estate, a place long abandoned since they moved into the grand castle at the heart of Lordaeron. As he approached the dilapidated manor, memories of his childhood flooded back to him. Memories of laughter echoing through the halls, of his mother's gentle touch, and his father's stern yet loving gaze. But even as a child, there had always lingered a sense of unease, a feeling that there were secrets buried beneath the moss-covered stones. That night, sleep eluded him, and he felt compelled to explore. Perhaps, he mused, he could uncover a forgotten memento to present to his mother, the Queen. A token of simpler times to kindle a spark of joy within her heart. Arador wandered around the old house, the light from his lantern casting elongated shadows upon the cracked and weathered stones, distorting the shapes of the relics that lay scattered about. With each step he took, the floorboards creaked beneath his weight, as if protesting the intrusion into their long-held silence. Cobwebs draped like funeral shrouds across the faded tapestries that adorned the walls, and the musty scent of decay hung heavy in the air, mingling with the dampness seeping in from the storm outside. As his hand brushed against the aged tapestry in his mother's old chambers, he felt a strange resonance and glimpsed a slight shimmer. He tugged at the fabric, revealing a concealed alcove that had been hidden from sight for generations behind the illusion. Within the alcove lay an old chest, its wooden frame worn from years of neglect. Arador pried open the lid, revealing a treasure trove of forgotten heirlooms. Each item seemed to hold a story of its own, a whisper from the past echoing through the corridors of time. But nestled amongst the artifacts, his gaze fell upon something far more precious: his mother's journal. As he flipped through the pages, the delicate scent of aged parchment filled the air. Penned in the Queen's delicate script were cryptic messages and veiled words, detailing ancient rituals and practices that had long been deemed as heretical. As he read on, Arador learned that beneath these ruins lay a hidden chamber, where a pact was forged in blood, an agreement with beings of another world in return for untold power passed down his family's lineage. Tucking the book into his pack, he ventured down the secret labyrinth spoken of in the journal. Runes danced across the walls, and dark, faceless whispers assailed his mind. After what seemed like an eternity, he reached the heart of the maze, a grand chamber lit by white, ghostly flames. Inscribed upon the floor were old, faded markings that told of a mass sacrifice. Arador's family had offered up the citizens of Lordaeron to the dark elves of the Feywilds in exchange for dominion over the kingdom. The realization dawned on him that his annual diplomatic visits to the elves were a part of this ritual, a show of continued good faith between the family and their dark masters. In horror, he ran back to the surface and rode his horse as far as he could, away from the grisly scene. Now, as he sat in the tavern, he could sense the presence of his pursuers drawing near. Arador knew that he could not outrun them forever, but for now, he sought refuge in the sanctuary of the tavern. The patrons whispered in hushed tones, casting wary glances in his direction. They could sense the danger that lurked around him, but they dared not speak of it aloud. But even as fear gnawed at his heart, Arador remained resolute. Looking around him, he saw a joyous people, travelers of all kinds sharing laughter and a hearty meal. He was charmed by their love of mere existence, and resolved to start a life anew here at Stonebridge. With a steely confidence, he drained the last of his ale and rose from his seat, ready to face whatever darkness awaited him outside and return as a free man. After the tales had wound down and the final echoes of applause faded into the cozy warmth of the Hearthside Inn, the atmosphere buzzed with contented murmurs and the clinking of tankards. The firelight flickered across the walls, casting dancing shadows that seemed to keep the stories alive just a little longer. Amidst this comfortable camaraderie, one particularly merry visitor, his cheeks flushed with laughter and ale, staggered up to the bar, where the innkeep, a stout man with a kindly face and a white apron, was tidying up. The visitor, a boisterous fellow with a thick beard and a voice that carried over the din, banged his tankard down on the wooden counter. He called out for the innkeep, his voice slurring slightly. "This ale, it's like nectar from the gods themselves. What's in it? What's the secret?" His loud inquiry drew a few shushes from the nearby tables, but his enthusiasm was infectious, and soon other patrons were nodding and raising their glasses in agreement. The innkeeper, wiping his hands on his stained apron, leaned forward with a twinkle in his eye, ready to weave yet another tale into the night. "Well now, you're tasting a bit of history with each sip," he began, drawing the crowd in. "This ale comes from an old family recipe, given to my grandfather by a group of dwarves as a token of their gratitude." The murmurs of interest grew louder. Everyone at the Hearthside Inn knew that when dwarves were involved, the story was bound to be good. Many years back, my grandfather offered shelter and his own bit of cunning to a band of dwarves who were up against a nasty horde of goblins, the innkeeper continued. The crowd leaned closer, the earlier tales of dragons and elves making way for something a bit different. These goblins had been terrorizing the countryside, looting and causing chaos. Nasty bit of work they were. He paused for effect, scanning the room as he picked up a clean glass and began polishing it, his movements slow and deliberate. Now, my grandfather was no warrior, but he was clever, with a sharp mind. He helped those dwarves set traps and come up with a plan to lure the goblins into a narrow pass, where their numbers would count for nothing. The patrons, now thoroughly engaged, nodded appreciatively. The thrill of strategy and battle was a fine substitute for brute strength in their tales. The plan was a roaring success, the innkeeper said, setting down the glass with a satisfied clink. And as a token of their gratitude, those dwarves shared their secret recipe for this very ale. They told my grandfather that it was brewed with hops from their hidden groves and water from their deepest mountain springs, mixed with a few secret herbs known only to their kin. A round of cheers and applause broke out in the inn. and several patrons called for another pint of the legendary brew and clapped the innkeep on the back, praising the exceptional taste. The story of the ale's origins seemed to deepen its flavour, adding a touch of magic to each sip as the night wore on. The visitor who had sparked this tale beamed, his initial curiosity now blooming into full-blown delight. "Pour us another round, then," he called out, his voice still loud but brimming with a hearty cheer. As the innkeeper obliged, filling tankards with the storied ale, the magic of the evening deepened. Here in the Hearthside Inn, surrounded by the glow of the fire and the richness of tales, passed down through generations, the patrons found themselves part of a living tradition, reveling not just in ale, but in stories of cunning, courage, and camaraderie that transcended the ages. Silverbrook was a quaint medieval village, nestled in a verdant valley, somewhere deep in the heart of the kingdom of Lordaeron. The cobblestone streets wound through clusters of timber-framed houses, each adorned with flowering window boxes and ivy-clad walls. The scent of fresh sweets from the bakery hung perpetually in the air, and the sound of laughter was ever present. From the children playing by the brook that gave the village its name. It was a picturesque place, full of charm and tranquility. But for one young woman, it was a place of unending monotony. Amelia, a woman of 25 summers, had lived in Silverbrook her entire life. She had grown up on tales of daring knights, cunning thieves, and mysterious lands far beyond the village's borders. Her small cottage, nestled at the edge of the village, was filled with maps, old trinkets, and books. So many books, in fact, that they overflowed from shelves onto tables and chairs. Her curiosity and love of adventure had landed her in trouble more than once with the other villagers. The villagers, though kind and welcoming, led lives that revolved around the same daily routines, tending to their gardens, mending their homes, and gathering at the village square for the weekly market. Amelia, however, dreamt of the distant lands described in her books, of grand adventures, of battles waged on Dragonback, and ancient treasures that lay hidden. One memorable occasion involved a dragon hunt she organized for the village children. Amelia had crafted an elaborate tale of a dragon living in the nearby Whispering Woods. With her knack for storytelling, she convinced the children that they could find the dragon's treasure if they followed her lead. Armed with wooden swords and homemade shields, the children tromped through the forest, their shouts and laughter echoing through the trees. The villagers were not amused when the children returned, covered in mud, carrying armfuls of sticks and leaves as dragon treasure. The baker, whose son had been particularly enthusiastic, shook his head with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Amelia, "You have to stop filling their heads with such nonsense," he chided gently, though he couldn't completely hide his smile. "I just wanted to give them a bit of adventure," Amelia replied, her eyes lighting up. "Isn't it better than the same old routine?" The baker sighed, knowing there was no stopping her when she had her mind set on something. "Just try not to cause too much trouble, all right?" Each week, Amelia would go on a trip to the nearby town of Stonebridge. The path was a scenic one, winding through the dense, whispering woods, where the trees seemed to tell secrets to those who passed beneath their ancient boughs. The journey took an hour on foot, and Amelia relished every moment of it, often stopping to collect interesting stones or wildflowers to add to her collection. She would pretend she'd found a relic of an ancient, lost civilization, or perhaps a magical flower to brew a potion with. Stonebridge was a bustling market town, much larger and livelier than Silverbrook. The town was built around a grand stone bridge that spanned a wide, swift-flowing river. The bridge was an architectural marvel, with intricately carved railings and sturdy pillars that had stood the test of time. Market stalls lined the streets, offering everything from fresh produce and handmade crafts to exotic spices and silks brought by traders from distant kingdoms. The heart of Stonebridge was its grand marketplace, a vibrant and noisy square, filled with the cries of vendors, the clatter of horse-drawn carts, and the chatter of townsfolk haggling over prices. The rich aroma of ale brewing in open-air taverns carried on the wind, and bards often played lively tunes, adding to the festive atmosphere. Nestled in a rather quiet corner of this bustling town was the Bookworm's Hoard, a cozy bookshop that had become Amelia's sanctuary. The shop was housed in an old stone building with leaded glass windows and a wooden sign depicting a dragon curled around a stack of books. Inside, the shop was a labyrinth of narrow aisles, lined from floor to ceiling with books of all kinds. The warm, musty smell of aged paper and leather permeated the space, and Amelia loved that scent. This place was akin to a portal, somewhere she could escape the mundane and go on adventures of her own. The shop's owner, Mr. Thaddeus, was a kindly old man. He had a bushy white beard and twinkling blue eyes that seemed to hold 1,000 stories. He greeted Amelia warmly every time she visited, often recommending books that he thought she would enjoy. Today, as Amelia stepped through the door, the familiar tinkle of the bell announced her arrival. "Why, it's none other than Amelia, right on time," Thaddeus called from behind a stack of books, his head peeking around the corner. Amelia replied with a smile and a curtsy. "Anything new and exciting for me today?" "Always," he said with a grin. "Feel free to explore. You never know what you might find." Amelia wandered through the aisles, running her fingers along the spines of the books. She was always on the lookout for something different, something that would transport her to new worlds and ignite her imagination. Today, as she reached the back of the shop, she noticed a section she had never bothered to explore before. The shelves here were older, dustier, and filled with books that seemed to have been forgotten over time. The books were mainly about territories in Lordaeron and accounts of the political shifts in power over time. They were not particularly gripping topics, at least not to Amelia. Today, however, one book in particular caught her eye. Its cover was a deep, rich blue that shimmered slightly, as if covered in a thin layer of frost. Intricate silver runes decorated its spine. It seemed out of place among the more mundane titles surrounding it. Intrigued, Amelia pulled the book from the shelf. As she did, she felt a slight tremor beneath her feet. To her astonishment, a section of the bookcase swung open, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. What? What is this? She whispered to herself, her heart pounding with excitement. With a deep breath, she inched down onto the first stone step. The passageway was lit by sparse, barely flickering torches. The air grew cooler and more still the deeper she went. At the bottom of the staircase, she found herself in a vast underground chamber that took her breath away. The room was a magnificent library, filled with towering bookshelves that stretched up to a vaulted ceiling. The shelves were crammed with ancient tomes, their spines cracked and faded with age. Dust motes danced in the air, casting an ethereal glow over the scene. The walls were lined with stone carvings depicting mythical creatures and fantastical landscapes, and a large, ornate chandelier hung from the ceiling, its candles casting a warm, golden light. Amelia's eyes widened as she took in the sight before her. She felt like she had stepped into one of the stories she so loved. As she walked between the bookcases, she stopped to examine almost every tome. There seemed to be no pattern or sense to the placement of the books. She found one about ancient draconic pastry recipes, and right next to it, a book about the eldritch horrors of the deep world. In the center of the room stood a massive oak table covered in stacks of books, scrolls, and strange artifacts. Amelia approached it, her curiosity piqued. She carefully examined the items, noting the intricate details and the sense of history that clung to them. Among the treasures on the table was a particularly intriguing book. It had a golden sheen to the cover and was remarkably heavy for its size. She picked it up and settled in a plush armchair. With the crackles from the candles above as her only companion, she began to read. The story was called The Goblin's Gold, and the world around her seemed to dissolve with every page. The tale began in the heart of Fairhaven, a town known for its prosperity and the general good-naturedness of its people. The markets and guild halls were busy as ever. Vendors shouted their wares, noble men and women conversed about all manner of things, and the artisans mastered their crafts. At the center of this town stood the Silver Sword Tavern, a favorite gathering place for adventurers and travelers. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere was warm and welcoming. The wooden tables and benches, polished by years of use, were scattered across the stone floor, each telling stories of past gatherings. The walls were adorned with tapestries of legends and shelves laden with curious artifacts and old books. It was here that the two unlikely companions first met. Arator was a paladin, his noble bearing and gleaming armor immediately setting him apart from the rough and tumble crowd. His chiseled jaw and piercing grey eyes gave him an air of authority, and his reputation as a champion of justice preceded him wherever he went. He sat at a corner table, nursing a tankard of ale and scanning the room with a vigilant gaze. Across the room, Van Cleef, a notorious thief with a mischievous grin and quick hands, was busy charming a group of merchants out of their coin. His dark hair fell into his eyes, and his lithe frame moved with the grace of a cat. Van Cleef's roguish charm and silver tongue had earned him both friends and enemies in equal measure. Their paths crossed when a heated argument broke out between Van Cleef and a burly merchant who had finally caught on to the thief's tricks. The merchant's roar of anger drew the attention of the entire tavern. "You're a cheat. You've been swindling us," the merchant bellowed, lunging at Van Cleef. Arator, ever the protector of the presumed innocent, intervened swiftly. "Enough. There will be no brawling in this establishment," he commanded, stepping between the two men and placing a firm hand on the merchant's chest. Van Cleef flashed a grateful smile at Arator, using the moment to slip a few extra coins into his own pocket, unnoticed. "Thank you, my noble friend," he said, bowing mockingly. "I assure you it was all a misunderstanding." Arator frowned, sensing the thief's deceit, but choosing to address the immediate issue first. "Take your grievances elsewhere," he told the merchant. "Fairhaven is a place of peace." Grumbling, the merchant backed down, and the crowd dispersed. Van Cleef sidled up to Arator, his grin widening. "You know, I think this could be the beginning of a beautiful partnership." Arator raised an eyebrow. "I doubt we have much in common, rogue." "Ah, but we both love adventure, don't we? And I happen to know of one that could use a man of your talents." Intrigued despite himself, Arator listened as Van Cleef outlined the problem. A cunning goblin named Grimlock had stolen a storied treasure from the town's vault, and the townsfolk were desperate to retrieve it. "We could split the reward 50-50, Van Cleef suggested innocently, throwing his feet up on the table and twirling a gold coin between his fingers. "Justice is its own reward," Arator replied sternly. "But very well, I'll accompany you. Someone has to make sure this mission is carried out honorably." The next morning, they set out on their journey. Van Cleef had done some investigation through the night and had bribed a goblin beggar in the slums to learn of where Grimlock's lair might be. The path took them through Silverpine Woods, a dense forest known for the fearsome worgen that stalked its trails. The two companions moved cautiously, aware that the goblin might have set traps to deter any pursuers. Despite their differences, they quickly found themselves working well together. Van Cleef's sharp eyes and quick reflexes saved them from more than one hidden snare. At one point, they narrowly avoided a pitfall that would have sent them tumbling into a nest of vipers. The rogue grabbed the paladin's golden white cloak, holding him back from falling headfirst. "Nice catch," Arator admitted grudgingly. Van Cleef smirked. "You see, you might need me after all." Their banter continued as they pressed deeper into the forest. They encountered more traps, hidden snares, poison-tipped darts, and even an illusionary bridge that nearly sent them plummeting into a ravine. Each challenge tested their skills and their ability to work together. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, they heard a low growl. Arator's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. "We're not alone," he whispered. From the underbrush emerged a worgen, its yellow eyes glowing with a menacing desire. The creature was a terrifying blend of wolf and man. Its fur matted and its fangs bared. It snarled, muscles rippling as it prepared to attack. "Back away slowly," Van Cleef advised, his voice barely more than a whisper. But the worgen sprang forward, faster than either of them anticipated. Arator met its charge with his sword, steel clashing against claw. Van Cleef circled around, looking for an opening. The worgen was relentless, its strength pushing Arator back step by step. "Anytime you want to help, Van Cleef," Arator grunted, straining against the creature's might. The rogue leapt onto the worgen's back, his daggers flashing in the twilight. The creature howled in pain and rage, twisting violently to shake him off. In the chaos, Arator seized the moment to drive his sword into the worgen's side. The beast collapsed, its growls fading to whimpers. Van Cleef jumped clear, landing lightly on his feet. "Well, that was exhilarating," he said, breathing hard but grinning as he wiped the bloodied daggers on his leather boots. Arator sheathed his sword, his expression serious. "We need to move quickly. There could be more." One evening, as they camped by a clear river, Van Cleef tried to lighten the mood. He began to tell a story about a particularly daring heist he had pulled off in a nearby city. Arator listened, his expression a mixture of disapproval and reluctant enjoyment. "You find this amusing?" Arator asked, shaking his head. "I find life amusing, my noble friend. You should try it sometime." Van Cleef replied with a wink, patting the paladin's head as he headed to ready his bedroll for the night. As they climbed higher into the Silvercrag Mountains, the terrain grew more rugged and the air was crisp and cold. They followed the trail of goblin tracks through the fresh earth that led them deeper into the mountain depths. The path was narrow and treacherous, and they had to be careful not to lose their footing on the loose rocks. At dusk, they spotted the entrance to Grimlock's lair. It was a cave, hidden behind a waterfall, its entrance obscured by a flowing curtain of water. The sound of the rushing water was deafening, and the air was damp and chilly. Van Cleef went ahead, putting his perception skills to use to scout the entrance. He returned with a plan. "Look," The entryway is guarded by traps, he explained. But I think I can disarm them. We're going to need to be quick, and more importantly, quiet. Think you can manage that? Arator rolled his eyes and unclipped the heaviest pieces of his armor, leaving them aside in an effort to make as little sound as possible. One by one, they slipped behind the waterfall and into the cave. The walls were slick with moisture, and the sound of dripping water occasionally broke the silence. They moved cautiously, Van Cleef leading the way and disarming traps as they went. Finally, they reached the heart of the lair. Peering from the shadows, they saw Grimlock. The goblin was perched atop a mound of gold and jewels, counting his spoils with gleeful abandon. Around him, a few goblin goons and maids scurried about, taking orders and serving him all manner of delights. Grimlock's cackles echoed through the cavern as he tossed gold coins into the air, letting them rain down like a glittering shower. Arator and Van Cleef watched intently. "There's the chest," Arator whispered, pointing to a small, ornate box that they recognized as the stolen treasure from Fairhaven. "Grab it, and we'll get out of here quietly." Van Cleef nodded, but his eyes were drawn to a particularly large ruby resting atop the pile. Greed overtook caution, as was common with his roguish nature, and he slipped silently towards the gem instead. Just as his fingers closed around the ruby, a clumsy goblin maid tripped over his outstretched foot, peeking from behind a towering pile of gold, sending a cascade of coins and goblets clattering to the ground. Grimlock's head snapped up, his eyes narrowing. "Intruders," he shrieked. "Get them." Chaos erupted as Grimlock and his goons set upon them. Arator's sword flashed in the torchlight, his entire being glowing with the divine light as he invoked Shield of Faith and deflected an oncoming goblin's attack. Van Cleef darted through the fray, his daggers moving with blinding speed. Using Shadow Step, he began disappearing into the shadows and reappearing behind the goblins, slicing through them in a swift dance. Grimlock hurled spells of his own, dark magic crackling in the air. Arator countered by calling forth beams of radiant light to dispel the goblin's curses. He cast Smite, his sword blazing as he brought it down upon Grimlock. Van Cleef, ever the opportunist, seized the moment to snatch the ornate chest, while Arator held Grimlock's attention. He then turned his focus to the remaining goons, using his agility to outmaneuver them, dodging and weaving through their ranks. The fight raged on, each side gaining and losing ground. But Arator and Van Cleef's teamwork began to tip the scales. With a final, powerful blow, the paladin's sword cleaved through Grimlock's defenses, sending the goblin tumbling from his throne of gold. With Grimlock bound and the treasure reclaimed, the two companions made their way back to Fairhaven. As they walked, Van Cleef couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of jewels he had taken from the chest. "Here," Van Cleef said, handing them over to Arator. "These belong to Fairhaven." Arator looked at the jewels, surprised but pleased. He accepted them with a nod of approval. "That was honorable of you, thief. You're not half bad." With that, Arator reached into his own pouch and pulled out a few extra coins he had kept from the goblin's ill-gained riches. He tossed them to Van Cleef. "And these are for you." Van Cleef caught the coins, his eyes widening in surprise. "And you're not as uptight as I thought, Paladin." They had each learned something valuable from the other, and had become the unlikeliest but best of friends, bound by the journey they had shared. As they returned the chest to the grateful townsfolk, the people of Fairhaven celebrated their heroes. The duo returned to the tavern where they'd met, shared a few mugs of ale, and toasted to the many adventures yet to come. Amelia leaned back in the plush armchair, smiling as she closed The Goblin's Gold. The tale of Arator and Van Cleef's quest had filled her with a sense longing for her own adventures. She imagined transforming her village into a place where magic and mystery were part of everyday life. She wished to wake up in the morning, grab her sword resting against the bedframe, and set off on a quest to slay a greedy goblin. But the closest she had ever come to such an ordeal was the day she'd helped fend off the rats from the local baker's storage rooms. Determined to find more inspiration, Amelia decided to keep exploring the ancient library. She rose from her chair, the echoes of Arator and Van Cleef's camaraderie still fresh in her mind. As she wandered through the labyrinthine aisles, her eyes caught sight of a book lying on the floor. She approached it with the intention of placing it back on a shelf. The book's cover was an ominous black with silver lettering that read, "The Shadow over Hollowbrook." As she bent down to pick it up, shadowy tendrils seemed to emanate from the book's spine, tickling at her hands. Amelia gasped, pulling her arm back instinctively. But her curiosity overcame her fear, and she reached out again, this time more deliberately. The tendrils seemed to welcome her touch, wrapping around her fingers gently. With a deep breath, she opened the book, ready to be transported into another world. The story spoke of a remote village, known in the realm as Hollowbrook. It was a place of ill repute, surrounded by dark, foreboding forests and swamps where unspeakable creatures dwelled. It had recently been plagued by unexplained disappearances, and the villagers spoke in hushed tones about shadows that haunted their nights. Sylvanus, a dark elf mage with a dubious past, arrived in Hollowbrook on a foggy morning. Her skin was a periwinkle purple, contrasting sharply with her silver hair that flowed like liquid moonlight. Her eyes were a piercing shade of violet and seemed to peer into the very souls of those she encountered. She wore a cloak of deep midnight blue, which she now pulled tighter around her shoulders. As she approached Hollowbrook, Sylvanus checked her map, its edges worn and tattered from years of use. She dismounted her horse, a sleek black stallion named Shadowmere, and tied its reins to a nearby tree. The chill in the air was palpable, and the mist clung to her cloak like a shroud. She glanced down at a silver brooch pinned to her cloak. a keepsake from her younger sister, who had vanished years ago around these very parts. Sylvanus had never given up hope, and she was determined to uncover the truth and bring her sister home, if possible. As Sylvanus entered the village, she felt the weight of the villagers' gazes upon her. Their eyes followed her every move, with suspicion and fear, and they whispered among themselves, retreating into their homes as she passed by. An outsider, and a dark elf at that, as if we needed more trouble, spat one woman at her, before shutting her balcony window with a slam. The village itself was a somber place. The houses were old and weathered, their roofs sagging and walls covered in ivy. The streets were narrow and winding, filled with an eerie silence, broken only by the occasional creak of a door or the distant howls of unseen creatures. Sylvanus made her way to the village inn, a dilapidated building with a sign that creaked ominously in the wind. The wooden door groaned in protest as she pushed it open, revealing a dimly lit interior. Shadows loomed on the walls, cast by sputtering candles that seemed to struggle against the encroaching darkness. The innkeeper, a haggard woman with deep-set eyes and a face etched with worry, emerged from behind the counter. Her gaze was sharp and weary, as if she had seen too much in her years. "Welcome to Hollowbrook," the innkeeper said, her voice barely above a hoarse whisper. "What brings you to our troubled village?" Sylvana set her travel pack down gently and met the innkeeper's gaze. She chose her words carefully, aware of the unease that hung in the air. "Well, I'm looking for answers. My sister disappeared near Hollowbrook some years ago, and I need to know what happened to her." The innkeeper's expression darkened, and she glanced around nervously before leaning closer. "Best be careful now, stranger. The shadows here have a way of swallowing people whole." With that, she handed Sylvanus a tarnished brass key. "Room's upstairs, third on the left." Sylvanus nodded her thanks and ascended the narrow staircase. Each step creaked under her weight, the sound echoing through the silent inn. The walls were adorned with faded tapestries, depicting strange scenes of long-forgotten histories and an otherworldly-looking landscape. At the top of the stairs, she turned left and found her room. The door was old and heavy, the keyhole rusted from years of disuse. She inserted the key and turned it, the lock clicking open with a reluctant groan. As the door swung inward, revealing a small, cozy room, the scent of old wood and wax filled her nostrils. A single window overlooked the misty village below, its glass fogged from the chill outside. The bed, though modest, was covered with a thick quilt that looked invitingly warm. A small fireplace in the corner held the remnants of a previous fire, and a stack of neatly cut logs stood nearby. A wooden desk and chair sat against one wall, beside a wardrobe that had seen better days. Sylvanus set her bag down and lit a few candles, taking a moment to absorb the room's atmosphere. It was both eerie and comforting, a strange blend of haunted history and quiet refuge. The wind howled softly outside, and the faint sound of whispering voices seemed to seep through the walls, reminding her of the task ahead. She spread out her belongings on the desk. Various tomes, artifacts, and herbs she always kept handy. Gently, she placed her sister's brooch down and settled in for a well-deserved rest after weeks of travel. As she lay in bed, Sylvanus heard the whispers again. Soft, sibilant voices that seemed to come from the very walls of the inn, weaving through her dreams and filling her with a sense of unease. She woke several times, each time feeling the cold gaze of the shadows upon her. The next day, her investigation began. She spoke with the villagers, though most were reluctant to share anything. Some did not even grace her with a reaction. They simply walked away, muttering prayers. The few who did speak were haunted, their eyes reflecting the fear that had taken root in Hollowbrook. She pieced together fragments of stories and rumors, learning that the disappearances had begun shortly after the arrival of a strange artifact, a stone tablet or idol of sorts, inscribed with runes, found in the forest by a group of woodcutters. But none knew where it was now, or if they did, would not tell her. As she wandered through the village, her thoughts were interrupted by a flicker of movement in a nearby alleyway. Her keen elf senses missed nothing. Sylvanus turned to see a tattered pamphlet fluttering on the wall, held by a rusty nail. The symbols on the pamphlet were strange, twisted shapes that seemed to writhe and pulse with a life of their own. She felt a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, and instinctively she reached out, her fingers tracing the symbols. A faint residue of magic lingered on the parchment. Sylvanus closed her eyes and whispered an incantation, her fingers glowing with a soft blue light. It was a tracking spell to locate the source of echoes of magic. She frowned and looked around warily. This was dark sorcery, not native to this world or any she knew of. The magic traced a path through the air like a ghostly thread, leading her towards an old, worn-down church on the edge of the village. The church was a crumbling relic, now cloaked in ivy and decay. The stained glass windows were dark and broken, and the heavy wooden doors hung askew on their hinges. An unsettling aura surrounded the building, as if the mere presence of it was defiling the land. Sylvanus pushed open the creaking door and stepped inside. The smell of dust and damp stone enveloped her, and the faint moonlight that filtered through the cracks was barely enough to light up her path. She moved cautiously down the central aisle, using her dark vision to scan the hidden corners and alcoves. At the far end of the church, behind the altar, she found a strange rune etched into the stone wall. The symbols on the rune matched those on the pamphlet. Sylvanus extended her hand, chanting softly, trying to recreate the enchantment. Her fingers glowed with an ancient magic, and the rune began to pulse in response. The stone wall shimmered and then dissolved, revealing a dark passageway that descended into the earth. Summoning a globe of light to float beside her, Sylvanus stepped into the passageway. A distant, rhythmic sound grew louder and louder with each step. It was like shadows playing music. if such a thing were possible. A frantic sound. At the bottom of the stairs, she entered a large, dimly lit chamber. Crimson torches cast elongated shadows, and the air was suffocating with the acrid scent of burning incense. In the center of the room, a group of robed figures knelt before a grotesque idol, their chants rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. The idol was a nightmarish figure, with tentacles and eyes that seemed to follow her every move. Sylvanus could not truly comprehend the sight before her. She had faced danger before, legions of undead, dark necromancers, and even the vampires of the shaded castles. But this unsettled her unlike anything else. She scanned the robed figures, and her heart skipped a beat as she recognized a familiar face. It was her sister. Her eyes glazed over and in a trance. This gave Sylvanus an idea. Realizing that she could not make it past all the cultists and destroy the idol herself, she decided to use her sister. Sylvanus reached into her cloak and pulled out the silver brooch, her sister's keepsake. Holding it tightly, she whispered a simple incantation, imbuing it with a clarity spell. The brooch was encased in a gentle yellow shimmer. Using her magic, Sylvanus levitated the brooch towards the congregation. It floated through the air, unnoticed by the entranced cultists, and gently landed in her sister's lap. Her sister, upon receiving the brooch, looked confused for a moment. Then, realization spread across her face as the trance was broken. She glanced up at Sylvanus and gave her a subtle nod. Keeping up the act of a hypnotized cultist, the sister carefully made her way through the group, moving slowly and deliberately to avoid drawing attention. She kept her head down, repeating the strange words they all chanted. She approached the altar, pretending to kneel and raise her hands aloft. With a swift motion, she grabbed and shattered the idol, the pieces falling to the ground in a cloud of dust and dark energy. The cultists cried out as the spell was broken, their chants turning to cries of confusion and fear. They looked about frantically, their eyes losing the trance-like glaze as they slowly regained their senses. The villagers, under the thrall of the old deity, were now free. Sylvanus rushed to her sister, who hugged her. "Is it really you?" she whispered. "It's me," Sylvanus replied, tightening her embrace. "You're safe now." With the darkness lifted from Hollowbrook, the village slowly began to recover. The once fearful villagers became more welcoming, their eyes filled with hope rather than suspicion. The streets, once silent and foreboding, bustled with life and laughter once more. Loved ones were reunited, and the church was restored to its former glory. Sylvanus and her sister returned home, and their days were filled with joy and respite amongst the elves. But on nights when even the brightest moons could not pierce the darkness of the trees, Sylvanus often found herself thinking of the strange idol and the incomprehensible nature of its being. Amelia's heart raced as she closed the book. She couldn't imagine such evil overtaking her own village. For once, she felt perhaps a little glad that not much went on in Silverbrook. No cults or dark magic, just Old Man Withers and his creepy house, she muttered, relieved. Amelia knew the hour was getting late, and she would have to return soon, before her mother and father worried. Just one more story, she told herself, checking a stacked pile that looked promising. The book she chose was quite a strange-looking one. It had a rather glossy sheen to it, and did not seem nearly as old as the others. A Tale of Two Times, she said aloud, turning to the first page as she began to read. In the heart of the city of Stormvale lived a young boy named Vincent. With a mop of unruly brown hair, freckles sprinkled across his cheeks, and a constant twinkle of mischief in his green eyes. Vincent was well known among the townsfolk for his wild imagination, a knack for spinning the most outlandish tales. Every morning, as the city awakened to the sounds of vendors setting up their stalls and blacksmiths hammering away at their forges, Vincent could be found darting through the alleyways, concocting new stories to entertain, or sometimes bewilder his friends and family. "Did you hear? Vincent said he saw a dragon in the forest yesterday," whispered Thomas, the baker's apprentice, to his friend, as they arranged fresh loaves of bread on the display. "A dragon, really? Last week, he claimed he found a hidden treasure beneath the town square," replied his friend, rolling his eyes in amusement. Despite the laughter his tales often inspired, Vincent's parents grew increasingly worried. His mother, a gentle woman with a warm smile and calloused hands from years of weaving, often sighed as she stirred the evening stew. "Our boy needs to learn some responsibility," she remarked one day, glancing at her husband with concern. "His tales are getting out of hand." His father, a stern but fair blacksmith with arms like tree trunks, nodded in agreement. "We need to do something before he ends up in real trouble," he replied, setting down his hammer and wiping the sweat from his brow. After much deliberation, they decided to pledge Vincent to an apprenticeship with the local wizard, hoping that the structured learning and scholarly pursuits would ground their son's fanciful nature. The wizard, an elderly man with a long silver beard and intelligent, twinkling eyes, lived in a tall tower at the edge of Stormvale. Master Arian was known for his wisdom and powerful magic, and he had a reputation for taking in apprentices with great potential. When Vincent's parents brought him to the wizard's tower, Vincent could hardly contain his excitement. His parents, however, were more nervous than excited. "Master Arian," Vincent's mother began hesitantly, "we hope you can help our son. He has a wild imagination, and we fear it might get him into trouble one day." The wizard looked skeptically at Vincent, who was looking around the entryway with wide eyes. "Let's see what we can do," he said, nodding thoughtfully. "Come, boy, magic waits for no one." And so, Vincent's days as an apprentice began. The days in Master Arian's tower started early, with the first light of dawn breaking over the spires of Stormvale. He would wake to the gentle chiming of the tower's magical clock, a beautiful contraption of brass gears and enchanted crystals. After a quick breakfast of bread and cheese, he would begin his morning chores. The first task of the day was always sweeping the tower's many rooms. The tower, filled with ancient books, magical artifacts, and mysterious potions, seemed to collect dust at an alarming rate. Vincent would carefully dust the shelves and sweep the floors, all the while sneaking glances at the fascinating objects around him. Next, he would be sent on errands to fetch ingredients for Master Arian's potions. This often took him into the bustling markets of the city, where he would navigate the crowded streets with a list of strange and exotic items. Dragon scales, phoenix feathers, and rare herbs that only grew in the darkest parts of the forest. "Make sure to get the freshest mandrake root, Vincent," Master Arian would remind him as he handed over the list. "And don't be fooled by imitations." Vincent enjoyed these trips to the market, not only for the sense of adventure, but also for the opportunity to spin new tales for his friends. "I saw a griffin today, perched on the highest tower of the castle," he would exclaim, his eyes wide with excitement. Its feathers glimmered like gold. But his friends, used to his wild stories, would often just laugh and shake their heads. Despite the hard work and the long hours, Vincent found himself increasingly fascinated by the arcane knowledge he was exposed to. He would listen intently as Master Arian explained the properties of different magical ingredients and the theories behind powerful spells. One crisp autumn morning, as Vincent was busy sweeping the tower's library, the silence was suddenly interrupted by a frantic knocking at the tower door. Master Arian, who had been poring over a particularly ancient tome, looked up with a frown. "What could be so urgent at this hour?" he muttered, rising from his seat and heading to the door. At the door stood a young helper from the apothecary, panting and red-faced. "Master Arian, you must come quickly. There's been a terrible mistake at the apothecary. Someone bought the wrong potion and turned themselves into a sheep." Master Arian's eyes widened in alarm. "A sheep, you say? Very well, I will come at once. Stay here and continue with your tasks, Vincent," Master Arian instructed as he hurried out the door. "I shall return as soon as I can." In the flurry of activity, the wizard grabbed his staff and hat, but, in his haste, forgot to lock the door to his study. Vincent noticed this, but said nothing, his heart racing. As the door closed behind his master, Vincent found himself alone in the tower. He glanced around, his gaze inevitably drawn to the now unlocked study door. His parents' voices echoed in his mind, reminding him of the importance of responsibility. But his curiosity was far too strong to resist. With a deep breath, Vincent approached the study door and pushed it open. The room beyond was everything he had imagined and more. Master Arian's study was a treasure trove of magical wonders. Shelves lined the walls, filled with ancient tomes bound in leather and inscribed with mysterious runes. Strange artifacts glowed softly in the dim light, and an ornate desk in the center of the room was covered in scrolls, quills, and various alchemical instruments. On one shelf, he found a small crystal orb that pulsed with a soft, pink light. He picked it up, feeling a strange warmth emanate from within. "What secrets do you hold?" he whispered to the orb, his voice barely audible. As he continued to explore, Vincent's gaze fell upon a massive tome lying open on the desk. The pages were filled with elegant, flowing script and intricate illustrations of magical symbols. Intrigued, Vincent leaned closer, reading the words aloud under his breath. Verbis arcane ad venimus mundum alterum. As the last word left his lips, the room began to spin. Vincent felt a strange sensation, as if he were being pulled through a tunnel of light. He tried to cry out, but no sound came. The world around him dissolved into a blur of colors and shapes, and he felt himself falling. When Vincent opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a strange, hard surface. The air was filled with unfamiliar sounds. A constant hum and the occasional roar of something powerful and mechanical. He sat up slowly, rubbing his head, and looked around in bewilderment. He was no longer in Master Arian's study. Instead, he found himself in the middle of a bustling city, unlike anything he had ever seen. Tall buildings, made of glass and steel, reached toward the sky, and strange, horseless carriages sped by on wide paved roads. People dressed in peculiar clothing hurried past, staring at small, glowing rectangles in their hands. "What kind of magic is this?" Vincent muttered to himself, standing up and brushing off his tunic. "Where am I?" He wandered through the city, marveling at the wonders around him. He passed by a large window displaying strange, colorful garments. "The tailors here must be very skilled," he mused, though he found the styles quite odd. His stomach growled, reminding him that he hadn't eaten since breakfast. He followed his nose to a nearby establishment with a sign that had a green mermaid on it. Curious, he pushed open the glass-crafted door and stepped inside. The interior was warm and filled with a rich, earthy aroma. People sat at small tables, sipping from peculiar cups and moving their fingers deftly on those same glowing rectangles. Vincent approached the counter, looking around in wonder. "This is the strangest tavern I've ever seen," he whispered. A friendly young woman greeted him with a smile. "Hi there. What can I get for you today?" Vincent blinked, trying to make sense of the unfamiliar words. Do you have any ale or mead?" The barista chuckled. "We don't serve alcohol here, but we have a great selection of coffee and tea. How about a hot chocolate?" Vincent nodded hesitantly. "I'll try that concoction, thank you." As he waited for his drink, Vincent couldn't help but notice the strange devices everyone seemed to be using. He watched as a young boy about his age spoke into one of them, saying, "Hey Siri, what's the weather like today?" Vincent's eyes widened. Is that some kind of enchanted mirror? He wondered aloud. When his drink arrived, Vincent took a cautious sip and sighed in delight. "This is delicious," he exclaimed. "What is this potion made from?" The barista smiled, albeit looking extremely confused. It's just hot chocolate. Glad you like it. Vincent found an empty seat and sat down, still marveling at the wonders around him. He knew he had to find a way back to Master Arian's tower, but he had no idea where to start. He approached a nearby girl who was typing furiously on her phone. "Excuse me," he said politely. "I need to send a message to my master. Do you have any parchment I could use?" The girl looked up, confused. "Parchment? You mean paper? Why don't you just send a text?" Vincent frowned. "A text? Is it some kind of spell?" The girl giggled and handed him her phone. "Here, use this. Just type what you want to say and hit send." Vincent stared at the device in bewilderment. "A strange tablet," he muttered, pressing random buttons. "How does this work?" Seeing his confusion, the girl took the phone back and quickly typed a message for him. "There, all done. Do you need to call your dad or something?" Vincent shook his head. "No, I need to contact my master. The wizard. He'll know how to bring me back." The girl raised an eyebrow but didn't press further. "Good luck with that," she said, returning to her own messages. Vincent spent the rest of the day wandering the city, amazed and bewildered by the strange sights and sounds. He saw people riding in carriages without horses, lights that glowed without flames, and devices that played music without any bards. As the day wore on, Vincent found himself in a quieter part of the city. He noticed a small dwelling with a sign that glowed brightly in the evening light. People were coming and going, and it seemed to be a place where travelers could rest. Hesitantly, he approached the entrance. Inside, the inn was modest but inviting, with a few chairs and a desk where an older man sat, reading a parchment-like object, flipping through the pages. The man looked up as Vincent entered, his eyes narrowing slightly at the sight of the disheveled boy. "Can I help you, kid?" the man asked, his voice gruff but not unkind. Vincent swallowed nervously. I need a place to stay for the night, but I haven't much coin to pay you." The man raised an eyebrow. "No money, huh? Well, this ain't a charity." Vincent thought quickly. He remembered the simple magic tricks Master Arian had taught him. Basic sleight of hand and a few harmless illusions. He took a deep breath and said, "I can perform a trick for you, a magic trick." The man's skeptical look softened into one of mild curiosity. "Magic, right. All right, kid, show me what you got. If you impress me, maybe we can work something out." Vincent reached into his tunic and pulled out a small coin, one of the few he had left from Stormvale. Holding it up, he began to weave his hands in intricate patterns, muttering a few words under his breath. The coin seemed to vanish from his hand, only to reappear behind the man's ear. The man's eyes widened in surprise. "Not bad, kid, but that's just a trick. Got anything else?" Vincent smiled, gaining confidence. He reached out and picked up a nearby piece of parchment-like material. With a few more muttered words, and a flourish of his hands. The material folded itself into the shape of a tiny bird and began to flutter around the room. The man watched in astonishment as the paper bird circled his head and then gently landed on the desk in front of him. "Well, I'll be damned," the man said, shaking his head in disbelief. "You really do know some magic. You can stay for the night, free of charge. But no more tricks, okay? I don't want my other guests thinking this place is haunted." Vincent smiled gratefully. "Thank you, sir. I promise. No more tricks." The man handed Vincent a small rectangular object with strange lines and symbols on it. "This is your key. Your room is down the hall. Get some rest, kid. You look like you need it." Vincent entered the small, cozy room, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. The bed was simple but comfortable, and there was a window that looked out onto the city streets. He sat on the edge of the bed, reflecting on the day's events. This strange world was so different from Stormvale, and he felt both amazed and overwhelmed by the wonders he had seen. As he lay down to sleep, he couldn't help but think about Master Arian and his friends back home. He wondered if they were worried about him and how he might find a way back. For now, though, he needed rest. He closed his eyes, and despite the strangeness of his surroundings, he quickly fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Meanwhile, back in Stormvale, Master Arian returned to his tower, exhausted from the day's events. The potion mishap had taken longer to resolve than he had anticipated. As he stepped inside, he immediately sensed something was amiss. "Vincent," he called out. But there was no response. His eyes fell upon the open study door, and a chill ran down his spine. Rushing inside, he saw the tome lying open on the desk, the pages glowing faintly with residual magic. "Oh no," Master Arian muttered, quickly realizing what had happened. He had been careless, and now his young apprentice was lost in another world. With a sense of urgency, he began to cast a series of spells, searching for Vincent's magical signature. It didn't take long for him to locate it, though the connection was faint and distant. The wizard focused all his energy on reversing the spell. The room filled with a bright light as he chanted the incantation, his voice echoing with power. Vincent woke the next morning, feeling more rested. He thanked the innkeeper for his kindness and set out once again to explore the city, hoping to find more clues about how to return home. But as he stepped outside, he felt a strange sensation, as if he were being pulled by an invisible force. He stumbled, clutching his head. "What's happening?" he gasped, looking around in confusion. Before he could react, the world around him began to blur and fade. He felt himself being lifted off the ground, spinning through a tunnel of light. The last thing he saw was the bewildered face of the innkeeper watching him disappear. When Vincent opened his eyes again, he was back in the study, lying on the floor. The wizard stood over him, a look of immense relief on his face. "Thank the heavens you're safe," Master Arian exclaimed, helping him to his feet. Vincent blinked, trying to process what had just happened. Master Arian, I was in a strange land with towering buildings and magical carriages. It was incredible. The wizard smiled gently. I know, my boy. You accidentally transported yourself to a different realm. But you're back now, safe and sound. The next day, Vincent was back to his usual routine in the tower. But he couldn't stop thinking about his incredible adventure. He eagerly recounted his experience to his parents and friends, his eyes shining with excitement. I was in a place called Downtown, where carriages moved without horses and people spoke into enchanted tablets. He exclaimed to his friends in the marketplace. But his friends just laughed and shook their heads. Here he goes again, Thomas said, chuckling. But it's true, Vincent insisted. I saw it with my own eyes. His parents exchanged amused glances. You have quite the imagination, darling, his mother said, ruffling his hair affectionately. But remember, sometimes it's best to keep your feet on the ground. Despite their disbelief, Vincent knew what he had experienced was real. He felt a newfound sense of wonder and curiosity about the world, and a deeper respect for the power of magic. Master Arian, sensing his apprentice's changed demeanor, smiled knowingly. You see, Vincent, he said one evening as they sat by the fire. The world is full of wonders, both seen and unseen. It is our duty as scholars and mages to explore them with an open mind and a careful heart. Vincent nodded, understanding the wisdom in his master's words. He still loved to tell stories, but now he knew there was a time for tales and a time for truth. And so, Vincent continued his apprenticeship, more determined than ever to learn and grow. Though no one believed his fantastic adventure, he carried the memory with him always. A reminder of the magic and mystery that lay just beyond the ordinary. Amelia closed the book with a warm smile. She laughed to herself, wondering if anyone in the village would believe her when she tells them she'd stumbled upon an ancient, hidden library. She let out a satisfied sigh, looking at the room around her. She knew she'd be back to read all the stories and uncover all the secrets this wonderful place hid. But for now, she had to head home, as all adventurers must. She returned each book carefully to where she'd found them, and began the climb back to the bookshop proper. Had fun today, my dear? Mr. Thaddeus asked her with a knowing wink. Amelia chuckled and exited the bookshop. She made her way home, remembering to pick up the herbs from market that her mother needed. The village of Elderwood slept under a blanket of early morning mist. The first light of dawn just beginning to touch the rooftops with a golden hue. The hearth and herb apothecary stood quietly at the heart of the village, a cozy haven of warmth and wisdom. Inside, the air was rich with the scent of dried herbs, alchemical potions, and the faint, comforting aroma of wood smoke from the ever-present hearth. Elsie, the bright-eyed apprentice, stood before her mentor, Cedric, in the hearth and herb apothecary. The early morning light filtered through the mullioned windows, casting a warm glow over the shelves lined with jars and vials. Thistle, the plump orange cat, lounged lazily on the counter, her tail flicking occasionally. Cedric looked at Elsie with a mixture of pride and seriousness. "Are you ready for your first task? This will require precision and patience. These trials are part of your final series of tests to become a full-fledged apothecary." "I am, Master Cedric. I won't let you down," Elsie replied, her voice steady with determination, but her eyes sparkling with excitement. Cedric handed her a worn, leather-bound book, the pages filled with detailed recipes and notes. "Your first task is to brew a basic healing potion. Follow the instructions carefully." Elsie nodded, taking the book and turning to the indicated page. The recipe listed various herbs and ingredients, each with precise measurements. She moved to the shelves, her fingers brushing against jars labeled with elegant, flowing script. The apothecary's cozy interior felt even more welcoming as she gathered the necessary components, the soft light enhancing the room's warmth. As she worked, Cedric watched closely, offering gentle guidance. "Remember, Elsie, the key to a good potion is not just the ingredients, but the intention and care you put into it." She carefully measured out the herbs, adding them to the simmering pot one by one. The room filled with a soothing aroma, a blend of lavender, golden seed, and chamomile. Elsie stirred the mixture with a steady hand, her brow furrowed in concentration. Thistle, ever curious, padded over to sniff at the bubbling pot, her whiskers twitching. "Shoo, Thistle, this is serious business," Elsie said with a giggle, gently nudging her away. Cedric chuckled. "She's merely ensuring your work is up to par. Perhaps she's our unofficial overseer." After a while, the potion began to take on a soft, golden glow. Elsie smiled, a sense of accomplishment warming her heart. "I think it's ready, Master Cedric." Cedric examined the potion, his eyes twinkling with approval. "Well done, Elsie. You've made a fine healing potion. Now, for your next task." He turned the page to reveal a recipe for a luck potion. This one is a bit more complex. It requires a precise balance of ingredients and a steady hand, Cedric warned. Elsie's eyes widened with excitement. She began gathering the ingredients once more, this time with even greater care. The luck potion required a rare herb called starflower, which Cedric handed to her with a knowing smile. "This herb is delicate. Handle it gently." Elsie nodded, her hands steady as she began to count and measure the starflower petals. Just as she was about to complete her count, the bell above the apothecary door chimed, signaling a customer. "Excuse me, miss, but could you help me find some netherbloom?" a villager asked, looking around the cozy shop with interest. Elsie smiled politely and assisted the customer, then returned to her work. She began counting the petals again, but before she could finish, the bell chimed once more. "Sorry to bother you, but do you have any wild sage?" another customer inquired, glancing curiously at the bubbling pot. Elsie's smile wavered slightly as she helped the second customer. This pattern continued. Each time she tried to measure the petals, another interruption occurred. By the fifth time, Elsie's attempts to keep a straight face were becoming increasingly difficult. Thistle, sensing the commotion, sat perched on the counter, her head tilting from side to side as if following a royal tennis event. Finally, Cedric, who had been observing with an amused expression, stepped in. "I think I can handle the customers for a moment. You focus on your task." Grateful for the reprieve, Elsie resumed her work. Despite the interruptions, she managed to measure the starflower petals accurately and add them to the mixture. The potion began to shimmer with a faint, iridescent glow. She stirred it carefully, watching as the colors shifted and changed. At one point, Thistle tried to pour at the shimmering potion, but Cedric gently scooped her up. "Not this time, Thistle. Let Elsie work her magic." Finally, the potion was ready. Elsie poured it into a vial, the liquid sparkling in the morning light. "It's done," she said, her voice filled with pride. Cedric took the vial, examining it closely. "Excellent work, Elsie. You've shown great skill and patience. You're ready for a more complex challenge." The cozy atmosphere of the apothecary enveloped them. The warmth of the hearth and the scent of herbs creating a sense of accomplishment and camaraderie. Elsie felt a deep sense of belonging, knowing she was one step closer to becoming a full-fledged apothecary. Later that day, Cedric led Elsie to the apothecary's ancient library, a small, cozy room that seemed to hold centuries of wisdom within its wooden walls. The room was filled with towering shelves crammed with books and scrolls, with many more texts scattered and stacked on every available surface. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and ink. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight that filtered through the small circular windows, casting a golden glow over the well-worn reading table at the center. Cedric pulled a particularly old, dusty tome from one of the highest shelves. The cover was worn, the edges frayed from years of use. "This book contains a recipe for an ancient elixir. It's a complex and powerful potion, not just any ordinary brew. Elsie's eyes widened with curiosity as she opened the book. The pages were yellowed and fragile, filled with mysterious symbols and intricate drawings. Each page seemed to whisper secrets of the past. This is incredible. I want to master it for the upcoming festival. Can this be my final test and a gift to the village? Cedric smiled, a glint of pride in his eyes. Very well, Elsie. This will be your greatest challenge yet. But be warned, this elixir holds powers long forgotten. Let me tell you about the last time I encountered it. Thistle, ever the curious cat, leapt onto the reading table and curled up on the open pages, purring contentedly. Cedric gently moved her aside, eliciting a soft grumble from the feline. You see, Elsie, Cedric began, his voice taking on a nostalgic tone. When I was a young apothecary, much like you, I traveled far and wide, seeking knowledge and adventure. One day, I stumbled upon this very recipe in a forgotten library, hidden deep within an ancient forest. Elsie leaned forward, captivated by the story. What happened next, Master Cedric? Cedric's eyes twinkled with amusement. Well, I decided to brew the elixir, of course. It was during a grand festival, much like the one we're preparing for. The potion brought great joy and wonder to the village, but not without a few unexpected surprises. Unexpected surprises, Elsie echoed, intrigued. Cedric chuckled, shaking his head. Indeed, I remember a certain villager, old Mr. Finkelbottom, who suddenly found himself able to dance like a young lad again. He twirled and spun around the square, much to the delight of everyone. But the potion was too strong, and it unintentionally created a charming love magic effect. Suddenly, all the women in the village started finding old Mr. Finkelbottom utterly irresistible. His husband and the other male villagers were not amused. Elsie burst into laughter, imagining the scene. What did you do? Cedric sighed, though his eyes sparkled with the memory. It was quite the predicament. We had to brew a counter potion to break the spell. Poor Mr. Finkelbottom couldn't leave his house without being mobbed. His husband was ready to throttle me. Eventually, we restored order, but it was a festival no one ever forgot. Elsie giggled. I can see why this elixir needs to be handled with care. Cedric nodded, his expression growing serious. Yes, the key to mastering this brew is understanding its balance. Too much of one ingredient, and it can become volatile. Too little, and its effects will be diminished. Are you up for the challenge? Elsie straightened, determination shining in her eyes. I am, Master Cedric. I'll make sure to get it right. With Cedric's guidance, Elsie began gathering the ingredients for the elixir. The apothecary's shelves were lined with jars and bottles. each one labelled in Cedric's meticulous handwriting. She selected rare herbs and mystical components, the atmosphere in the library growing even cozier with the scent of her efforts. As she carefully measured and mixed the ingredients, Thistle watched with keen interest, occasionally batting at a stray leaf or two. Cedric shared more stories from his youth, each one more fantastical than the last. "Did I ever tell you about the time I accidentally turned the mayor's dog into a frog?" Cedric asked with a mischievous grin. Elsie laughed, shaking her head. "No, but I have a feeling this is going to be good." It was during a particularly hectic market day. Cedric began, leaning back in his chair. "I was experimenting with a new potion, and the mayor's dog wandered into the apothecary. Before I knew it, the poor thing had turned into a frog and hopped right out the door. Took me a whole day to track him down and reverse the spell." Elsie giggled, her hands deftly working with the delicate ingredients. "I'm starting to think you've had more adventures than I ever imagined, Master Cedric." Cedric winked. "You've only heard the half of it, my dear." As the day turned to evening, the library's coziness enveloped them. Elsie felt a deep sense of purpose and connection to the long lineage of apothecaries who had come before her. She was determined to honor their legacy by mastering the ancient elixir. "Remember, Elsie," Cedric said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "You have the heart and the skill to master this challenge. I believe in you." With a grateful smile, Elsie nodded. "Thank you. I won't let you down." As she continued to work late into the night, the soft purring of Thistle and the warm glow of the hearth made the apothecary feel like the coziest place in the world. Elsie knew that she was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead, guided by the wisdom of her mentor and the support of her furry friend. Days went by, and the village of Elderwood was abuzz with activity. As preparations for the upcoming festival began in earnest, colourful banners were being hung along the streets, and the aroma of freshly baked goods wafted through the air. Children ran about, their laughter filling the village square. Elsie walked through the bustling streets, her mind focused on the elixir. She visited various stalls, gathering rare ingredients and discussing the festival with the villagers. "This festival will be the best yet, especially with the elixir Elsie is preparing," Finnick, the village jester, exclaimed as he passed by her, carrying his flute and cards, eyes filled with excitement. Elsie smiled, though a hint of worry lingered in her heart, remembering her previous festival mishap. "I just hope I can brew it perfectly in time." The days passed quickly as Elsie immersed herself in her work. She spent long hours in the apothecary, carefully measuring and mixing ingredients, her determination unwavering. One sunny morning, Cedric was called away to a neighbouring village, leaving Elsie to work on the elixir alone. The hearth and herb apothecary was bathed in the golden light of the morning sun, casting warm, inviting shadows across the wooden floor. The scent of freshly ground herbs and the faint, earthy aroma of the simmering potion filled the air. Elsie stood at the large oak work table, the ancient tome open before her, her brow furrowed in concentration as she carefully measured the rare and delicate ingredients. Just as she added the final component, a sudden noise startled her. Thistle, the plump orange cat, had leapt onto the counter, knocking over a jar of powdered moonstone. The precious powder scattered across the table, mixing with the elixir. "Oh no, Thistle, what have you done?" Elsie exclaimed, her heart racing. Before she could react, the potion began to bubble and hiss. Thistle, curious as ever, sniffed at the mixture. In an instant, the cat vanished, leaving Elsie staring in shock at the empty space where Thistle had been. Elsie's panic set in. "Thistle, where did you go?" A curious meow echoed through the room, and Elsie realized with horror that Thistle had turned invisible. She watched in dismay as paw prints became visible in the scattered moonstone dust on the counter, marking Thistle's mischievous path. Mrs. Hattle, the village matchmaker with her rosy cheeks and voluminous skirts, entered the apothecary just as Thistle's invisible form darted past her. "Good morning, Elsie dear. I need another potion for the village feast tonight," she said, her voice bright and cheerful. Elsie forced a smile, trying to remain calm. "Of course, Mrs. Hattle. Just give me a moment." As Elsie turned to fetch the ingredients, Thistle knocked over a stack of books, sending them toppling to the floor. Mrs. Hattle jumped, clutching her heart. "Goodness, what's happening?" "Oh, just a bit of rearranging," Elsie replied, her voice strained. "Let me get that for you." As she bent down to pick up the books, Mr. Puddlewick, the village cobbler, walked in, his bushy eyebrows raised in curiosity. "Elsie, my dear, do you have any more of that balm for my aching feet?" "Yes, Mr. Puddlewick, just a moment," Elsie said, scrambling to her feet. Thistle, still invisible, decided to bat at Mr. Puddlewick's shoelaces, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. "Whoa there," Mr. Puddlewick exclaimed, looking around in confusion. "What's gotten into this place?" "Excuse me for just a moment," Elsie said, forcing a smile as she hurried to the back. Elsie's attempts to reverse the potion were frantic and filled with trial and error. The customers, spooked by the invisible cat's antics, watched in bewilderment. She quickly began mixing potions, pinching herbs, and stirring ingredients feverishly, specks of ground flour weaving into her hair and the air around her. Mrs. Hattle and Mr. Puddlewick exchanged concerned glances as they watched her from the counter. "Please, let this be the one," Elsie muttered, her hands trembling as she added a final ingredient to the reversal potion. With a flash, Thistle reappeared, landing softly on the counter. Meow, the cat purred, seemingly unfazed by the ordeal. Elsie slumped in relief. Thank goodness. I thought I'd never fix it. Mrs. Hattle, still clutching her heart, chuckled. Well, it certainly has been an eventful morning. Perhaps I'll take my leave before anything else happens. Mr. Puddlewick, now more steady on his feet, nodded. Aye, and I'll be off too. Thank you, Elsie. Keep that cat of yours out of trouble. Elsie watched as the customers left, her heart finally calming. She turned to Thistle, who was now grooming herself as if nothing had happened. You, my mischievous friend, are going to be the death of me. Thistle looked up, blinking innocently. With the apothecary finally quiet, Elsie took a deep breath and began tidying up the mess. Despite the chaos, the cozy atmosphere of the shop remained. The warm light and familiar scents providing a sense of comfort and home. As she worked, she couldn't help but laugh at the morning's events. The mishaps, the invisible cat, the startled customers. It all seemed like something out of a fantastical tale. And in the end, it was just another day at the Hearth and Herb Apothecary, where magic and mayhem went hand in hand. Exhausted from the day's events, Elsie decided to take a break. She stepped into the apothecary's garden, the cool evening air a welcome relief. The garden was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, the plants and flowers casting gentle shadows on the ground. Elsie sat on a weathered wooden bench, her mind racing with thoughts about the elixir. The garden's beauty began to calm her nerves. The rustling of the leaves and the distant hoot of an owl creating a soothing melody. She looked up at the twinkling stars, wishing for some guidance. As if in answer to her silent plea, a soft, melodic voice broke the silence. Not all answers lie in books, young one. Sometimes the earth itself whispers secrets. Startled, Elsie looked around and saw a garden spirit emerging from the shadows. The spirit was ethereal, with delicate wings that shimmered in the moonlight, and a dress made of woven flowers and leaves. Her eyes sparkled with ancient wisdom and kindness. What do you mean? Elsie asked, her voice filled with wonder. Can you help me? The garden spirit smiled, her presence radiating warmth and comfort. You seek to perfect the elixir. Listen to the whispers of the earth, and you will find what you need. Elsie watched in awe as the spirit glided gracefully through the garden, touching various plants. Every leaf, every petal, every root has a story, a purpose. Sometimes, the smallest detail makes the biggest difference. Feeling inspired, Elsie began to explore the garden more attentively. She noticed how the moonlight reflected off the dew-covered petals, and how the night breeze carried the scent of blooming jasmine. She gently touched the plants, feeling a connection she hadn't noticed before. The fire-bloom petals leaned more towards the moonlight, drawing in its silvery glow. The golden erd-leaf shimmered with a faint light, its leaves swaying gently, as if communicating with the night air. The garden spirit continued. Fire-bloom petals are at their most potent when they have absorbed the moonlight. Golden erd-leaf, on the other hand, works best when combined with shadow moss first, as the moss draws out its hidden essence. Mugwort root should be steeped slowly, allowing its properties to meld seamlessly with asteria buds, which bloom with the morning dew. Elsie observed the shadow moss, noticing how it thrived in the cool, dark corners of the garden, its tendrils reaching out to embrace the earth. She realized that the mugwort root, with its earthy aroma, needed to be steeped and softened to release its full potential. The asteria buds, delicate and star-shaped, seemed to glow faintly, hinting at their magical properties. "Thank you," Elsie said softly, her heart full of gratitude. The garden spirit nodded. "Remember, young one, the magic you seek is all around you. Trust in yourself and in the earth's wisdom." With renewed determination, Elsie returned to the apothecary. She carefully measured each ingredient, not by number, but by paying close attention to the subtle nuances of their interactions. She combined the cave moss and golden erd-leaf first, watching as the mixture began to glow faintly. The moss, enriched by the soil's deep nutrients, seemed to activate the erd-leaf's golden hue, making it shimmer more brightly. Next, she steeped the mugwort root, allowing its grounding essence to meld with the asteria buds. The buds, having absorbed the gentle light of dawn, slowly released their stored energy into the mixture. Finally, she added the fire-bloom petals, now radiant with moonlight, to the elixir. The potion began to take shape, its color shifting and shimmering with a magical light. Elsie felt a sense of peace and confidence as she completed the final steps, knowing that she had tapped into the ancient wisdom of the earth. As she worked, Thistle padded over and curled up on the counter, watching her with curious eyes. "You're not going to cause any more trouble, are you?" Elsie asked with a smile. Thistle blinked lazily, her purrs vibrating through the wooden surface. The door creaked open, and Cedric entered, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "How's it going, Elsie? Any more invisible cats today?" Elsie laughed, shaking her head. Ah, so you heard about that. No, Thistle's behaving herself. I've made good progress on the elixir, thanks to a little help from the garden spirit. Cedric raised an eyebrow. The garden spirit, you say? Well, it seems you're not only learning from books and me, but from the earth itself. That's a sign of a true apothecary. Elsie's cheeks flushed with pride as she carefully added the final ingredient. The potion began to glow softly, a testament to her hard work and dedication. She poured it into a crystal vial, the liquid shimmering in the warm light of the apothecary. I've done it. It's ready, she said, her voice filled with quiet triumph. Cedric took the vial, examining it closely. Well done, Elsie. You've surpassed my expectations. This will make the festival truly special. The next evening, Elsie carried the elixir to the village square, her heart swelling with pride and anticipation. The square was transformed into a place of wonder and joy. Lanterns hung from strings crisscrossing above the cobblestones, casting a warm, golden glow. Music filled the air, and villagers danced and laughed, their spirits high. Elsie stood at the center of the square, the elixir in hand. She poured it into a large, ornate bowl, its magical effects immediately apparent. The air seemed to shimmer with enchantment, and the villagers gasped in awe. This is incredible, truly a night to remember, one villager exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Finnick the jester, ever the entertainer, leaped onto a nearby barrel and began to sing a comical song about the elixir's wonders, making the children giggle and the adults smile. Who knew our dear Elsie could brew such magic? If only she could fix my singing voice, he quipped, winking at the crowd. Mrs. Hattle, with a mischievous twinkle in her eye, chimed in. Finnick, she's tasked with procuring these wondrous potions, not fixing the impossible like your singing voice. Elsie laughed, and her heart swelled with pride as she watched the villagers enjoy the magical night. I'm so glad it brought joy to everyone, she said, her voice filled with happiness. Cedric approached her, his eyes shining with pride. You've done something truly remarkable, Elsie. The village will be grateful for your gift. Elsie smiled, her eyes misting with emotion. Thank you, Master Cedric. I couldn't have done it without your guidance. As the night continued, the village square was filled with laughter and celebration. The elixir's magical effects created an atmosphere of wonder and joy, making the festival an unforgettable event. The morning after the festival, the village of Elderwood was bathed in the soft, golden light of dawn. The cobblestone streets were quiet, with only the faint sound of birds chirping in the trees. The festival had been a grand success, and the villagers were still basking in the afterglow of the magical night. In the village square, a gathering was taking place. The villagers had come together to recognize Elsie's remarkable achievement. The air was filled with a sense of anticipation and joy as Cedric stepped forward to address the crowd. Today, we celebrate the rise of a new apothecary, Cedric began, his voice strong and clear. Elsie, you've earned your place among us. Elsie, standing beside him, felt a rush of emotions. Her heart pounded with pride and gratitude as she looked out at the smiling faces of the villagers. Thank you, everyone. I couldn't have done it without your support and Master Cedric's guidance. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause. Mrs. Hattle, with her rosy cheeks and twinkling eyes, clapped enthusiastically. 3 cheers for Elsie, the villagers chanted in unison, their voices ringing out across the square. Mr. Puddlewick, the cobbler, stepped forward, his eyes crinkling with a smile. You've done us proud, Elsie. That elixir was something else. My feet haven't felt this good in years. Elsie laughed, feeling warmth spread through her. Thank you, Mr. Puddlewick. I'm glad it helped. Thistle weaved through the crowd, rubbing against legs and purring contentedly. She finally reached Elsie and Cedric, jumping onto a nearby barrel to be part of the celebration. As the ceremony continued, the villagers shared stories and laughter, the square filled with a sense of community and warmth. The sun climbed higher, making the moment even more magical. After the celebration, Elsie and Cedric returned to the Hearth and Herb Apothecary. The familiar, comforting scents of herbs and potions greeted them as they stepped inside. Thistle followed them in, immediately jumping onto the counter and curling up in a sunny spot. Elsie smiled at the sight, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Cedric placed a hand on her shoulder, his eyes twinkling with warmth. How wonderful, Elsie. This is all just the beginning. Elsie nodded, her heart filled with anticipation for the future. As they began to tidy up the apothecary, Cedric shared more of his stories, each one filled with wisdom and humor. They laughed together, the bond between mentor and apprentice growing even stronger. In the quiet of the evening, as the sun set and the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Elsie stood by the window, looking out at the peaceful village. She felt a deep connection to Elderwood and its people, knowing that she was part of something magical and enduring. Good night, Hearth and Herb, she whispered, a smile on her lips. May our magic continue to bring joy and wonder. Cedric joined her by the window, his presence a comforting reassurance. And may our stories continue to unfold, one potion at a time. Thistle padded over and rubbed against Elsie's leg, purring contentedly. She scooped her up, cradling her softly as the cat blinked up sleepily at her. The hearth and herb apothecary settled into a peaceful slumber. Elsie knew that this was just the beginning of her journey, and she was ready for the adventures that awaited her. The future was bright, and she was eager to embrace it with open arms. As the stars twinkled above, and the village of Elderwood slept peacefully, the hearth and herb apothecary stood as a quaint, cozy haven of magic, wonder, and endless possibilities. In the lingering twilight of the First Age, before the shadow crept into Mirkwood, it was still called Greenwood the Great, its waves of towering oaks stretching as far as the eye could see. A land vibrant with hues of emerald and gold, where the laughter of elves mingled with the songs of countless birds. This was a realm untouched by the scars of war, a cradle of ancient magic, where the air was alive with the song of thrush and nightingale. Amidst the luminous foliage, the flowers of Eleanor and Nifredil bloomed, casting a soft glow under the dense canopy, their fragrance mingling with the earthy scent of moss and the fresh, resinous aroma of pine. It was here that Thranduil, son of Orifer, newly crowned as king, walked with the light tread of one born to the forest's embrace. His heart, full of the vigor and courage of youth, was yet untested by the darker forces of the world. His silver-blonde hair shimmered under the dappled sunlight, weaving through the leaves like threads of gold, and his eyes, clear and blue as the summer sky, reflected a realm that thrived under his gentle and assured leadership. Despite the apparent tranquility, an undercurrent of unease whispered through the boughs. The elves, immortal and attuned to the slightest discord, felt the distant rumblings from the north, where the withering heath and grey mountains brooded under a shroud of mystery. It was from these shadowed lands that rumours began to seep into Greenwood, carried by the rare travellers that dared the northern passes. They spoke not of orcs or goblins, but of darker creatures being stirred. Great serpents, it was whispered, bred in the forgotten crevices of the earth, their malice growing as a slow-burning ember, ready to ignite into fury. Thranduil, standing upon a high hill within his kingdom, gazed northward with a thoughtful expression. The laughter of his people, their songs of joy and nightly festivities, seemed for a moment to falter in the chilling breeze that swept down from the distant mountains. He knew well the tales of old, the legends of dragons that once plagued the lands in the elder days. Could such creatures return to threaten the peace of Greenwood? Let us not be driven by fear, but neither shall we ignore the warnings that the earth itself seems to whisper. Thranduil spoke to his closest advisors, gathered beneath the ancient trunk of an elder oak. Send scouts to the northern borders, he commanded, his tone resolute. We must learn what truth lies behind these omens. Greenwood shall not fall to shadow while I stand watch. As the scouts prepared for their journey, the rest of Greenwood remained a sanctuary of laughter and song. The elves continued their age-old traditions, dancing under the stars, their feet barely touching the soft earth. Yet, Thranduil's eyes often turned northward, where the serene beauty of Greenwood dimmed into the fog-covered mysteries of the Grey Mountains. There, the future of his kingdom might be decided in the shadows of the ancient world against the great serpents of the north. A fortnight later, only one scout had returned. The council gathered, listening as their king addressed the court. The shadows lengthened from the north. Thranduil began, his voice clear and commanding. Our lone scout bears tidings grim. The earth is scorched, the air tainted with the foul stench of dragon fire. He paused, letting the weight of his words sink into the hearts of his council. We cannot tarry as darkness creeps upon the borders of Greenwood. Let us not wait for the shadow to darken our lands. We shall meet this threat under the cover of our woods and turn back the tide that seeks to engulf us. Thranduil's gaze swept over his assembled warriors, their armor glinting like dewdrops under the starry sky. I alone will ride to the Grey Mountains to confront this scourge that blights our world, he continued, his tone resolute. As your king, I must prove myself worthy of the crown bestowed upon me. This battle is mine to bear. Thranduil's declaration stirred a palpable tension in the air, as his council absorbed the full measure of his decision. As the silence lingered, it was finally broken by Gallion, his most trusted advisor and friend, who rose from his seat with a resolve mirroring that of his king. My lord, Gallion began, his voice both respectful and firm. I understand the burden you carry, and your need to prove yourself as our leader. But let it not be said that Thranduil, king of the Greenwood, faced the darkness of the north alone. I ask, as your friend and as your captain, to ride with you. Thranduil looked upon Gallion, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, a rare smile breaking through his regal demeanor. My friend, your loyalty pierces deeper than any dragon's fang, the king replied. We shall ride together as we have stood together through shadow and light. Your presence at my side will be a boon on this perilous journey. Days later, the pair departed. Their road was fraught with the chill of an encroaching dread. They moved silently, shadows amongst shadows, as they ventured beyond the familiar embrace of Greenwood's boughs. The light of day grew scarce, filtered through the thickening canopy overhead. The air grew bitingly cold as they approached the foothills of the grey mountains. The mountains loomed like great tombstones, their peaks hidden beneath a shroud of perpetual twilight. It was a land forsaken by the sun, where daylight struggled to penetrate the gloom and ash. As they stood at the entrance of a cavern, its gaping maw like the open jaws of some primordial beast, Galleon turned to Thranduil with a wary expression. "We enter a land of death, my king," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to awaken the slumbering dangers that lurked within the shadows. Thranduil's gaze remained fixed on the dark entrance, his posture resolute, an unyielding figure against the backdrop of destruction. His hand rested upon the hilt of his sword, its blade gleaming with an ethereal light. "It is death we seek to halt, Galleon," Thranduil replied, and motioned them forward into the jaws of despair itself. The air inside was stifling, thick with the smell of sulphur and char, remnants of the dragon's fiery breath. The walls of the cave were slick with moisture, reflecting the torchlight in eerie, dancing patterns that seemed almost mocking in their play. Veins of ore, embedded within the rocks, were heated to an ominous, fiery shimmer. Thranduil led with a calm assertiveness, his eyes scanning the dim recesses of the cavern. "Stay vigilant," he advised, his voice a low murmur that carried through the cavernous space. "The beasts we hunt are cunning and cruel, but we bear the light of Arian and the strength of the Eldar. We will not falter." As they delved deeper, the narrow passages opened into vast chambers, the ceilings lost in darkness. Echoes of their footsteps mingled with the distant, ominous rumblings that emanated from the very heart of the mountains. Every shadow appeared to shift and stir, as if the darkness itself was alive with unseen watchers. The silence shattered abruptly as a roar, both primal and chilling, reverberated through the cavern. From the shadowy depths, a figure emerged, immense and awe-inspiring. Its scales shimmered like molten copper and gold, reflecting the light of the elves' torches. The dragon's eyes blazed like burning embers, piercing the darkness with their malevolent glow. This was no ordinary beast, but Cinderax, the firebrand. "So the woodland king dares to tread the deeps of my sanctum," Cinderax's voice hissed, his serpentine form coiling around them. "Have you come to admire the remnants of those who before you have perished? Or do you bring me trinkets to add to my hoard, little elf?" Thranduil stepped forward, the light of his torch casting stark shadows across his sharp, noble features. His expression was one of unyielding resolve, eyes alight with the fire of ancient kings. I come neither to bow before your terror, nor to bargain with trinkets. We stand here to defend our lands and people from your fire. Return to your shadows, and let this be the end of your fury. A low, guttural laugh echoed from Cinderax, a mocking sound. A demand. What knows a fledgling king of power and age? What can you offer against the might of a dragon elf king? The serpent's massive form shifted within the cavern, each movement sending a cascade of light reflecting off his scales. His eyes, smouldering pits of malice, narrowed as he regarded Thranduil, measuring the Elven King's resolve. For centuries, I have dwelt in secret in the shadows, my presence a mere whisper amidst the legends of your kind. Cinderax began, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through the stony floor. I have hidden, grown strong on what this land offers, nurtured by the fear and destruction that feed my kind, away from the dark war that brews beyond these mountains. His massive head lowered, bringing his fearsome gaze level with Thranduil. Now, as I grow stronger by feasting on the likes of you, I shall show you true power. He hissed, the air around him heating with his rage. His voice rose to a roar that echoed like thunder, reverberating off the cavern walls. The age of dragons is nigh, and your quaint kingdom will be but ashes beneath my wings. My master's strength burgeons, and soon the chains that bind us will break. We will rise, and the world will burn. Thranduil unsheathed his blade, its elven steel gleaming, with a light that seemed untouched by the surrounding gloom. If it is ashes you wish, then you will find the elves of Greenwood a fire itself, he retorted, his voice steady and commanding. We have endured the darkness you fear to face, and we will endure you, Cinderax. My people are marked by the light of the stars and the depth of the forest, unbroken by the shadows you cower within. We fear not the fire, nor the darkness that breeds it. You face now the wrath of Greenwood's king, and I vow it shall not be the elves who falter this day. The dragon's snarl sent a wave of heat across the chamber, the light from his nostrils casting a ghastly glow. Then let us test your mettle, young king. See if your sharp tongue matches the bite of your blade. Cinderax lunged forward, the air around him shimmering with heat. The elven steel of Thranduil's blade gleamed like a sliver of moonlight, ready to meet the fire with frost. The ancient force of his forested realm poised against the primordial fury of the dragon. Thus began the clash of wills, a dance of fire and steel beneath the earth's dark mantle. As the Elf King and Galleon faced the formidable Cinderax, the firebrand, the air grew thick with a sweltering heat. as the dragon unleashed relentless torrents of flame. Thranduil, whose spirit was carved from the lore of the eldest days, moved with a grace and precision that spoke of ancient elven mastery. Cinderax reared back, his scales glinting like molten lava, as he prepared to spew another deadly inferno. At that moment, Galleon, swift and silent as a shadow, flanked the dragon, his sword finding its mark. As Thranduil engaged the dragon from the front, Galleon attacked from the side, their coordinated assault a dance of light and shadow. Cinderax responded with a fury that turned the air white-hot, his tail sweeping like a scythe, meant to cleave the Elven King in two. Thranduil leapt aside, the tip of the tail brushing past him. In a desperate maneuver, he took advantage of the dragon's momentary imbalance. He sprinted along the length of Cinderax's sinuous body, finding foothold where scale met scale. With a mighty leap, he ascended onto the dragon's back, the heat from the beast's skin threatening to singe his very soul. Thranduil plunged his blade downward, driving the enchanted steel between the overlapping scales, seeking the heart beneath. The dragon roared in pain. As it bucked wildly, trying to dislodge the Elf King, Galleon's voice rose in an ancient elven chant, a call to the forces of nature that bound their realm. The air around them crackled with magical energy, lending strength to Thranduil's arm. Thranduil clung to the heaving ridges of Cinderax's spine as the dragon thrashed. The battle's fever pitch painted the cavern in strokes of gold and red, the air thick with the scent of brimstone. With a final attempt, the serpentine beast twisted, reaching back and hurling Thranduil across the cavern. The Elven King flew through the air, crashing against the wall with a force that echoed through the chamber. As he struggled to rise, pain searing across his face from the dragon's claw, Galleon rushed to his side, helping Thranduil to his feet. Together, they faced the wounded dragon, their silhouettes framed against the inferno. The king, his sword alight with a silvery glow, cut through the darkness as he charged. Cinderax, weakened and writhing from his wounds, could only muster a faltering flame. Thranduil's blade swept through the air in an arc of radiant fury, striking true at the dragon's throat. With a final, anguished cry, the beast's life force ebbed away, his massive body collapsing onto the cavern floor with a thunderous finality. Silence descended, a profound peace of the earth itself, sighing in relief. Thranduil, supported by Galleon, stood amidst the stillness, their breaths heavy, their bodies marked by the battle, but undefeated. The cavern, once a harbinger of death and fear, was transformed. Where shadows had once danced with menace, now there lingered only the quiet hush of a battle ended and a threat vanquished. In the deepening twilight, the young king emerged from the caverns of the grey mountains. His visage altered, not just in flesh, but in spirit. The moonlight danced upon his scars, tracing silvery lines across his face and arms. Returning to Greenwood, Thranduil walked under the ancient canopy of his realm. The forest seemed to embrace him, its leaves rustling with a hushed reverence. His steps carried him under the soft light of lanterns, hung from the branches, like stars caught in the trees. The woodland paths, carpeted with moss, and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, led him forward. A king, returning from the fires of battle. His people gathered as word of their king's return spread. They saw him, marked by battle, his regal bearing tempered in the forge of combat. The elves whispered amongst themselves, their voices a lilting melody, blending with the natural symphony of the woods. Our king has faced the serpents of the north and returned to us, marked but unbroken, they sang. Under the arches of his home, in the cozy clearings and beside the murmuring streams, Thranduil spoke to his people. Let the scars I bear be not a sign of sorrow, but a badge of our enduring spirit. We have faced great darkness and prevailed. As days turned to years, the legend of the Elf King's valor spread far beyond the borders of his forest realm. Tales of the hero who conquered a dragon to protect his land became woven into the lore of Middle-earth, recounted by wandering bards and immortalized in the songs of the elves. In the heart of the vast and ancient forest of Greenwood, King Thranduil's realm stood resplendent, carved from the essence of the earth itself, where light danced through the leaves, casting shimmering patterns upon the moss-covered ground. Thranduil moved silently through his domain, seeking to clear his mind. He was attuned to a subtle shift in the air, a slight disturbance that threaded through the forest's usual symphony. Guided by this intuition, he steered his white steed off the beaten path, venturing deeper into the undergrowth, where the trees stood closer to each other, as if in whispered conference. As the sun dipped lower, painting the sky with hues of amber and ruby, Thranduil dismounted in a clearing, where the shadows gathered like silent observers. Before him stood a figure, cloaked in ambiguity. This was no ordinary traveler. The air around him thrummed with a quiet power that spoke of ages and elements woven into the very fabric of his being. "Hail, traveler," Thranduil called out, his voice carrying the calm authority of a sovereign. "What purpose guides your steps through the veiled paths of Greenwood?" The stranger turned, and his face, though fair as any of the Eldar, held a darkness behind his eyes that belied his comely appearance. "Hail, O king of the woodland realm," he replied, his voice smooth as silk, yet cold as the deepest caves of the mountains. "I am but a wanderer, seeking the beauty of your legendary woods." Thranduil studied him, his instincts whispering of shadows clinging too closely to the stranger's soul. The woods hold many secrets, and not all wanderers find their paths again. "Pray, tell me your name, so I may know who treads so lightly upon this hallowed ground," Thranduil responded. The air seemed to still, waiting, watching. "I am called Anatar, the giver of gifts, and I come in peace," the stranger declared, his smile a mere ghost upon his lips. Yet Thranduil's gaze did not waver. "The forest speaks of a hidden dread, clinging to the folds of your cloak, Anatar. The trees sense a darkness veiled within you, as deep and ancient as Morgoth's malice. Speak now, the truth of your purpose, and what is it that you seek in Greenwood?" Thranduil replied, his patience exhausted, unwilling to partake further in these hollow triflings and insincere courtesies. Anatar's eyes flashed, a brief flicker of irritation. "You are wise, King Thranduil, as befits your noble lineage. I seek only to share my knowledge, to assist those who dwell within these woods to attain greater glory." "The glory of Greenwood needs no foreign flame to burn brighter," Thranduil retorted, his voice rising like the wind through the trees. "We prosper by the strength of our people and the wisdom of our ancestors. What is your true purpose here, Anatar, servant of secrets?" The clearing tensed, as if the very earth anticipated the clash of wills. "Perhaps," Anatar said, his tone shifting to something more menacing, "I seek to find allies in places where the shadow of my master has not yet fallen. Even the brightest realm can fall into darkness, King Thranduil. Would it not be wiser to join the tide rather than be swept away by it?" Thranduil's hand drifted to the hilt of his sword, the silver blade catching the last light of the dying sun. "Greenwood will bow to no shadow, nor ally itself with bearers of corruption. Leave these woods, Anatar, and take your dark intents with you." Anatar's smile, then, was all teeth. "Very well, O king, but remember, even the most resolute fortress has its shadows, and even the mightiest of forests can fall to a single spark. The realm is shifting, and the night grows ever darker. A wise king considers all paths before choosing his course." Thranduil's response was as cold as the deepest winter. "Consider this path closed, servant of shadows. Greenwood is guarded not only by bows and blades, but by the very spirit of the earth itself. We fear no darkness, for every shadow is met with light. Hear this but once, for no further warning shall pass my lips. Leave, and let the trees forget your passing. With a final, lingering look of malice, Anatar turned and melted into the gathering dusk. As the last vestiges of the traveller faded, Thranduil remained steadfast, his figure a solitary sentinel against the creeping dusk. Greenwood shall stand watch, he declared to the silent trees, and let all who dare threaten her beware. The forest seemed to lean in, embracing its king with a rustling sigh of leaves, as if in silent agreement. The confrontation had ended, but the war, a war of shadows and light, had only just begun. Returning to his palace, Thranduil summoned his advisors and spoke of the stranger, describing the unease that had gripped him. This was no mere wanderer, but a harbinger of darker times. We must be vigilant, for I fear that the peace we know is but the calm before a storm. His words stirred a flurry of action throughout the court. Scouts were sent far and wide, and alliances with neighboring realms were strengthened. Thranduil himself delved into the ancient scrolls, seeking knowledge of the old evils mentioned by the mysterious traveller. Weeks turned into months, and whispers and reports began to reach their kingdom. They spoke of a dark power rising in the east, of a sorcerer calling himself the Necromancer, emanating a malevolence that crept like a slow poison through the veins of Middle-earth. It was then King Thranduil made the chilling realization that the mysterious stranger he encountered had been none other than Sauron, the Dark Lord, a disciple of the dreaded Morgoth from ages past. His timely refusal of the alliance had spared his realm from becoming ensnared in a dire fate. The elves of Egrion were not as fortunate. Sauron, using the guise of Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, had woven a web of deceit and charm around the elves. With fair words and promises of power and glory, he had misled them into forging the rings of power. These masterworks were intended to bring forth an era of prosperity and dominance for the elves, under his subtle guidance. Yet, hidden beneath the allure of unity and strength, lay a sinister plot to bind all who wore these rings to the will of Sauron. The elves of Eregion, renowned for their craftsmanship and hunger for knowledge, fell victim to this grand deception. They were blinded by the brilliance of Anatar's lore, his charisma overshadowing the whispers of doubt and the warnings from more cautious voices like Thranduil's. Their leader, Celebrimbor, was especially taken by Sauron's teachings, not realizing that each ring crafted was a link in the chains of their eventual subjugation. Years passed, and as the truth of the necromancer's identity spread, Thranduil reinforced his borders, wary of the creeping shadows. It was also here where the forests grew darker and were renamed Mirkwood by those who feared to tread its paths. Thranduil's rule was marked by vigilance and strength, a beacon of light in an ever-darkening world. His encounter with Sauron had taught him the importance of wisdom and caution, shaping him into a king as enduring as the forest he protected. In the shadowed halls of his woodland court, amidst whispers of impending war and alliances tested by time, Thranduil stood resolute, a king shaped by the knowledge of evil, yet unwavering in his commitment to guard the beauty and sanctity of his realm against the shadows that sought to defile it. In ages long past, during the War of Wrath, the mighty forces of the divine Valar clashed against the dark legions of Morgoth, first and most formidable of the Dark Lords. From the western reaches of the land, whispers of this deep conflict reached the young ruler's ears. Thranduil felt the inevitable pull of duty to safeguard his kingdom and lend its strength to the monumental struggle. In the cozy, secluded chambers of his woodland court, amidst walls adorned with woven tapestries depicting the lush, verdant beauty of his realm, Thranduil pondered the path ahead. The warmth of the hearth fire flickered softly, casting a gentle glow on his thoughtful face, highlighting the resolve etched deeply in his sharp, elven features. His decision to join the war was not born of a desire for glory or conquest, but from a deep, abiding love for the sanctity of Mirkwood. He knew well that the shadow of Morgoth, if left unchecked, would spread far beyond the battlefields of the West, eventually reaching the tranquil woods he now ruled. Thranduil's heart, though strong with the courage of his ancestors, also harbored a deep connection to every leaf and brook within his domain. As he sat by the fire in his chambers, lost in thought, the heavy wooden doors swung open. The faint thud of footsteps approached, and Thranduil turned his head slightly. "My king," Gallion murmured, his voice carrying the rich timbre of the elder woods. Dark tidings stir from the west. The war of Wrath escalates. Might we not remain secluded in our forest sanctum? The question hung in the air, charged with the eerie silence that often foretold change. Thranduil's gaze was distant, reflecting a sky lit by stars and marred by smoke from far-off lands. Even the deepest woods cannot shroud us from the world's woes, Gallion. We will ready our warriors. If battle must come, let it find us prepared. The councillor nodded solemnly, ever loyal to his king. By day, Thranduil and his advisors would attend the war council chamber, their brows furrowed for hours as the sun sank beneath the sky. This chamber, carved directly into the trunk of a colossal malorn tree, was a marvel of elven architecture, its walls curving upward to a dome that shimmered with a mosaic of leaves, each piece a crystal reflecting soft green light. The room was filled with the quiet murmur of strategizing voices, punctuated by the rustle of maps and the soft clink of armor. Galen stood by, observing the unfolding strategy. His armor was ornate and decorated, speaking of many years spent in the service of the realm. "What of the Balrogs, my king?" he asked, a note of concern threading his usually steady tone. "The scouts speak of the unholy beings, fearsome and formidable." Thranduil paused, considering the map with a tactician's eye. "To vanquish them, we will need more than mere steel and bravery. We will call upon the ancient magics, the kind that sleeps deep beneath the roots of the earth. Eldritch barriers we shall raise, and woe betide the beast that dares breach them." Weeks passed as they mustered the full strength of the elven army. At the dawn of the fated day, Thranduil's forces stood gathered. Warriors clad in mail that gleamed like dew on spiderwebs, their spears like a thicket of bracken against the morning mist. Thranduil himself donned his helm, its design reminiscent of the spreading boughs of oaks, a crown in its own right, and mounted his steed, a creature as pale as moonlight. "Draw your blades, children of the Mirkwood." Thranduil's voice boomed, echoing majestically through the assembled throngs. "We march not only as warriors into the fray, but as defenders of this sacred enclave. Let our resolve be as firm as the ancient roots that bind us to this land, and let our foes quail at the strength of our ancestors." And with that, his army surged forth like a river breaking its banks, determined and formidable. The sky above was a roiling canvas of smoke and ash, painting the heavens in ominous shades of grey, where the sun was but a faint, smouldering ember. In this desolate vista, the rivers, once vibrant and teeming with life, now flowed with the crimson of spilled blood, their waters tainted by the violence that had swept across the land. Morgoth's dark forces loomed before them. Orcs, innumerable as the leaves, charged forward in hordes as far as the eye could see. But the Balrogs were the most fearsome, towering creatures of fire and shadow, their very presence a curse upon the earth. They wielded whips of flame that cracked like thunder, each lash causing the ground to tremble and the air to singe. Their roars were guttural bellows of rage and hate, echoing across the battlefield like the call of doom. The mages of Thranduil's army, cloaked in robes that shimmered with the essence of the forest, gathered their power. Their hands rose in unison, weaving intricate sigils in the air, their voices melding into a chant that resonated with the ancient magic of the woodlands. As they summoned their otherworldly powers, the air around the Balrogs shimmered with a visible aura of energy. The mages conjured vast barriers of eldritch light, spectral shields that rose from the earth like curtains of water, their surfaces rippling with contained power. These barriers encircled the raging Balrogs, trapping them within confines, woven from the very fabric of the arcane. The creatures thrashed and roared, their flames licking the barriers. But the magical constructs held firm. With the Balrogs trapped, the elven archers took their positions, their bows singing as they released volley after volley of enchanted arrows. They blazed through the air, trailing light, and struck the Balrogs with deadly force. The mighty creatures, once thought indomitable, began to falter under the relentless assault, their fiery auras dimming as the enchantments took their toll. In the midst of this chaos, Thranduil fought with an agility that belied the ferocity of his strikes. His movements melded the grace of a falling leaf with the deadly swiftness of a striking falcon. His twin blades, named for the lost realms of old, sang through the air, their edges catching the wind and flashing with a light that seemed forged from the very stars themselves. As the battle reached its end, the fields lay scarred and silent. Thranduil, his heart heavy with the cost of victory, wandered through the desolation. His gaze fell upon a figure half buried beneath the rubble of what once was a mighty stronghold. The figure, despite its diminished form, exuded a faint aura of ancient power. It was a Maya, a spirit lesser than the Valar, but greater than mortals, created in the time before the world was shaped. Maya served the Valar and were involved in the crafting and caretaking of the world, though some were seduced by Morgoth's promise of power and dominion. This particular one, with eyes that held the sorrow of ages, revealed its tale to Thranduil in hushed, weary tones. It had been ensnared by Morgoth's will, forced to lead his dark armies against the free peoples of Middle-earth, a pawn in the wider machinations of evil. Thranduil, moved by the Maya's plight and the remorse evident in its voice, made a decision rooted in his deep-seated beliefs of redemption and mercy. Here in Mirkwood, you may find solace from your bonds and begin anew, the king offered, his voice carrying the timeless grace of his people. "Why aid me, elf lord?" the Maya asked, its voice a wind through dead leaves. "Because," Thranduil replied softly, "hate only breeds further strife, and I would see Middle-earth healed." Grateful for an opportunity to atone, the Maya accepted his offer, Over the years, it came to reside within the peaceful confines of Thranduil's kingdom, its presence a secret kept from many. It was no longer a harbinger of war, but a guardian of peace, helping to nurture the woods and protect the realm, weaving its ancient magics quietly to heal the scars of a conflict that marred the land. And so, Thranduil's reign was marked not by the wars he fought, but by the sanctuary he upheld in the heart of Mirkwood, a realm forever touched by the shadows of the ancient war. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows over the verdant hills of Ithilien. Legolas stood at the edge of a balcony, overlooking the lush expanse that he had helped to rejuvenate. His keen eyes scanned the distant trees, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Despite the beauty of the scene before him, a sense of unease gnawed at his heart. A raven circled overhead, its dark silhouette stark against the twilight sky. It descended swiftly, landing gracefully on the stone railing beside him. Legolas extended his arm, allowing the bird to hop onto his wrist. Attached to its leg was a small, rolled parchment. With a sigh, he unfurled the message, recognizing his father's seal immediately. Legolas, my son, dark whispers have reached my ears from the depths of Dol Guldur. Though the fortress was cleansed, a shadow stirs once more. The forest grows restless, and our scouts have beheld strange and unsettling visions. We are in dire need of your aid. Thranduil, King of Mirkwood. Legolas felt a chill run down his spine. The scars of the past war were still fresh in his mind, and the thought of another threat rising was troubling. He knew his duty was clear. The next morning, he prepared for his journey, his heart heavy with the weight of impending darkness. He clasped his dark green cloak around his shoulders and carefully placed some wrapped lembas bread into his pack. As he saddled his horse, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Legolas, are you leaving without bidding farewell? He turned to see Tauriel, her red hair catching the morning light. Her eyes filled with concern. I must return to Mirkwood, he replied, his voice steady and calm. There is trouble stirring in Dol Guldur. Tauriel's expression hardened with resolve. Then I shall go with you, she said with finality. Legolas knew it was no use protesting, and in truth was glad for her company. I should have known you wouldn't let me leave alone, my friend, he said, a faint smile gracing his lips and a sense of determination settling over him. Let us make haste. Mirkwood needs us. Their journey was arduous. The path to Mirkwood through the terrain was rough and steep. They climbed over jagged rocks and navigated narrow ledges. The wind howling through the ancient trees. As they traveled, their banter lightened the burden of the adventure. The many moons and years they had shared, a testament to their strong friendship. Toriel glanced down at Legolas from the cliff, a teasing smile on her lips. Come now, Legolas. Try to keep up. I would hate to have to tell your father that I had to leave you behind. Legolas laughed, his breath steady despite the climb. Fear not, Toriel. I shall do my best to stay by your side. Good, she replied, amusement in her voice. I would not want to carry the guilt of outpacing the Prince of Mirkwood. The air grew colder as they neared the borders of Mirkwood. The trees taller and darker, their branches twisting like skeletal fingers. The familiar scent of pine mingled with an underlying sense of decay. One evening, as they camped beneath the stars, Toriel spoke softly, her voice a mere whisper against the crackling fire. Do you think this darkness is akin to that of old? Legolas stared into the flames, his mind drifting back to the followers of Morgoth and Sauron. I cannot say. It is of something evil that we know. The realm carries a shadow of darkness to it. Toriel nodded, her eyes reflecting the dancing firelight. But we shall face it together, come what may. Legolas felt a surge of gratitude and admiration for his companion. Thy faith is a beacon, my dear friend. It guides us even in the darkest of times. His eyes began to twinkle with mischief. In truth, I almost feel sorry for our enemies. Having to face both of us in battle must be a daunting fate. The silence that followed was comforting. A shared understanding that needed no words. They were bound by their past and their promise to protect their home. They knew that whatever awaited them in the depths of Dol Guldur, they would face it side by side, their hearts and arrows united against the encroaching darkness. As they drew closer to the heart of the forest, signs of the encroaching evil became more apparent. Webs hung thick from the trees, glistening with dew in the pale light. The once vibrant undergrowth was now choked with twisted vines and shadowy forms that skittered away just out of sight. Upon reaching Thranduil's halls, they were greeted with a mix of relief and apprehension. Thranduil embraced his son, his eyes betraying the worry that his regal demeanor could not mask. Legolas, Toriel, your swift arrival is most welcome. The forest is changing. We must find the source of this new evil. Legolas nodded, his gaze steely with determination. We will find it, father, and we will end it. That night, they enjoyed the hospitality of the woodland elves. Despite the dark times, King Thranduil spared no expense for his son. Legolas and Tauriel feasted on the finest game and the sweetest fruits before having a well-earned rest. But soon dawn came, and with it the burden of duty. They ventured deeper into the darkening forest, the shadows growing thicker with each step. The once familiar paths were now twisted and treacherous, the air heavy with malice. As they approached Dol Guldur, the sense of foreboding intensified. Legolas and Tauriel moved with silent grace, their elven senses attuned to every sound and movement. The further they ventured, the more the forest seemed to close in around them, and sunlight rarely touched the forest floor. Legolas halted abruptly, his keen eyes spotting a disturbance in the undergrowth. "Do you see it?" he whispered, pointing to a set of deep, clawed tracks that marred the forest floor. Tauriel knelt beside the tracks, her brow furrowing. "These are fresh. The creature that made them is close." A rustling sound to their left drew their attention. Both elves nocked arrows, their bows ready. From the shadows emerged a group of Thranduil's scouts, their faces drawn with fatigue and fear. "The spiders are everywhere," one of the scouts reported. "Their queen has taken residence in the ruins of Dol Guldur. We cannot move through the forest without encountering their webs." Legolas and Tauriel followed the scouts back to Thranduil's camp, where the Elven King was already marshalling his warriors. The atmosphere was tense, every elf aware of the gravity of the situation. Thranduil's voice rang out, clear and commanding. "Today we fight for Mirkwood. The Spider Queen and her brood must be driven from our lands. We will reclaim our home." The elves moved swiftly, their movements a well-practiced dance of precision and grace. As they approached the ruins of Dol Guldur, the sight that greeted them was harrowing. The once mighty fortress was enshrouded in thick, glistening webs, casting an eerie, pallid sheen over the ancient stone. The air was alive with the chittering of countless spiders, their eyes gleaming like sinister stars in the gloom. The battle began with a hail of arrows. The elves' expert marksmanship, thinning the ranks of the spiders. But the real challenge lay ahead, within the dark halls of Dol Guldur itself. Legolas and Tauriel led the charge, their blades flashing as they cut through the webs and the monstrous spiders that emerged to defend their queen. The air was thick with the acrid smell of venom and decay, the sounds of battle echoing through the twisted corridors. As they ventured deeper into the fortress, An unsettling silence fell upon them. The corridors grew narrower, the walls slick with moisture and covered in a sickly, bioluminescent fungus. Their footsteps echoed softly, each one a reminder of the countless souls that had been lost in this accursed place. They made their way to the heart of the fortress, where the Spider Queen awaited them. She was a monstrous being, her body a grotesque amalgamation of dark chitin and glistening webs. Her many eyes reflected the torch's light with a malevolent gleam. Legolas and Toriel moved as one, a seamless blend of archery and swordsmanship. Legolas's arrows struck with pinpoint accuracy, distracting the beast and driving her back, while Toriel darted in and out, her blades finding the Spider Queen's vulnerable spots. The Queen screeched in fury, her monstrous legs thrashing and webs shooting out in desperate attempts to ensnare her attackers. "Legolas, to the left!" Toriel shouted as she narrowly avoided a spray of venom. Legolas leapt to the side, loosing arrows that embedded themselves in the Queen's chitinous hide. Each hit seemed to weaken her, but she fought back with relentless fury. Toriel moved with the agility of a dancer, her twin blades cutting through the webs and slicing at the Queen's legs. The Spider Queen reared back, her eyes locking onto Toriel with murderous intent. With a swift motion, she lunged at the elf, her massive jaws snapping. Legolas, seeing Toriel in danger, drew his bowstring back to its limit. "Toriel, now!" he yelled. Toriel dove to the side just as Legolas released his arrow. The projectile flew straight and true, striking the Spider Queen in one of her many eyes. She let out a deafening scream, rearing back in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Toriel rolled to her feet and lunged forward. With a fierce cry, she drove both her blades deep into the Queen's underbelly, twisting them with all her strength. The Spider Queen convulsed, her legs flailing wildly as she screeched her death throes. The battle seemed to pause as the massive creature fell, her body twitching before finally lying still. Silence fell over the dark halls of Dol Guldur, broken only by the labored breathing of the elven warriors. Legolas and Toriel stood over the fallen queen, their faces reflecting the exhaustion and relief of victory. "It is done," Legolas said, his voice heavy with the weight of their struggle. Toriel nodded, wiping the sweat from her brow. "But the forest is still infested. We must drive out the rest of these creatures and cleanse Mirkwood of their taint." The elves rallied, their spirits buoyed by the death of the Spider Queen. They moved methodically through the fortress and the surrounding forest, rooting out the remaining spiders and destroying their webs. The battle was fierce, but the elves fought with renewed determination. By the time the sun began to set, the last of the spiders had been driven out or slain. The forest, though still scarred, began to feel lighter, the oppressive weight of the darkness lifting. Thranduil approached his son and Toriel, his eyes filled with pride and gratitude. You have done a great service for our people, and for all of Middle-earth. Mirkwood owes you a debt that can never be repaid. Legolas shook his head. We fight for our home, father. That is all the reward we need. Toriel placed a hand on Legolas's shoulder. And now, we must begin the healing. The forest needs us more than ever. Together, the elves set about the arduous task of restoring Mirkwood. They cleared away the webs and debris, tended to the wounded trees, and planted new life where darkness had taken root. It was a labor of love and dedication, every elf contributing to the renewal of their home. The forest began to transform under their care. Where once there were webs and decay, there now sprang new life. The saplings grew tall and straight, their leaves unfurling to catch the sunlight that now pierced the once dark canopy. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colours, and the forest floor, once choked with twisted vines, was now carpeted with lush green moss and delicate ferns. As the days turned into weeks, the elves' hard work continued. They constructed new homes, high in the trees, their architecture blending seamlessly with nature. The air was filled with the sounds of laughter and melody, a stark contrast to the eerie silence that had once prevailed. Thranduil, seeing the progress, called for a grand celebration to honor the efforts and sacrifices of his people. The clearing where the battle had begun was transformed into a festive gathering place. Lanterns hung from the trees, their soft glow illuminating the night. Tables were laden with food and drink, and the air was filled with the scent of fresh flowers and the sound of joyful music. Legolas and Toriel stood at the center of the celebration, surrounded by their friends and comrades. Thranduil raised a goblet, his voice carrying over the crowd. Tonight, we celebrate our victory and the rebirth of Mirkwood. We honor those who fought and those who fell. Let this be a reminder that together we can overcome any darkness. The elves cheered, raising their glasses in a toast. Laughter and music filled the night, and for the first time in a long while, Mirkwood was alive with joy. As the celebration continued, Legolas and Toriel found a moment of quiet by the edge of the clearing. They looked out at the forest, now a place of beauty and peace. Toriel, Legolas began, his voice soft. I could not have done this without you. Your strength and courage have been my constant guide. Toriel smiled, her eyes shining with emotion. And I could not have asked for a better companion. Together, we have faced the shadows and emerged into the light. Legolas took her hand, a gesture of both gratitude and deep connection. Mirkwood will thrive, and so shall we. As the night wore on, the elves danced and sang under the stars, their hearts light and their spirits high. Mirkwood, once shrouded in darkness, had been reborn through their perseverance and unity. Legolas and Toriel stood together, their bond strengthened by the trials they had faced and the hope they now shared. The shadow of Dol Guldur had been lifted, and in its place a new era of peace and prosperity had begun. The night air hung heavy with an eerie stillness, and the soft glow of the full moon cast an ethereal light upon the landscape of Liurnia. The celestial orb seemed to pulse with an unspoken energy, its silvery beams weaving through the ancient oaks and casting long, haunting shadows upon the forest floor. It was on this night, under the watchful gaze of the dark moon, that lunar Princess Rani found herself alone in the cathedral of Manus Siles. At the peak of the moonlight altar, as her heart battled a tempest of conflicting emotions, Rani's pale features were bathed in the night's gentle glow. Her calculating eyes were framed by her bright red hair. She had never liked her hair. It reminded her too much of her father, Radagon, and the pain he'd caused her mother when he left. I shall take on a new form soon enough, she thought to herself. She stood by the altar, the soft rustle of her midnight blue gown whispering against the ancient stones. Her fingers traced the intricate runes carved into the altar's surface, and a contemplative frown marred her otherwise serene visage. Is this truly the path I must tread? She mused aloud, her voice a soft, melodic whisper that seemed to blend with the night itself. The only response was the distant hoot of an owl, the stillness of the night swallowing her words. Her thoughts were interrupted by the subtle rustle of leaves and a shadow detaching itself from the darkness of the forest. A figure emerged, clad in black from head to toe, the faint glint of moonlight catching on the edge of a wicked blade. It was Alecto, the Black Knife ringleader, her presence as silent and deadly as death itself. You summoned us, princess. Alecto's voice was a low, dangerous purr, her eyes glittering with a predatory gleam. What is your will? Rani turned to face the assassin, her expression composed, but her eyes burning with an inner fire. Alecto, the time hath come to set the plan in motion. The stars have aligned, and the moon's blessing is upon us. Tonight, we strike against the Golden Order. Alecto's lips curved into a dark smile, a nod of approval given. As you command, my lady. Teach and the others are ready. We await your signal. From the shadows stepped another figure, smaller and more lithe, her movements almost imperceptible. It was Tish, daughter of Alecto, her youthful face set in a mask of determination. She gave Rani a respectful bow and a knowing smile, her eyes never leaving the princess's. Mother speaks true, Princess Rani. We are prepared to do what must be done. Rani's gaze softened as she looked upon the young assassin. Tish, thy courage is commendable. This night marks the beginning of a new era. The death of Godwyn the Golden will free us from the shackles of the greater will. Rani pulled out a small, ornate box from beneath the folds of her cloak. As she did so, she felt a shiver of trepidation. Inside lay the fragments of the Rune of Death, a forbidden power that would turn their blades into instruments of divine retribution. With a nod from Rani, Alecto opened the box, revealing the rune fragments that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. Behold, Rani intoned, her voice resonating with authority. The Rune of Death, stolen from Malekith the Black Blade. With these fragments, our blades shall sever the very essence of life, felling even the gods themselves. Arm your weapons, and let all who oppose me quiver in the shadow of the night. One by one, more assassins stepped forward from the shadows, their faces masks of grim determination. They each took a fragment, pressing it to the edge of their daggers. The moment the fragments touched the blades, a dark crimson glow enveloped the weapons, imbuing them with the essence of death itself. The air crackled with the energy of the forbidden magic, a palpable sense of dread permeating the clearing. Tisha was the last to step forward. She moved with the grace of a shadow, her young face set in a look of fierce concentration. Taking a fragment from the box, she pressed it to her dagger, watching as the dark energy fused with the steel. Her grey eyes flickered up to meet Rani's, and a silent understanding passed between them. The air grew colder as the dark rite was completed. Rani raised her hand, a single slender finger pointing towards the distant silhouette of the royal capital. Go forth, she instructed, her tone ringing with finality. Bring about an end to the age of the Erd Tree. Let the night of the Black Knives be remembered forevermore. Alecto and Tish melted back into the shadows, their forms disappearing as swiftly as they had appeared. Rani remained by the altar, her heart pounding with the weight of what was to come. She knew that this night would change the course of history, and she steeled herself for her own upcoming ritual. The royal capital of Leyndell stood as the gleaming seat of power, of the Golden Order. Its opulent structures and gilded spires reaching toward the heavens. The streets, paved with immaculate stone, wound through the city like veins of light, illuminating the grandeur of its architecture. Lanedel's mighty ramparts, an intricate network of walls, provided both defense and a sense of unassailable power, reflecting the power of Marika's golden lineage that dwelled within its walls. As the moon ascended to its zenith, the Black Knife assassins moved with deadly purpose through the labyrinthine alleys. Their forms blended seamlessly into the shadows as Alecto led the group, her eyes scanning every corner with predatory precision. Lanedel's soldiers were clad in resplendent armor, adorned with the insignia of the Erd Tree as they patrolled the streets. They moved in disciplined formations, their vigilance unwavering, yet unaware of the silent doom that crept through their midst. Among them were practitioners of the dragon cult, robed in the symbols of their faith and offering prayers to the ancient draconic powers. The assassins infiltrated the palace grounds, their approach as silent as the grave. Alecto and Teach dispatched the guards with ruthless efficiency. They seemed to dissolve into the air, only to reappear behind their targets in a deadly dance and strike true with their daggers. The palace itself was a marvel of golden splendor, standing as a fortress of divine rule. Yet it was here that the seeds of disaster would be planted. Alecto paused before the grand doors of Godwin's chamber, her heart pounding. She signaled to Teach, whose face betrayed a flicker of hesitation before hardening. She had made a promise to Rani on one fateful night as they sat within an alcove in Carrier Manor in the early hours of the morning. Wouldst thou truly risk perishing to ensure mine freedom, even if I departed to a realm where thou could not follow? Rani had asked. I would. I pledge myself in your service, eternal as the night sky of Nokron. Teach had replied sincerely. Now, the doors swung open with a creak, revealing Godwin the Golden, resting in serene slumber. His blonde hair rested down his back, and his breathing was as gentle as the rays of the sun he would never see again. The group of assassins moved in unison, their daggers raised, the dark energy of the rune of death pulsating within the blades. Forgive us, O Prince, Alecto whispered, her voice a mere breath in the stillness. Thy time hath come. Their daggers plunged into Godwin's heart, the forbidden magic searing his soul. His eyes snapped open, a gasp escaping his lips as life ebbed away. The light of the Erd Tree flickered, its roots of power shaken to the core. At that precise moment, high atop the divine tower in Liurnia, Rani stood poised at the summit. The tower resonated with an ancient, mystical energy. Rani held in her hand a blade, slender and sharp, infused with the essence of the rune of death. She closed her eyes, drawing a deep breath, and whispered a final invocation. In this moment, our fates intertwine. O golden brother of mine, I thank thee for thy sacrifice. With a swift, decisive motion, Rani plunged the blade into her own heart. Pain blossomed, a fiery agony that seared through her flesh and soul. She felt the essence of the rune of death take hold, severing her spirit from her mortal form. Her body crumpled to the ground, lifeless, as her soul ascended, free from the shackles of flesh. Back in Lendell, chaos erupted as the Black Knife assassins made their escape. The palace was in turmoil, the death of Godwyn sending shockwaves through the Golden Order. Tish, in her flight, was struck down by a pursuing guard, her life extinguished in a brutal instant. Alecto, witnessing her daughter's fall, felt a deep, wrenching sorrow, but pressed on, her heart heavy with grief. The remaining assassins retreated into the shadows, their mission complete, but their losses great. Alecto, heartbroken and weary, vowed silently to honor Teach's sacrifice. Rani's spirit, now unbound, drifted on the wind, carried by the star's gentle light. She felt a profound sense of release, her consciousness expanding to touch the very fabric of the cosmos. She was now free from the meddling of the greater will. For though she had perished in body, her soul had never felt more alive. Conversely, Godwyn had perished in soul, but not in body, resulting in 2 half-wheel curse marks of death imprinted upon their corpses. One marked the death of the flesh, the other the death of the soul, and so was the act complete. The moon shone brightly, a silent witness to the night's events. Rani's spirit, now untethered, would forge a new path. Unbound by the constraints of the past, ready to shape the future of the lands between. For now, she would assume a new form and orchestrate the next steps of her plan. Many decades later, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, the witch Rani brooded over her fate. Encased in her porcelain doll form, she cut quite an enigmatic figure. Her azure eyes, as deep and mysterious as the night sky, peered out from beneath the brim of her oversized hat. Silvery blue hair cascaded down, intertwining with the flowing robes that adorned her petite frame. Under the boughs of an ancient, gnarled tree, she sat by a small fire, its flickering light casting eerie shadows. The air was laden with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers. A tranquil setting indeed, though entirely removed from the weight of her thoughts. She had summoned her trusted retainers, Blythe the half-wolf and Iji the blacksmith, to share the burden of her plan. They were more than mere companions. In truth, they were her oldest and only friends. The 3 of them had grown together and had been akin to siblings in her youngest years. Blythe was given to her by the 2 fingers, to serve as her shadow and protector, as was befitting her status as an Empyrean. But her mother, Renala, had taken a liking to Blythe, and so he and Rani became inseparable. His allegiance now was to her and her alone. Blythe, tall and imposing, with his lupine features and silver fur, approached and knelt before her. His fierce yet loyal eyes reflected the firelight. "My Lady Rani," he rumbled, his voice deep and resonant. "You have called, and I have come. What would you have me do?" Iji, a towering giant with the strength of a mountain, stood nearby, his massive hammer at his side. His face, lined with age and wisdom, bore a look of solemn concern. What is it that troubles you, my lady? He asked, his voice a rumble of distant thunder. Rani's voice was soft, yet commanding, carrying the weight of her lineage. The stars, dear Blythe and Iji. They have been halted, their celestial dance disrupted by mine own brother, General Radan. For the Carrion Royals, our fate is writ in the stars. Their movement dictates our destiny. With them frozen, so too is our fate. Blythe's eyes narrowed with understanding. Then the way ahead is pleasingly simple. Radan must be dealt with. We fight, sword and fang, to restore the stars, and with them, your destiny. The night deepened, the fire crackling softly. Above, the stars seemed to listen, their light a silent promise of the journey to come. Rani felt a surge of hope, knowing she was not alone in this daunting quest. Prepare thyselves, Rani said, rising to her feet, her porcelain form gleaming in the moonlight. At dawn, we set forth to Caelid, where Radan holds his festival of battle. There, we shall challenge him. Her companions bowed their heads in assent, understanding the gravity of their mission. As dawn broke over the horizon, casting a pale glow over the misty landscape of Leonia, Rani and her companions set out on their journey. The soft light of the morning sun bathed the land in a golden hue, the gentle ripples of the water reflecting the sky's soft blues and pinks. Towering cliffs and the grand academy of Raya Lucaria loomed in the distance, standing as sentinels to the secrets of the cosmos. Leaving the serene beauty of Leonia, they ventured into the verdant expanses of Limgrave. The rolling hills and dense forests were teeming with life. From the gentle rustle of leaves to the distant call of wild beasts, the air was fresh, filled with the scent of roa fruit and arteria leaves. Yet beneath this surface beauty, danger lurked in the form of roving bands of exiles, formidable beasts, and the ever-present threat of demi-humans. They passed by Stormvale Castle, observing how its walls now crumbled, a shell of its former glory. They say that fool Godric has taken to grafting, a grotesque fate that befalls all who venture into the castle. We would do well to steer clear, my lady, Blythe warned. As they travelled further, the lush greenery of Limgrave began to fade, giving way to the desolation of Caelid. The transition was stark and sudden. The sky above turned a sickly red, casting a vampiric glow over the land. The once fertile earth was now cracked and barren, consumed by a relentless rot. Jagged rocks and twisted, lifeless trees jutted out from the ground, like the bones of a dying world. The scent of decay and rot was heavy here, a foul stench that seemed to cling to their very souls. Pools of scarlet rot bubbled ominously in the swamp of Ionia, and the ground itself seemed to groan under the weight of the destruction. We tread upon accursed ground, Rani spoke softly. The rot here runneth deep. I do wonder now, in which corner of these lands does Melania nurse her wounds? Ah, but no matter. I have mine own path to mind. The trio pressed forward, their path lit by the unsettling glow of the Kaled sky. As they approached Redmayne Castle, the atmosphere grew charged with anticipation. Warriors from across the lands had gathered, each seeking glory in battle against the formidable General Radahn. Among them was a great warrior Jar, known as Iron Fist Alexander, who was talking to everyone passing by. At the heart of the encampment stood an imposing figure, the festival's herald named Jeren, clad in heavy armor and bearing the scars of countless battles. He stepped forward to address the crowd. "Hear ye, brave warriors. The festival of Radahn commences. Step forth and face the might of the Star Scourge." As the sun dipped below the horizon, a blaze of orange streaking across the sky, the warriors gathered at Redmayne Castle began their descent. They marched with purpose, their weapons glinting in the fading light. The air was thick with tension and the promise of battle. The assembled forces, a motley crew of knights, mercenaries, and adventurers, moved as one towards the battlefield where Radahn awaited. "What a sick way to fight, eh?" grinned Blythe, baring his teeth in excitement. The ground trembled under the weight of their march, a silent herald of the coming storm. Radahn, the Star Scourge, towered over the wasteland, astride his emaciated steed, Leonard. His massive frame was clad in battered armor and exuded an aura of overwhelming power. The great general's eyes burned with a madness born from centuries of combat, his body a testament to his indomitable will. Above him, the very stars seemed to cower, their light dimmed by his presence. With a roar that shook the heavens, Radahn drew his colossal greatswords, clashing them together. The sands of the battlefield shook as he charged, a force of nature incarnate, his weapons carving furrows in the scorched earth. Rani, her gaze unwavering, raised her greatsword aloft, channeling the power of the dark moon through it. It glowed with frost and magic, brimming with power. Blythe drew his blade, bounding into battle. The battle raged with a ferocity that defied comprehension. Radahn's movements were both swift and brutal, his colossal swords cleaving through the air with lethal precision. Each swing sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, the sheer force of his attack scattering warriors like leaves in a storm. Blythe darted in and out, striking at the general's gargantuan legs, staggering him, while Rani sent wave after wave of frost projectiles aimed at Radahn's towering visage. Radahn roared in fury. He summoned the power of the stars themselves, meteors streaking down from the heavens, to rain destruction upon the battlefield. Warriors scattered, desperately seeking cover from the celestial barrage. Blythe, seeing an opening, surged forward. With a mighty leap, he brought his greatsword down upon Radahn's shoulder, the blade biting deep. Rani slammed her staff down, casting a projection of the dark moon itself, sending it hurtling towards Radahn. "Upon my name as Rani the Witch, my fate shall not be held in thrall by thee," she said darkly. as Radan's hulking form crumbled under the relentless assault. Radan roared one final time, his voice a thunderous lament that echoed across the battlefield. He fell to his knees, the light in his eyes dimming. With a final, shuddering breath, the great general collapsed, the ground shaking with his fall. The battlefield fell silent, the air thick with the scent of smoke and blood. The warriors, battered and weary, began to cheer, their voices rising in a triumphant chorus. The Star Scourge had been defeated. Rani, her form glowing softly in the aftermath of the battle, approached the fallen Radan. "Thou perished honorably, brother," she whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow for her sibling. "I now continue along my dark path once more." Blythe and Iji joined her, their expressions a mix of exhaustion and pride. Together, they turned their gaze upward, where the stars had resumed their movement. Suddenly, a comet streaked across the night sky and crashed into the land somewhere to the east. "The path to Nokron is clear. I go now to find the treasure of the eternal city. 'Tis a road I alone must tread." "Thou gavest me finest service, my friends," said Rani, smiling softly at her companions. Though Iji and Blythe protested much, it was to no avail. Rani was persistent in her will to face the danger alone. "As you wish, Lady Rani. We shall wait and pray for your safe return," Iji said, bowing his head hesitantly. Leaving the desolate wasteland of Caelid behind, Rani retraced her steps through Limgrave, then journeyed south to the Weeping Peninsula, where the comet had crashed onto the land. There she found a massive, gaping crevice with a singular narrow path descending into the depths. With a final look at the surface world, Rani descended into the depths of the cavernous maw. The air grew cooler as she ventured deeper, the sunlight fading into a dim, eerie glow. Ghost flame torches lined the walls, casting a spectral light that illuminated her path. As Rani walked through the narrowing passageways, her thoughts drifted back to her youth. She remembered sitting tucked into a cozy corner in the grand libraries of Raya Lucaria, surrounded by the musty scent of ancient tomes. Hours would pass as she immersed herself in the histories of the eternal cities and their residents, the enigmatic Nox. She had read about their reverence and worship for the stars, their deep knowledge of sorcery, and their tragic fate. The Nox had committed high treason against the greater will, and as punishment, they were banished beneath the earth, forced to live under a false night sky. Eventually, the cavern opened into a vast underground expanse. The eternal city of Nokron stretched before her, a hauntingly beautiful ruin, bathed in the pale light of artificial stars twinkling with silver. Ancient stone buildings, covered in moss and vines, stood silent and foreboding. Majestic bridges arched over deep chasms, connecting the various districts of the city. The buildings, though crumbling, retained an air of elegance and grandeur. with intricate carvings and statues depicting celestial beings and astral symbols. Rani moved cautiously through the streets, her footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. Shadows flitted at the edges of her vision, remnants of the city's former inhabitants, now twisted and corrupted by time. Ghostly harps played a haunting melody, and the tune tugged at Rani's heart, stirring something within. It was the memory of Tish and the pain of her loss. Thou were a rare sort indeed. Ah, but this form hath loosened my tongue. I must onward go, she said, remembering her old friend fondly. The path through Nokron led her across rooftops and narrow ledges, then down into the shadowy alleys, snaking between softly gleaming temples and otherworldly buildings. She encountered silver tears, shimmering humanoid creatures formed of liquid metal that lurked within the ancient stone structures. These guardians moved with unnatural grace, their bodies reflecting the dim light. When Rani approached, the silver tears shifted forms, becoming formidable adversaries with deadly attacks. Rani dispatched them with her frost magic, her spells weaving through the air and striking them down one by one. Deeper into the city, she encountered its ancient protectors, Nox maidens and monks, their forms draped in tattered white robes and adorned with leather armor, emerged from the shadows. Their eyes glowed with a malevolent light as they advanced, wielding flowing hammers and swords that moved with a life of their own. A Nox maiden, moving in a fluid dance, lunged at Rani with a flowing sword. The blade extended and warped, changing shape in mid-air. Rani parried the attack, her staff crackling with magical energy. She countered with a burst of sorcery, the spell striking the maiden and sending her sprawling to the ground. Thy hostility deters me not a jot, she said, looking down at her enemy before moving past it. Her path led her to the great waterfall basin. The sight that greeted her was breathtaking. A colossal waterfall cascaded down from above, its waters glowing with an ethereal light. The mist created a shimmering veil that obscured parts of the city. She carefully made her way down a series of platforms and ledges, the descent treacherous but manageable. Finally, she reached the depths of the city, the night's sacred ground, a place of ancient power and mystery. Here, amidst the crumbling ruins and the ever-present glow of the false sky, she found an ornate altar, sitting at the base of a massive statue, and there, on the altar, rested the hidden treasure of Nokron she had come so far to seek. It was the Finger Slayer blade, capable of harming the Two Fingers, the vassals of the Greater Will. As she approached the altar, a shadowy figure stepped out from behind a pillar. Rani froze, her eyes widening as she saw her own likeness staring back at her. A mimic tear, a perfect copy of herself, stood before her, ready to defend the city's oldest secret. The mimic tear attacked, and Rani found herself locked in combat, with a mirror image matching her every move. They fought with equal skill and strength, their sorceries clashing in a dazzling display of power. Rani's heart pounded as she struggled to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the chamber. "Lunar Princess, you do not fight alone." Blythe appeared out of nowhere, his greatsword at the ready. The two Ranis turned to face him, their expressions identical. He had followed despite her orders. And while Rani did not brook disobedience in most matters, she was relieved to see her dearest companion. Blythe's eyes flickered between them, his brow furrowing in thought, unsure of which was the real one. Then, with a calm voice, he asked, "What did you say to me on the eve before the night of the Black Knives?" One of the Ranis hesitated, while the other replied smoothly, "Mine will be an order not of gold, but the stars and moon of the chill night. I would keep them far from the earth beneath our feet." Blythe nodded and swiftly moved to aid the true Rani, his greatsword cleaving through the mimic tear. The mimic staggered, its form destabilizing under the combined assault. With a final surge of power, Rani used her carrion slicer, obliterating the mimic into a wisp of shadows. As the dust settled, Rani turned to Blythe, both grateful and stern. "Thou art a dogged fellow, aren't you?" Blythe smiled, a hint of mischief playing upon his face. "I could not let you face such dangers alone. I am sworn as your shadow." Rani sighed, but could not suppress a fond smile. "You art willing to give too much to me, Blythe. I am glad to have you." Rani approached the altar once more and grasped the Fingerslayer blade, feeling its power resonate with her own. The blade was said to have been born of a corpse, and was proof of the high treason committed by the Eternal City. She turned to Blythe and spoke with a soft resolve. "I return now to where my journey begun those many years past. To the moonlight altar and beneath the cathedral of Manus Siles. There in the darkness lie my two fingers. I cometh to rend thy flesh with a fateful wound never to heal." The next leg of the journey started with a descent from Nokron. Its eerie beauty, with its glowing runes and celestial motifs, gave way to the dark, oppressive tunnels that led them deeper underground. As they descended further, the air grew heavier, and they came across all manner of creatures whose origins were long lost to the world. Fearsome crucible knights, who hailed from an age preceding the Erd Tree, stood in defense of old structures, while frail, gaunt humanoids roamed the region aimlessly. These were the lost company of slaves who had been hired to explore these eternal cities a long, long time ago. Down and deeper they went, until finally they emerged into a vast cavern. The sight before them, both awe-inspiring and terrifying. The lake of rot stretched out like a crimson sea, its waters glowing with a sickly, unnatural light. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the ground beneath their feet was treacherous and unstable. Platforms and broken walkways dotted the lake, providing precarious footing. Rani and Blythe moved cautiously, every step calculated to avoid the deepest, most dangerous parts of the rot-infested water. The lake's guardians, grotesque creatures twisted by the rot, lurked in the depths, their bulging eyes watching every movement. The glowing waters cast an eerie light on their path, illuminating the ancient ruins that jutted out of the mire, silent reminders of a long-forgotten civilization. Though this place was not commonly known to the denizens of the surface world, it was said that the divine essence of an outer god had been sealed away in this land. Eventually, they reached the far side of the lake, where a towering temple stood, its structure built into the inner walls of the cave itself. This was the grand cloister, hidden in the shadowed embrace of the lake of rot, and within it, the remnants of forgotten horrors. The decayed stone beneath them seemed to breathe with life. It was a sickly place, and Rani voiced a concern. "I can seldom fathom the fools who traverse blindly the gilded path of gold. Yet this matter stands apart. Who indeed would be so willing as to acquiesce to the scarlet rot? I suppose it is of no surprise, then, that Melania was also chosen as Empyrean." At the heart of the cloister, a river of rot flowed through the temple, fed by a waterfall from the lake of rot above. The area was crawling with lesser kindred of rot. These were grotesque creatures that seemed to worship a giant statue within the cloister. They ignored Rani and Blythe, seemingly too preoccupied with their perverse reverence for the dark deity. Rani's goal was to find a coffin on the southwestern side of the cloister, which would lead them down into the abyss to face the foe who now blocked access to the moonlight altar. As they approached the coffin, an ulcerated tree spirit emerged from the diseased waters. A powerful and corrupted being, tainted beyond comprehension. Its misshapen, serpentine form writhed and spun around, emitting a piercing shriek. "I have not the patience for this. The fate of Rani the witch shall not be sullied by thee," muttered Rani, quickly hiding behind a pillar. She and Blythe quietly waited out the monster's investigation into who had disturbed its waters. Soon after, the tree spirit edged and slithered away into a dark, dusky corner of the cloister. And the way forward was clear. Rani held Blythe's hands within her own. "Dearest Blythe, here is where we must part. You and Iji have always been by my side, and you two alone have understood what lieth beyond the dark path. That I must betray everything and upend the whole of what came before." Blythe looked at her sadly. He had never appeared more like a wolf than he did at this very moment, and yet the adoration in his eyes was very much human. "As you speak, Lady Rani, I will return to Liurnia and keep vigil over Renala. May we meet again." Rani stepped into the coffin that lay at the edge of the waterfall. With silent magic of old, it rose above the water, dancing runes of light appearing to hold it aloft. And it descended, down and down further into the endless abyss. After what seemed like an age, or perhaps a mere moment, Rani found herself in the darkest of places. She emerged into another cavern, this one of unimaginable size, filled with luminescent crystals and strange, otherworldly flora. At the center of this strange beauty lay Astel, natural born of the void. Astel was an alien being of nightmare, born in the lightless void, far away. It had an insect-like body, comprised of the many-colored stars, and the head of a terrifying celestial entity. Its form shimmered with the essence of distant universes, and its eyes glowed with an unnatural, haunting light. Long, spindly limbs ending in claws extended from its body, and from its back sprouted wings that seemed to be made of starlight. This horror had once destroyed an eternal city and stolen its sky. Now it lay here, sealing off the entrance to the moonlight altar and halting the lunar princess's fate. Rani stepped forward, gripping her dark moon greatsword. The creature let out a low, rumbling growl as it moved with a disturbing grace, its form flickering as if it existed in multiple dimensions at once. The battle began with a flurry of movement. Astel lashed out with its claws, each strike a blur of deadly intent. Rani dodged and weaved, unleashing spells of ice and moonlight, each one striking true. Astel responded with a barrage of cosmic energy, beams of dark magic that tore through the cavern, while its spiked tail impaled the earth, attempting to skewer her. Rani conjured a shield of moonlight, absorbing the brunt of the attack, before countering with a devastating slash of her sword. The blade, infused with the essence of the moon, cleaved through Astel's hide, leaving deep, glowing wounds and inflicting frostbite. With a menacing smile etched upon its horrific visage, Astel unleashed its most devastating attack. A barrage of purple meteors summoned from the void. Rani called upon the full power of the moon, encasing herself within a glowing, unassailable orb. Seeing its attacks falter, Astel lunged at Rani, its maw opening wide to devour her. With a final, decisive strike, Rani plunged her dark moon greatsword into Astel's head, channeling the full power of the cold, ritualistic teachings through the blade. The creature let out a final, agonized roar before collapsing, its form dissolving into stardust. Rani stood victorious, the path to her old home now open. She ascended the lift at the end of the cavern, emerging into the serene beauty of the moonlight altar. The air was cool and filled with the gentle glow of the two moons overlooking it. As she walked up the hill to the cathedral of Manus Keles, a familiar presence greeted her. Adula, her faithful dragon, awaited her. The dragon's blue eyes reflected a deep, unspoken bond. Rani leaned her forehead against Adula's, whispering softly, "It pleaseth me to see you hale and hearty, Adula. Rest now, and I shall see you amongst the stars." Adula let out a soft, rumbling purr, not unlike that of a cat's, before returning to her slumber. Rani watched her beloved dragon for a moment more, before turning her attention to the cathedral. Inside, the atmosphere was rich with ancient magic. But beneath this tranquil facade lay a hidden chamber, a place where the desire of the greater will was enforced by the vassal beings known as the Two Fingers. It was in this cathedral that she'd begun her plan so long ago, when she'd imbued the god-slaying knives through fearsome rite. And it was here, tonight, that she would meet her destiny. She descended into the hidden chamber, the finger-slayer blade clutched tightly in her hand. At its heart, bathed in an eerie light, lay the Two Fingers. They appeared now as she had always seen them, as nothing more than a parody of the divine. The fingers reacted to her presence, their movements growing more frantic, their unseen eyes turning towards her with a malevolent intent. Rani plunged the Fingerslayer blade into the writhing mass. The blade, crafted to sever the ties of the greater will, glowed with a dark light as it cut through their flesh. The Two Fingers let out a silent scream, their forms convulsing as the ancient magic within the blade did its work. They writhed and withered, growing limp as their life force drained away. Rani felt a surge of triumph, and her doll-like features smiled with abandon. She sat upon the stones for a moment and spoke of what was to come. "The battle is over, I see. To every living being and every living soul. Now cometh the age of the stars. 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond." And so Rani sat and waited. Waited for a lord or lady, one who would return to the lands between, guided by grace, who would journey to the base of the Erd Tree and become her consort to bring about the Age of Stars.